share their work in children's service provision, research, and advocacy. Local musical groups and students, performers, and delicious food graciously catered by Bacon and Caviar will enhance our efforts. I hope you enjoyed the light breakfast they served, and you will definitely have a treat for lunch. And as I said earlier, I want to thank the legendary Ray Stevens for allowing us to host Children's Advocacy Days and his beautiful dinner theater as well. As you all know, this is our first year back to a full in-person event, and it couldn't be a more beautiful venue. So I will let you all know. That Mr. Stevens will be joining us at some point today. So look forward to hearing from him. And for any fans, maybe be prepared in the hallway with camera phones and snap some shots with him. So as you know, our theme is musical movements of Tennessee children and communities. But unless you want to be a soloist, please turn off on the sound on your phone and other electronic devices. I know you all think you have, but if you would do me a favor and double check, that would be great. Because if we reminded a couple of times when the phone rings, I might follow my mother's lead and get some folks that look. As we perform together, we know sometimes things can go out of tune. When problems occur, we must learn from them. This event is open to all. And that may include someone who is not singing from the same page as many of us. Sadly, in the past, a couple of people have experienced thefts. So I would like to ask you to keep an eye on your belongings and keep your bags with you, and certainly don't leave any computers or large electronics around, just in case. And it breaks my heart to say that, that would be irresponsible if I didn't. We never expect health emergencies to happen. But one year when someone needed assistance, we discovered no one knew who to contact to inform her loved one. So I would like to ask you guys a favor, and would like you to ask you to take a minute to write your name, a contact name and telephone number on the back of your IDs. So in the unfortunate circumstance that something does happen, we at least know who to call to be able to help and get more information. If you use social media, please share your experiences with your friends. And I understand some folks don't have name tags or get name tags. If you use social media, please share your experiences with your friends and followers using the hashtags #TCCY, #CAD2023, and #ResilientTennessee. The package you see on your table have QR codes on the back, which you can scan and will take you to TCCY's social media pages. Upcoming events, Tennessee Kids Count profile, information from our sponsors, and more. A sign-up sheet and contact information for our 9 regional councils is also included. Membership in the regional councils on children and youth across the state opens opportunities for training and networking. So if you're not yet a member of your local council, you can fill out the sheet and return it at the registration table, and we will certainly get you connected. Your packet includes a legislative update, bills the commission is watching, because they're important for children, youth, and families. And we hope that while you're in Nashville, many of you will take the opportunity to visit with your legislators or talk with us about visits that you've already had with your legislators. As you know, they are in Nashville now for legislative session, but you can also meet them at home in their home offices anytime, and they truly do like to hear from their constituents, you all. If you registered online, you should have received an email with information and instructions, and the material in your packet should answer most of the questions. However, if you have a question or run into a problem, TCCY staff are all around the room, and we are more than willing to be of assistance or help in any way that we can. So at some point during the event, I'm going to ask our folks to stand and be recognized, but I understand they are all handling lots of things out front, so we will do that at a later time. We also want to recognize another group that adds richness and range to our work. TCCY's governing structure is its commission members, who give their time and expertise on behalf of Tennessee children and youth every day. All commission members are listed on a page in your packet, but I would like to ask the 3 of our commission members that are here to please stand so that we can thank them for their service to the children and families of Tennessee. Underlying most musical performances and art are the patrons who provide funding and support. Children's Advocacy Days is no different. Organizations who have sponsored this event are listed in the folder, and we want to thank them now. Our platinum sponsors are Compass Intervention Center, Our Kids Center, the Tennessee Association of Alcohol, Drug, and Other Addiction Services, and the Tennessee Suicide Prevention Network, the Tennessee Court-Appointed Special Advocate Association, the Tennessee Department of Health, Youth Villages. Our gold sponsors are the Tennessee School Health Coalition, the Association of Infant Mental Health in Tennessee, or AIM-HI, Bethany Christian Services, Family and Children's Services, Health Connect America, Save the Children Action Network, Springbrook Autism Behavioral Health, Tennessee Voices, the University of Tennessee College of Social Work. Our silver sponsors are the Children's Advocacy Centers of Tennessee. Our bronze sponsors are Mental Health America of the Mid-South, Tennessee Association of Mental Health Organizations, the Tennessee Department of Mental Health and Substance Abuse Services, and we're especially grateful for our executive preview reception sponsors, which were Camelot Care Centers and Nurture the Next. I know we're thankful for our breakfast sponsors this morning, which are Our Kids Center, Tennessee Suicide Prevention Network, and Youth Villages. And I'm especially thankful for our luncheon sponsor, which is the Tennessee Juvenile Court Services Association. As you were walking in, there were many sponsor tables that were on that first floor. As you all know, the space was a little tight. So what I want to remind and encourage and ask a special favor of you all is please know there are other sponsor tables on the second floor. So if you've not been up to visit those sponsors, please do so and learn more about the amazing work that everyone is doing. So please join me in thanking all of our sponsors who made today happen. As you all know, the 21 members of the commission are appointed by the governor of Tennessee, and we are so fortunate to have an amazing commission of just dedicated, passionate professionals and advocates who help guide the work that we do. But it's my pleasure to introduce you to the current chair of the commission, who is doing an amazing job in his day job and as chair of the commission, and a gentleman who I greatly respect and rely on for wisdom and guidance more than any of you know. So it's my pleasure to introduce Hamilton County Juvenile Court Judge and Chair of the Commission on Children and Youth, Judge Rob Filliol.
Thank you. Good morning. Catch your breath, Richard. That was quite a mouthful. Great. This is great seeing you all here. Isn't this a great location? Are you comfortable? Yeah, exciting day. As chair, as Richard just said, as chair of the Commission on Children and Youth, which is TCCY's governing body, I guess you could kind of say that I'm one of the co-conductors of musical moments of Tennessee children and communities. TCCY's 2023 theme for today's Advocacy Days. And we've got a lot to sing about in Tennessee right now. We've got a lot to sing about today. Since I've been in this field, I said this to a group in Knoxville a couple of weeks ago, and it's absolutely true. In all the years that I've been involved in children's advocacy, children's work in this field, I truly believe that we're poised to do some great things for foster kids and for foster families and children and families in general that we've not done. So it's exciting times in Tennessee. And it's exciting that today marks the 35th year of Children's Advocacy Days. This is our 35th. Give those guys a hand. Yeah, that's an achievement. You know, a musical performance is the perfect example of why you can't do things alone, why success is rarely achieved alone. It takes accompaniment, it takes the whole choir. And I know I'm kind of preaching to the choir a little bit, but children's advocacy is no exception. And it's one of those things that we really don't do well alone. We must do it acting together as an ensemble, if you will. And we appreciate you all being part of that ensemble. So I may be one of the co-conductors of this event, But I just want to mention and point out that the leader of this bigger symphony, who cares a lot about children and youth, is Governor Bill Lee. Governor Lee, as you saw in some of the recent reports, has worked hard to lower the poverty rate among children in our state by bringing jobs to all of our communities, including some of our poorest rural communities. There is increased funding for education, a focus on early literacy. Governor Lee and his staff work to support both foster families and kinship care families, and recently even advocated for free diapers for low-income families for the first 2 years. Governor Lee would have been here today. He sends his regrets. He's currently limiting his in-person appearances to only those that are most necessary while he's supporting First Lady Maria through her cancer treatments. And I would like to personally ask you all and collectively to take a moment to hold his family up in prayer and send them heartfelt wishes for strength and for healing. It's certainly a difficult time. But we do look forward to having Governor Lee and First Lady Lee joining us next year to celebrate both good health and all of the good things that are happening now for Tennessee children, youth, and families. And so, without delaying any further, I'd like to welcome the woman who stepped up and made a lot of this happen and planned and organized this year's Children Advocacy Days. Jonquil Newland runs Ken Central Tennessee website. She produces the Roots and Wings podcast that tells stories of Tennessee families through videos and social media. And she's going to tell you a little bit now about this wonderful theater we're in. Jonquil?
Thank you, everyone, and good morning, good morning. I love seeing the buzz of just everyone got here early, so kudos to you guys. Again, my name is Jonquil Newland. I'm one of the staff members at the Tennessee Commission on Children and Youth, and welcome to Ray Stevens Music and Performance Venue. A few facts about this dinner theater. The showroom walls, as you see around you, are a Nashville attraction, covered in vintage black and white photographs honoring the producers and musicians who helped turn Nashville into Music City, much with the Jubilee Fisk Singers. Mr. Stevens himself designed 6 custom red leather booths that you see in the corners, and each one is honoring a legendary Nashville producer who was impactful in his career. So if you are sitting in one of those, check out the nameplate and celebrate those great musicians as well. Now, Ray Stevens performs here once or twice a week for several months throughout the season or through the year, and it's not often that it's available to outside groups, so we are so grateful to be here today. And one thing everyone needs to know in a new venue, of course, are the bathrooms. And the bathrooms, if you haven't seen them already, they are located directly across from where the breakfast buffet and what will be the lunch buffet, to the left of the piano bar, which is not something I've ever said at CAD before, so that's fun. There are more bathrooms upstairs on the upper level, and it can be reached by the stairs, which is on the left, and the elevator should be directly next to the stairs in between 2 sponsor booths. There are also beverages in the piano bar, but don't get too excited. It's literally just tea, coffee, and water, so sorry about that. But now, without further ado, I would love to welcome you guys again to Children's Advocacy Days 2023, and I'd like to introduce 2 of my colleagues, Kylie Graves and Richard Kennedy, who are going to go over the state of the child.
So one of the many responsibilities that we have as an agency is that we are statutorily required to do an annual State of the Child report in Tennessee each year. And so this year, like every other year, we released the State of the Child report. And there really has been a lot of traction and a lot of interest, and quite honestly, a lot of media coverage around the report this year. And so one of the questions that we have been asked, both Kylie and I, is tell me what the purpose of this report is. Tell me what we are supposed to do with this. So my answer is kind of in many ways yes and. So it is a statutory requirement. We do what the legislature tells us to do. We want the report to be a resource for legislators. We want the report to be a resource for the governor's office and administration. Quite honestly, we want the report to be a resource for all of you that are in the room here. We know that the data included in the report is often used in grant applications that bring in millions of dollars to Tennessee nonprofits and entities who apply for that funding. But as I was thinking about the report, I think in a lot of ways that sounds like a pretty good textbook answer and justification of the work. But last night I had the opportunity, along with with our staff and a small group of folks, to really talk about what we were trying to accomplish during Children's Advocacy Days and kind of words of wisdom. And one of the things that I talked about, and I will tell you all, my closest 700 friends, is that I have a bit of a weakness for Scooby-Doo. And so even at 53 years of age, on Saturday mornings, I will still watch reruns of Scooby-Doo cartoons and be perfectly content sitting on my couch. And so as I was sitting on my couch this last weekend, I kind of thought to myself, I thought, someone has to have already developed kind of a life lessons list from Scooby-Doo. And so I went to our trusted friend, the internet, because I'm sure that there would be something. And lo and behold, there were lots of somethings. But there was one that really kind of stuck with me, a list. And one of the things that was the life lesson number 10 on that list is I think it's really relevant to the State of the Child report. And it's number 10 on that list. And it says, bravery is not a lack of fear, but the ability to carry on despite being afraid. And I thought, well, those are kind of wise words. I agree with that. But then when I went on to read, it said, and I want you guys to think about the Scooby-Doo cartoons, it says that when the friends are confronted by a monster, they were scared and often ran away. But they were only gone for a short amount of time, and they would return and solve the mystery. They were calm, and working through the clues methodically helped them uncover the truth. Take baby steps, because even if it takes longer to work through the problem, you still get there. And so they ended by saying, thanks Shaggy, thanks Velma, thanks Fred, thanks Daphne, and most of all, thanks Scooby-Doo. So when I think about the State of the Child report and I compare it to that, these are the clues. The data that's included in the report are the clues for how we get to where we want to be as a state and to achieve the outcomes that we want for all children, youth, and families in Tennessee. Now, someone told me a long time ago, make sure that the people that are on your team are a whole lot smarter than you are, and then shut up and get out of their way. So as Jonquil introduced, Kylie Graves, who is policy specialist with the commission and also leads the work of the Second Look Commission, Kylie really stepped up in big ways to do the vast majority of the preparation of this report. And I would be not a very smart person if I didn't step back and let her talk through all of the data points that we want you guys to hear. But as she's going through this presentation, I want you all to keep in mind that yes, there are some things to celebrate. Yes, there are lots of work that we need to do, but this data and these numbers are the why that we're in this room. So Kylie?
All right, thank y'all. So we're gonna go through the State of the Child report. Like Richard said, this report is both statutorily required as well as we are the Annie E. Casey Foundation's Kids Count partner, so we do it as a part of that partnership. We also do county profiles and participate in their state ranking. And then Richard went over the purpose of the report as well, just to be a resource to give you an idea of where we're at and where we can go. One of the things that's a little bit unique about, also I'm realizing that my slides didn't completely transfer right, so sorry if they're a little bit messed up there. But one of the things that's a little bit unique about us is that we don't provide any direct services and we don't collect any data on our own. And so the majority of the information in the report is already publicly available. If y'all want to dive in deeper, you can find it. We have all of our resources listed. But for the sake of this graph, what you see is all of the data that's shaded in blue are government sources. So things like Tennessee's Department of Education, Department of Children's Services, National Department of Health and Human Services. And then the green is research articles and then NGO partners. So this year we had, I think, 214 sources, so that's how it's broken out. And then each year we talk about the demographics, how kids have changed in Tennessee, trends that we're seeing. We focus on special topics, so things that are important to us at the commission. This year that was our Resilient Tennessee Collaborative, and then also working on family-friendly workplace policies with our Best Place for Working Parents initiative. Then we look at economics, education, health indicators, and child welfare and youth justice. So we're not going to go through all of that today, but we'll kind of touch on each group. So looking at adversity in Tennessee, and also looking at this, this is not the typical 10 ACEs that you think of. Two main differences here is that this was filled out by parents or by the householder on behalf of the children living in the house. So that's a little bit of a difference rather than reflectively looking back at experiences under 18. And then additionally, likely because the parent was filling it out, they didn't ask questions about abuse or neglect, and instead substituted it for community-based indicators that have recently become more common, things like witnessing violence or experiencing discrimination. But what we saw was that children in Tennessee report a higher level of adversity than their counterparts across the country, with 41% of Tennessee children having at least one adverse experience. And then we really saw a discrepancy when we look at the federal poverty line and adversity in relation to that. So 1 in 3 children below the poverty line living in Tennessee had 2 or more adverse experiences, compared to 1 in 12 of children 400 FPL. And then additionally, we look at resilience, and what we see that was really interesting is that the percentage of children who have access to resilient infrastructure, things like parks, rec centers, sidewalks, and libraries. The largest percentage of Tennessee children, 1 in 4, or 25%, had access to none of those items in their neighborhood. And then the second largest group, 22.6%, had access to all 4 of those. So really looking at the disparate outcomes that come with access to infrastructure like that. It stopped clicking. We fixed it, and now it's, oh, I don't know if that was me or y'all, but thank you. And so what we're seeing also, we look at the pandemic and the impact of the pandemic. And what was really interesting is there was a lot of conversation about mental health in the pandemic, both in adults and children. And what we saw was that really the impact was outsized on children who were already struggling with depression prior to the pandemic. So what we saw was that with youth who had no past year major depressive episodes, 13% reported that the pandemic had quite a bit or a lot of a negative impact on their mental health. When you go up to youth who had a past year major depressive episode, 49% reported that. And then looking at severe major depressive episodes, it jumped up to 55%. So really identifying those youth who are already having challenges ahead of time and making sure we get them resources as we move on from the pandemic. And then we talk a lot in the report about poverty, and we use both the official poverty measure, which has been in place for a really long time, since 1963. It is good for historic indicators and to track changes over time. It likely does not reflect current costs or current experiences in poverty, which is where the supplemental poverty measure came in. That was produced in 2010, and it provides a more encompassing view of expenses and income. But one of the key things to keep in mind as we talk about poverty is that the official poverty measure does not count non-cash benefits. So reflecting on the last couple of years and thinking about the pandemic aid, for the most part, none of that would be factored into the official poverty measure, with the slight exception of the expanded unemployment benefits. Those are included because those were taxed. But all of those things that you think of, like SNAP, WIC, the child tax credit, none of those, the stimulus payment, none of those are reflected in the official poverty measure. Those are captured in the supplemental poverty measure. And so what we saw looking at the official poverty measure was that nationally and in Tennessee over the decade, there was a substantial decline in child poverty, but really unique to Tennessee was a decline between 2019 and 2021. Overall child poverty, so those under 18 declined by 8%. Poverty under 5 declined by 18%, which is really huge because that's typically our largest group in poverty and also the ones most affected by living in poverty. And where we really saw those declines were in some of our rural counties like Bledsoe, led the state, and then several other counties were closer to about 25% decline. Looking at Bledsoe, it was really driven by increase in wages. In 2019, the average weekly wage was $674. In 2021, that had jumped to $828, so about an $8,000 a year increase in straight wages. Looking at the supplemental poverty measure, which takes into account all of those benefits, what we saw was that across all races, child poverty hit a historic low, but particularly among Black and Hispanic children, poverty decreased from 30% in 2011 to 8.8% in 2021. With the supplemental poverty measure, what we saw as a whole, and this is national data because it takes a little bit longer to get state level information. So nationally, we saw in 2019, 1 in 8 children were under the supplemental poverty measure. And by 2021, that had decreased to 1 in 20. So a huge drop. That is going to go back up in the next year because you think about that different aid that's not going to be there. So we'll see that rate of supplemental poverty shoot back up. But what is really interesting with that is that you can pull out different programs and see how many children they lift out of poverty. So the child tax credit lifted 2.9 million children out of poverty. The third stimulus payment lifted 2.27, and then some of our longer running programs like SNAP, housing subsidies, unemployment, and school lunch lifted several 100,000 children out of poverty in 2021. When we look at early education, we see that it really impacts participation in the workforce and leads to economic losses. Tennessee lost $2.6 billion due to economic losses due to insufficient childcare. And a lot of times, childcare is the largest household expense. Cost of childcare is higher than University of Tennessee tuition. They're about equal at this point. So thinking about all the planning and support that goes into funding college and college payment, childcare doesn't have that, and so really looking at ways to support that. When we look at support and access to mental health in school, 50% of school districts had 0 or 1 psychological professionals on staff. In 2021-22 school year, public school districts employed 490, I flip numbers back and forth a lot, 459 social workers. The previous school year, public school attendance had a daily average attendance of, we're not going to even try those numbers, it was over 900,000 students. So really looking at access there. What we see when we look at overall health and access to care is that there's been a decline in on-time vaccinations over the last 2 years. And that's likely due to those missed well child visits during the pandemic when people weren't going to the doctor, weren't taking their child to the doctor. A lot of times those visits just get missed and they don't get rescheduled. So it's really important to make sure we're bringing kids back in front of their pediatrician to get those well child visits and get those vaccinations as well. 1 in 4 Tennessee children have a mental, emotional, developmental, or behavioral disorder. We also look at the importance of Medicaid expansion when we're talking about kids having access to care and coverage. Kids are more likely to maintain health care coverage and participate in the healthcare system by going to those well child visits when their parents are covered. We've long advocated for continuous eligibility. Tennessee currently has continuous eligibility for cover kids, but not for TennCare children. So children who are insured by TennCare are more likely to experience those income fluctuations and things like that continuous eligibility is really beneficial at preventing. So we're really excited. There's a federal mandate beginning in 24 that all states must offer Medicaid children with the option of continuous eligibility. And so Governor Bill Lee included that in his proposal. So we don't know if it'll go before the mandate goes into effect, but children who are insured by TennCare will have continuous eligibility in 2024, which is encouraging. And then additionally, the public health emergency expiration, just making sure that children who have TennCare coverage maintain coverage if they're eligible, so making sure their information is up to date with TennCare as they begin that unwinding process. With mental health, what we see across Tennessee that's really interesting is that in terms of prevalence rates of things like anxiety and depression, Tennessee really trends with the national average in terms of prevalence. So, but where we fall behind is getting youth who are struggling access to treatment and services, and that's reflected in our higher rates of suicidal ideation and suicidal behaviors. So what we saw was that 71% of youth with major depressive episodes did not receive mental health services, ranking us 47th in the nation. And then youth with severe major depressive episodes, only 14 received consistent treatment. Across the nation, a youth anywhere else would be twice as likely to be receiving treatment, and in the best performing state, 4 times as likely. When we look at maternal mortality, it breaks out into 3 different categories. There is pregnancy associated, which is any death that occurs from conception until 12 months post-birth for any cause. Pregnancy related is a death that occurs during that time frame that is directly attributed to the fact that the person was pregnant. So had the person not been pregnant, they would still be alive. And then pregnancy associated, not related, is a pregnancy death that occurred during that time frame but was not directly attributed to being pregnant. And so what we saw was the number of overall pregnancy-associated deaths increased from 63% in 2019 to 98% in 2020. Among pregnancy-related deaths, we saw those increase by 27%. 90% of those deaths are deemed to be preventable. And then additionally, the leading cause of pregnancy-related deaths was cardiovascular or coronary conditions. And then for pregnancy-associated, not related, acute overdose was the leading cause. When we look at infant health, which is so closely tied to maternal health and maternal mortality, we see a trend of Tennessee babies who were never breastfed. As the national average is decreasing to 18%, as it trended down, Tennessee continues to trend up to approximately 30% of our children were never breastfed. 1 in 7 Tennessee babies were born premature. National average is about 1 in 9. Our infant death rate is 6.9 per 1,000, with the national rate at 5.6 per 1,000. And then our teen birth rate, over the decade, teen birth, both in Tennessee and nationally, has declined. Over the last year, Tennessee really kind of plateaued while the national rate continued to decline. So what we saw was Tennessee's birth rate is 23.3 per 1,000 age 15 to 19, and the national rate is 15.4. When we look at the child welfare system in our youth and foster care or relative caregiver placements, we see that in 2020, 1 in 5 children were re-entering foster care after a prior episode. 1 in 8 of those children were re-entering care after less than 12 months. Tennessee has had the highest rate of foster care instability every year from 2016 to 2020. Foster care instability is defined as 3 placements within your first 12 months in care. So 3 placements within that first year. And then first year DCS case managers had a 97% turnover rate in that first year. So we do have an update from DCS. They discovered a data reporting error in 2020 regarding the AFCARS data, which is that federal data we pulled that from. Tennessee was over-reporting placement moves and capturing hospitalizations and exits to trial home visit as a placement move. These are not considered placements under AFCARS standards, and so that slightly skews the data between 2020, 2019, and 2018. So hospital placements aren't considered a move, kind of on the idea if a child is in the hospital for medical treatment, shouldn't be counted against the state. So thinking about if you have a foster kid and they have appendicitis and need to go to the hospital for a day or two and then come back to you, that shouldn't be considered a move. So that's kind of what that is there. And then next slide. What we see among youth who have delinquent charges and are placed in Department of Children's Services custody, we've seen a trend of the share of those children who are in community placements has decreased. And so in 2018, 74% of youth who had delinquent charges and were in DCS custody on that side of the spectrum were in community-based care. By 2021, that percentage had decreased to 38%, and in 2022, that decreased again to 30%. And so looking at serving youth in communities, getting them care where they're close to their home, their parents can be involved, is really critical. And then looking at that, as we look at youth who are to their communities, what we found is although there was an improvement since the prior audit, the most recent comptroller audit found monthly contact was not made with the child's school in 55% of probation cases and 28% of aftercare supervision cases. And so we know it's so important as youth are either trying to be prevented from going further into the justice system or returning back home after a period of being detained, getting them plugged into their community, particularly in educational opportunities, is so critical, and making sure that doesn't fall through. And so making sure our caseworkers are going and checking in and participating with the school is really critical. And that's everything. Thank y'all.
Thank you, Kylie. I hope you all found that information useful. There's the electronic version of the report on the Commission's website. And so please feel free to check that out and reach out to us if you have any questions, and we will certainly try to answer those to the best of our ability. So it is my great pleasure to introduce our first speaker this morning. Jesse Kohler is the Executive Director of the Campaign for Trauma-Informed Policy and Practice, CTIP. As CTIP's Executive Director, Jesse is in charge of organizational administration and HR, fundraising, strategic planning, public engagements, and working alongside staff and volunteers in their roles with the organization. Jesse currently serves in this role for CTIP on loan from the organization ANS Research, where he works on policy and systems change initiatives. Above all else, Jesse has always had a strong vision for change that would make our world a better place for all. Please join me in welcoming Jesse Kohler to Tennessee and the stage.
Hey everyone, just testing if the lapel's working. All right, very cool. It is a sincere pleasure to be here with all of you. We'll work with it when the slides come up, I think. But truly, oh, there we go. All right, quick test. Well, might go forward like 5 slides. All right, my bad everyone. You're getting a quick preview. But truly, to be up here in front of all of you right now is beyond me. I was trying to come to grips to it during the executive session yesterday, and it's even more surreal today. Before I get started too much, I want to start with what I call predictions, acknowledgments, and disclaimers, or PADs, because we try and make sure that everyone feels as comfortable as possible during presentations. And so this was something that I was trained in. We know that discussions about trauma can be triggering and elicit uncomfortable feelings. I invite all of you to do what you feel you need to be comfortable during this time. But while we'll talk some about trauma, we also know that there is an incredible amount of strength and resilience in this world. And so we want to rely on that story of hope. I'll talk about my story some, but I know that my story is just a single narrative, and that everybody has a story. They are all unique, and they are all important. And it got a little bit cut off, but I do hope that all of you will join CTIP's Community Advocacy Network. At CTIP, we're trying to build a groundswell of support all across the country to mobilize around transformative change throughout our systems. And it's not just going to happen from one person or a group of people in DC. It's going to happen because there is a community spread groundswell of support through the grassroots all across the country, and that everyone's voice is heard and getting involved in this change at a very broad level. I'm going to follow a framework that we use when we train if you see me do this, that means next slide. I'm not just having a tick. We'll do that. So we use this framework when we train our advocates. It's based off of Marshall Ganz's framework, and we use it in developing an effective public narrative in our Advocacy 101 series. The story of self is the call to leadership, why we're involved in the work that we're involved in. Then we get to the story of us, our collective values, as to why we need to make a change. And then the story of now, which is about strategy and action, and what it is that we're going to do to perpetuate change. And so I'll start with my story of self, and whenever I get started in this, I talk about how I am so fortunate because my background is rooted in love. I had a family, parents, an older brother, grandparents who I'm still lucky enough to have in my life that loved me unconditionally and gave me a root to truly believe that love can save the world. It's what drives my work. It's what's driven me every day. And I know that that is something that every child, every person should be lucky enough to say. It shouldn't just be a privilege. Love should be a guarantee in this world. We are social beings, and we need love. And I love to start that way because before I talk about the trauma, that foundation that I had is so important to where I've been able to get. In addition to my family, when I was 4 years old, I met my best friend, Doug. We were in kindergarten. We were watching some TV show that I have no idea what it was because our parents dropped us off early. And I knew that he was my best friend that day. It was that type of friendship that becomes a vacuum for everybody involved. Our dads became best friends. Our moms became best friends. Our brothers became best friends. We spent time in school together. Out of school, we used to travel as families. But in between our freshman and sophomore years of high school, Doug and his dad were on a small plane that collided with a helicopter above the Hudson River, and everybody involved in that accident passed away. That destroyed me. Small me is smiling at Doug. Doug was smart enough to look at the camera. So you got to imagine that if he was still here, he would do better things. But after he passed away, it destroyed me. I was fortunate enough to have a community of support around me. But oftentimes when we talk about trauma, we just talk about ACEs. Losing your best friend in a plane crash is not an ACE. ACEs are a small, finite portion of an infinitely complex field of trauma, which is just things that happen in our lives that promote stress and adversity. And so while ACEs are very important because they can be measured, we can't lose that there's infinite complexity to life, and we need to be able to support kids in whatever they're going through, all people, frankly. When Doug passed away, I really struggled at first. I was a pallbearer at his funeral, and I remember when I put his casket in the ground, this overwhelming feeling came over me. It wasn't a promise that I expected to make, but I told him, I'm going to carry you with me, and we're going to save the world together. That was just this overwhelming promise that I have had on my mind every day since. But it hasn't been easy. And when I went back to school, I wasn't feeling uplifted by that. I wasn't met by a compassionate system that knew that I was grieving, even though everybody had experienced that loss. What was mind-boggling to me is that when I went back to school, rather than being met with compassion and understanding, I was labeled and diagnosed. All of a sudden, at 15 years old, I had ADHD and depression. I was put on medication, some that lifted me up, some that brought me down, and it was sending my mind into a whirlspin while I was trying to come to grips with this new understanding of life that was so difficult to grapple with. And at that point, we just talked about youth suicide data. I became suicidal. I lost hope in the future. I didn't know what was going on. And the one thing that kept me going back to why it's so important to be rooted in love, is that my mom's voice, I remembered hearing Doug's mom wail for him to come back. And I imagined my mom finding me, and I couldn't do that. So I recommitted to saving the world, and I've been on that path ever since. But rather than being met with a system that made me feel like I was being judged, we need to create universal systems that care for whatever experiences people are going through. The one thing that I've had to process that nobody ever asked was that when you're best friends with someone from when you're 4 until you're 15, all that you know about your time with them is school. And so being back in school was just a reminder of that loss. And that was never really brought up. We never talked about it. It was very difficult. But I was fortunate enough that outside of the traditional education system, I had a coach who would coach with my dad baseball when we were growing up, who was an assistant wrestling coach at the high school. And he invited me one day, after the plane crash, I had experienced recurring nightmares where I was in the plane and I got like an hour of sleep a night. I really struggled with sleep, and I had, gained a tremendous amount of weight. And this one coach that just cared about me said, if you want to come and lift with us before school, you're more than welcome to. It was just an opportunity that someone extended that transformed my life and is one of the main reasons that I'm standing here on this stage in front of all of you today. That opportunity to wake up early in the morning, it got me prepared to learn better than I had prior, and it made sure that I was so exhausted at the end of the day that I couldn't help but fall asleep at night. And that led to transformative change for me. I'll skip over a few years, but after college, I knew that I wanted to get involved in the nonprofit field. I knew that I was so inspired by the fact that we could provide services to people without cost being a barrier. And so I got involved in nonprofits, and I worked at a Philadelphia public high school. I'm from Philly, if I didn't say that. And what I realized there of many things was that so many kids experienced so much more loss, so much more adversity than I had, with so far fewer supports. And so if we could transform the education system, I told myself we could build a stronger workforce, we could build a healthier society, and create a better world. And so I got a master's in educational leadership, and during that master's got an internship with the Office of Public Engagement at the Pennsylvania Office of Attorney General Josh Shapiro. And that was where I first learned about trauma-informed care. I was developing the Pennsylvania Trauma-Informed Care Network and recognized that not just the education system, but we could create this underlying paradigm of how stress and adversity impact the human mind, body, and spirit that could transform all systems to better meet the needs of our population. And since then, I've become a passionate advocate. I got involved with CTIP when it was first starting out as its first intern when I was 24, and I was director of development at a community center. And while I was doing work in the grassroots, and again, everything that I do, and I'll finish with this at the end of the speech, is embedded in the fact that we need to drive this work through communities. I recognized that the ways that systems were failing people were not allowing me to do the job that I thought I had signed up for. And CTIP and advocacy became my outlet. It became my way of getting rid of a lot of that stress that I had felt. And so I just became more and more passionate about CTIP and had more and more opportunities to get involved. And eventually, fortunately for me, was able to become executive director. And so again, I see CTIP as a vehicle for so many people's voices of what they're seeing as wrong, but also the opportunities that people see to be able to get involved nationally to create transformative change. I just want to mention really quickly that advocacy helps us integrate both parts of our brains in a neurological way as well, and it provides hope while also creating neural coupling and allowing for us to share our stories. And so this is embedded in neurological science. But again, the next part of this framework is the story of us. And so frequently, we put the burden and onus of trauma and resilience on individuals, when across the social ecological model, we need to do a much better job of recognizing how trauma impacts systems, creates fragmentation within systems and siloing, similarly to what we see at the individual level. And that brokenness within systems perpetuates stress and adversity across populations disproportionately on marginalized communities, which then create predictable outcomes at the individual, family, and community levels. So from a policy perspective, we need to do a better job of creating conditions for communities, individuals, and families to thrive. And we know that trauma-informed policies can help us do this. There's a lot of work that can be done at the individual level, but also a lot more that needs to be done at a systems level ongoing as we work toward transformation. Because we simply are not living in a country or in a world where everybody has the opportunity to thrive right now. There's a lot of great work in Tennessee, but we're living in a world where we have a national emergency in child and adolescent mental health. We have rising overdose deaths, homicide deaths. There's employee burnout. We have mounting debt. So many problems, and what we are failing to recognize is that all of these problems have a common root, and that is trauma. So this is called a syndemic, where there is a common root cause to so many different social problems. And while we're trying to fight each of these problems in silos by themselves, we are not doing enough to create a comprehensive vision and plan to address this root cause of trauma and reduce the prevalence of all of these problems at once, which we know we can do. We need to take a public health approach to the way that we think about humans. Again, the individual burden and onus of trauma and resilience leads to a treatment-first mindset so frequently. And treatment is necessary sometimes. But when we work to treat first, what we're seeing in our service systems is that the supply cannot meet the demand. We have broken systems that are unable to meet people's needs, that disproportionately impact marginalized communities. It becomes who can afford the services too frequently, and we don't do enough to prevent these things from happening in the first place. And so we need to do more to strengthen and bolster primary prevention and secondary prevention while continuing to strengthen intervention and treatment to move forward toward a better world. And again, we know that we can do this. We talk about at CTIP how hope is near. I invite you to use the hashtag, we love it. Healthy outcomes from positive experiences is neuroscience, epigenetics, ACEs, and resilience. There is hope for how we can go better. A quick overview of each of those scientific elements. Bruce Perry tells us that the capacity to love cannot be built in isolation. We are social creatures, and a very simplified brain model shows us that we have various brain states that as we become more stressed, as we become more impacted by adversity, we are not able to access our cortex as easily. The place that we want for people to be in, where long-term thought is easily accessed, where we can plan in complex thinking. Too frequently, we fall into our limbic system, which is emotionally driven, and then below that, we just fall into fight, flight, freeze, fawn, faint, right? And I like to, in my speeches, when I talk about the brain states, because it's important to understand how the human mind works, to then give the skills and tools of the 3 R's, which is regulate, relate, and reason. Too frequently when we see someone who's dysregulated, we just try to reason with them. Why are you doing this? This doesn't make sense. That's not where they are in their brain. And so oftentimes that leads to further dysregulation. So the first thing that we can do is just breathe. Take a deep breath. I needed that personally. And then we can work to relate with them because we're social beings. We're relational beings. I see you, I feel you, I value you. We don't always have a culture of belonging where people feel like they can be related to. And then we can get to the reasoning. But if we just jump to reasoning at first, then we can't get there. Epigenetics, I'm still learning about. It's an emerging science, and so I'm not the best person to speak to it. But as I understand it, genetics is our DNA sequence, right? Our genetic code that gets passed down from generation to generation. Epigenetics is like an on and off switch that tells our genes how to be read, how to be encoded. And then that epigenetic information, which is based on our environments and stresses that we experience, that then can get passed down to create predispositions in future generations. And so it's intergenerational trauma through a different level. It's not just bad parenting leads to more bad parenting, but it's recognizing that genetically we do have predispositions. And also to what I just said, we know that parents with a lot of good information can stop the cycles of intergenerational trauma, which again gives us a tremendous amount of hope. We have ACEs science, which we referred to earlier. I don't want to go too much on it because I don't want to assume that anybody has heard of it, but I also don't want to go too deep into things that people already know. But the Adverse Childhood Experiences study that was published in 1998 really took the trauma-informed movement to the next level when it showed that what happens to us in early childhood impacts our lifelong outcomes. It's important to recognize that ACEs are not predictive at the individual level. Just because you have a high ACE score doesn't mean that bad things are going to happen throughout your life. Just because you have a low ACE score does not mean that you're going to have wonderful outcomes. It's much more complex than that, but when we look at it from a broad macro-sociological view, we can see that more early childhood adversity and unresolved trauma leads to negative outcomes across the lifespan. There's a famous graph that shows us, and then what's happened with the ACEs movement is that we've moved beyond just adverse childhood experiences. Again, those 10 categories of childhood trauma are finite and calculable, and so we can, because they're finite, see, and they're very broad spread across the population. Nearly 2/3 of all people have experienced at least one adverse childhood experience. But if we can go back, actually, and then forward, So what's happened with the ACEs movement is that we've moved from just adverse childhood experiences, which are those trees, to Dr. Wendy Ellis created the Pair of Aces tree, which includes adverse community environments, community violence, how does that impact people? And then with cascading climate-related disasters and more emergencies in terms of, disasters and other sort of ecological disruptions that are going on, how different communities are impacted differently because of adverse climate experiences. And then we also have a new ACE, the fourth ACE, atrocious cultural experiences, how slavery and racism impact people over time, how marginalization across populations impacts people and communities is very, very strong. And so it's called the Four Realms of ACEs, and that's by Smart Start. But the last part is that, again, there is strength and hope in resilience science. The capacity to develop strength to combat adversity we face throughout our lives is inherent in each of us. But we can't do it alone. Like I said with the wrestling story, I needed someone to extend an opportunity out to me to heal. But with that, I was able to grow resilient because I had relationships. I use the wrestling further in a metaphor that makes sense to me about how we build resilience. But when I was learning how to lift, at first, they didn't put any weight on my back. I learned how to go through the right skills. I was given the right techniques to be able to lift weights properly before they loaded my back with stress, weight. And then when we started to put weight on, they didn't put 300 pounds on my back right away, right? We started with low weight, and we built up from there. They created tolerable stress as opposed to toxic stress. If we put 500 pounds on somebody's back without any knowledge of how to lift weight and without knowing or without the strength to be able to do that, people will get hurt. And then the last part about it is that I never lifted without a spotter. There was always someone there for me that would catch me if I fell before I got hurt. And that knowledge of having those relationships allowed for me to push harder and farther and learn how strong I was. And so that is, again, a metaphor that makes sense to me that I hope helps to amplify the point that healing takes place in the context of healthy relationships over time. And we need to develop systems that are more relational than transactional, so that way all of our kids, all of our families, all of our communities have the supports that they need to thrive as best as possible. There is a lot of missed and lost potential in our world. But again, we know that trauma is preventable and recovery is possible. You'll see on the right there that the nurse-family partnership led to a 56% reduction in emergency room visits. Heck yeah, the nurse-family partnership. Absolutely. In schools, and I'll get a little bit more into our work around schools, we've seen reductions in suspensions, expulsions, increased graduation rates, reduced teacher turnover, just improved school environments through trauma-informed transformation. In 2 years, the John T. White Elementary School in Fort Worth, Texas, reduced suspensions by 98% and passed state tests for the first time in its history. But I want to focus a little bit more on this middle number, where in Washington State, they saved $35 for every $1 spent in the state through their work of the Family Policy Council from 1994 to 2011 in what's been called the self-healing communities model. They built and focused on what they called general community capacity. They expanded leaders already in the community because there are natural leaders that relate to so many people. And they had learning, they expanded education to create a common language and understanding about how stress and adversity impact the human mind, body, and spirit. They focused not on short-term outcomes, but creating living and learning systems where communities could continue to innovate and build better systems to address the root causes of so many issues that they had. And they focused on collecting data at the state and county level that allowed for us to track the results that you'll see on this page, as well as the next. And across the board, what we saw was better outcomes in the counties that had the funding than were not. But even within the counties that were funded, the counties that did the best didn't just invest more in direct services, because again, that comes out of a paradigm that the people are broken and more services will fix the people. Rather, the counties that did the best invested more in direct services, because there is no doubt that we need more investment in direct services, but also invested in rethinking the way that systems and structures were even created in the community and how they could better reorient those systems to meet the deeper needs of communities. And what we saw is a 98% reduction in youth and youth suicide in one county over 10 years, reduction in teen pregnancy, increased graduation rates, reduced juvenile justice system involvement in youth violence, and so many other problems were able to be reduced all at the same time by addressing that root cause of trauma. And as a result, they saved the state over $1.1 billion over the course of 10 years. It took some upfront investment. You didn't see that cost avoidance right away. But over time, that led to perpetuating cycles that were not just reinvesting the money that was spent many times over, benefiting the state. And unfortunately, after the financial collapse, in my very biased opinion, there was an unfortunate decision to cut the program as a whole in 2011. But that 17-year period gives us so much hope. And I believe that if we had seen continued investment over time, when we got to that 20-year, 40-year part and we saw intergenerational transmission reduce, you would have seen even more exponential cost benefit and social benefit of the programming, and we want to see that more and more. Fortunately, in Tennessee, you're not starting from ground zero, right? You've been investing in this work for so long and continuing to coordinate systems and structures to better meet the needs of Tennesseans everywhere will continue to perpetuate better and better outcomes. Breath break. But now the story of now, where there is so much hope for how we are transforming our systems. Again, I want to bring up this public health approach where we need to work toward prevention and creating universal precautions for everyone while strengthening systems that allow for us to meet the needs of those who are most in need. CTIP works in our community advocacy network especially to shape policy, where we work towards strategic policy. We're a small little organization, but we do our best to focus on building community capacity. There's one bill in Congress called the Rise from Trauma Act that has a fund to support cross-sector community coalitions, as well as train the workforce in trauma-informed care that we are very strongly advocating for. We work to create conditions of empowerment and safety for advocates all over the country to not just do work at the federal level, but to do work at the state, local, tribal levels, all throughout the community, have their voices heard and provide skills. And we amplify community voice by networking and bringing folks together and hopefully continuing to bring about emergent innovations that are going on in communities and better share that information with others. I just want to share that there's a tremendous number of resources. My brilliant colleague, Whitney Maris, developed an Advocacy 101 series that you can find in our CTIP CAN site. That's where you can sign up for CTIP CAN and many, many other resources. One resource that I want to talk about, though, is the work that we were able to do last year around trauma-informed schools. Because at the beginning of the year, we advocated successfully for $1 billion in new education spending. That money got put into the Bipartisan Safer Communities Act around community violence intervention, but created a new funding stream that schools can use to create trauma-informed programs. We created a trauma-informed schools report that we use to advocate to the Federal Department of Education and others to be able to move toward trauma-informed schools. With that money in the Bipartisan Safer Communities Act, advocacy is still necessary because that funding can just as easily be used for putting metal detectors in schools as it can be used for building out trauma-informed programs. And so we certainly want to see advocacy now at the state and local levels to leverage that funding for trauma-informed schools. But we were able to do, after that report, a briefing for the Department of Education, and you may recognize that gentleman whose screen is highlighted, Matt Portell, Tennessee's own, who we put there to moderate the discussion for the Department of Education to state departments of education about how to best use those funds. What we want to see is universal precaution within schools where everybody from administration to the teachers, to guidance counselors, to cafeteria workers, to coaches and bus drivers, everyone has this common language and understanding about how trauma, stress, adversity impact the human mind, body, and spirit, so that when A kid needs just someone to listen. Everyone is there, because too frequently we fall into this eject-reject model of education, where when someone becomes dysregulated, go to the counselor or you go to the principal, and that can reinforce suspension, expulsion, and ultimately reinforce the school-to-prison pipeline. What we want to see is that everybody can create meaningful relationships in the school with children, and that becomes a priority of our education system. I fundamentally believe that if we prioritize psychological safety and well-being, all the learning loss that we're currently talking about, the test scores, will go up drastically, and we have seen that across school environments. But we need to prioritize psychological safety and well-being and understand the stress that kids face following COVID, as well as just in life generally, and be able to deal with that instead of just teaching to the test all over again. Again, we want to see a culture of well-being, not just in the education system. This is just one example in our first year with paid staff where we were able to see success, but we see a commitment to the ongoing process of learning across the school community, and it includes various different stages. We also just did a 2022 policy report, and I just want to highlight the fact that trauma is truly a nonpartisan issue. So as advocates, it can oftentimes be scary to go into different people's offices, and we have predisposed beliefs and notions about what they believe or feel based on their own politics. Ooh, that happened very quickly. But so as we get back to that slide, we know that trauma, regardless of someone's political paradigm, impacts their community, their constituents, and very likely themselves. And as we get back to, we have seen bipartisan bills sponsored across the country, Republican bills sponsored across the country, and Democratic bills sponsored across the country. And on the next slide, you will also see that all over the country, we are seeing trauma-informed policy and practice put to work, which provides a tremendous amount of hope. We want to continue to build on the momentum, not rest on our laurels, because this work will take much longer than my lifetime or anybody's, but we can put in place, based off the momentum that we are seeing now, continue to build that transformative growth that allows future generations to pick up the baton and continue to build a better world for everyone. The last thing that I want to say, do I have time? Awesome. So the last thing that I want to highlight is this Press On initiative. It's named after my mentor, Dan Press, who was one of CTIP's founders. He worked with Native American tribes for 50 years, representing them as an attorney, but really understanding. He worked on workforce ordinances especially. And when he was 70 years old, at the young age of 70, he learned about intergenerational trauma and ACEs while teaching a course at Columbia. And he started his second career when most people already ended all of their careers, or at least starting to wind down. And that's Dan up there. If I gave the wrong hand motion, if we can go back very quickly. But so what we see our jobs as, because again, I cannot develop the meaningful relationships just sitting in DC with every kid, with every family, with every person in our country. We want to coordinate and create cross-sector coalitions and support them at the state level where we can manage relationships, and have those state-level cross-sector coalitions developing relationships with folks in community throughout the grassroots across the country. So that way we are further emboldening where people can develop meaningful relationships with people throughout the grassroots. And so Dan passed away in October, unfortunately, after a battle with cancer, but his vision lives on so strongly. And what's so beautiful about this idea is that it creates this bi-directional flow of information where we can more successfully mobilize people through these levels of infrastructure and communication throughout the grassroots around different policy opportunities, or just to invite district staff to come see what a trauma-informed environment is like, to change the way that they even see their own job. But it also gives us the opportunity to learn from the innovation that is taking place in communities all across the country and be able to better disperse and spread that information broadly. I think often about how when I was at the community center It was called Northlight Community Center in Philadelphia. I developed the LOVE Initiative, which was lowering overdose and violence epidemics, trying to infuse trauma-informed care throughout our programming of child care, workforce development, emergency services like a food cupboard. And when I was doing that work, I thought literally 0 times about spreading that up to a national model. Not because it wasn't important to me, but because I didn't have the bandwidth and the focus and time to think about how we spread that up. There is so much innovation going on in communities all across the country that we can do a better job of learning from. And then promoting policy around, because policy should be informed by good practice, and good practice should be supported by good policy. But what this bidirectional flow does, if we think back to what I was saying about the learning loop that they created in Washington State, is that it creates a living and learning system that perpetually is growing the movement toward a transformative world where we create a sustainable planet and a better future for everyone. I talked about Coach Felix, but want to go back to this picture of Dan. It's the only one that we ever took together alone, and it's just from a Zoom screen, and then we used AI to enhance it. But this man, when I was 24 and struggling with addiction myself, struggling with a lot of things and not seeing a whole heck of a lot in myself, gave me opportunities that transformed my life. One thing that Dan and I connected on very deeply is that we thought that lost potential was one of the greatest sins that our society just allows to perpetuate. We have so many people that don't have the supports and systems in place to reach their full potential, and he is one of several people that I was lucky enough to have around me that led me to be on this stage today, because he saw something in me that I didn't see in myself and provided opportunities. And that should not be something that just a privileged few people get to experience. We should create systems and structures that support everybody to reach their full potential, because that's what we need to create a better world. We just do. And so I thank you very much for your time. It's such an honor to get to be on this stage, truly. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
All right. Hey, y'all. My name is Rachel Val. I'm our communications coordinator here at TCCY. Let's give another round of applause for Jesse. And while we've got a little bit of time, we want to honor Jesse today with one of our speaker's gifts. And so he gladly has one of those. Yes. All righty. So one of our main goals here at CAD is to allow for networking time, and we're ahead of schedule. So we're going to take a short little break. Feel free to get a drink, a snack, just hang out with your pals, and we will reconvene at 10:25. Thank you.
We're good, Tim. You can keep playing. Sorry, I didn't mean to speak into the mic. Music goes. Good afternoon, everybody. Quick thing. We're not done with our break just yet, so keep networking. But I did have several people ask for the Wi-Fi password again. Hold on, let me just stand up straight. So I'm going to give it to you. The login name is RSM, so think Ray Stevens Music. And the password is Go Clyde Go with a capital G-O, lowercase C-L-Y-D-E, capital G-O. Go Clyde Go with the capital G's. Thanks, y'all. Thanks, Tim.
I'm going to give everybody a minute to come in, but come on in and start settling down. It's almost time to come back from break. Okay, we're going to move to our next speaker. If we can set, calm, quiet. Thank you. Our next speaker, Nicole Smith, is the Senior Vice President of External Affairs at Tennesseans for Quality Early Education. She leads the organization's communications, marketing, advocacy, and development programs, all in an effort to ensure Tennessee's youngest learners get the quality early care and education they need to power Tennessee's future. Nicole's professional endeavors are fueled by her personal belief in the life-changing power of education and the legacy of her late grandfather, Otis L. Floyd Jr., former president of Tennessee State University and the first African-American to serve as chancellor of the Tennessee Board of Regents. Please give a hand for Nicole Smith.
Thank you, Rose, for that introduction. I can skip that part of my presentation this morning. So, first of all, I just want to say how honored and privileged I feel to be here with you all today. I joined TQEE, I'm going to call it TQE moving forward because Tennesseans for Quality Early Education is a mouthful. I joined in the summer of 2021, so this is my first opportunity to be at an in-person Children's Advocacy Days, and wow. Give yourselves a round of applause. To be with so many passionate advocates is truly a joy and an honor. So in my role at TQE, as Rose mentioned, I get to be the resident storyteller, as I put it. I oversee our communications, advocacy, and philanthropy, and I get to share the very important story of how important the earliest years of a child's life are to both their academic success in the classroom and their well-being well into their adult years. So, being the storyteller that I am, I'd like to share some stories with you today. In particular, some stories about lessons I have learned from my own children and how to be a better advocate for children. But before I do that, I would like to tell those of you who may not know about TQE just a little bit about our organization. And those are my sons. Yep, we're working now. Okay, great. Introduction to TQE. Tennesseans for Quality Early Education is a nonpartisan coalition of advocates for Tennessee's youngest learners. Our mission is straightforward: to advance state policy and practice to ensure that all Tennessee children birth through third grade get the high-quality early care and education they need to power our state's future. So how do we do that? We do that in several different ways. We do that through effective policy and practice. If any of you are familiar with the Bright Start Tennessee Network, know we've got some Bright Start fellows out in the audience today. That's the practice side of our work, because we truly believe that policy informs practice and practice informs policy, and both are necessary to really advocate best for children. We also do this by being a strong voice, not only for children, but for their families, and through legislative action. Here in a bit, I'll tell you a little bit about what we're up to this legislative session. We believe that in order to create a cycle of success, children need high-quality birth through age 8 learning environments, physical health, mental health, and development on track from birth, as well as supported and supportive families and communities. And all of this we do towards the goal of being sure that all third graders are proficient in reading and math, which unfortunately, as many of you likely know, is not the case here in our state today. About 2/3 of Tennessee third graders are not proficient. So back to my story. I remember that when I first joined TQEE, our founder and president and CEO, Blair Taylor, mentioned to me, she may not even remember it, but in passing, that advocacy was like a marathon. Well, there we go. Advocacy is like a marathon. I really liked the analogy. There was just one problem. I'm not a runner. Growing up, I enjoyed sports like softball, basketball, things where you ran, but there was like another goal at the end. Running for the sake of running never made sense to me, nor did I enjoy it. So I wanted to imagine advocacy like this. Me smiling, glistening, not sweating, glistening, running towards the finish line victoriously. But based on my past experiences, I worried it might be more like this. But lucky for me, around the same time I joined TQEE, my then 5-year-old son, George, decided that he wanted to run cross country as a kindergartner at school. So I've been blessed with 2 sons, George and Isaiah, who are now 7 and 4. And before I go any further, let me be clear, they did not get their athletic ability from me. My husband played Division I sports. It is all him. So when George expressed an interest in running cross country, I was a little bit worried about how a 5-year-old would run what I considered the marathon for kids every Sunday in September. But then I was reminded of what I believe is one of the most important things to remember when doing advocacy work. Lift up lived experiences. So here's my family. That's my husband, George, my 2 kiddos. In the work that we do as child advocates, it is critical that we seek out and lift up the voices of those who are impacted by the change we seek. The parents, the educators, the child care providers, and the children, and all of you. You are the experts. I always think about these people sitting on my shoulder, whispering in my ear as I go about my daily work. Nothing about us without us. So I decided to take my own advice. While I couldn't truly understand how a 5-year-old would run a kid marathon every weekend, because I'd never done it before, I'd never been in his shoes, I realized I needed to lift up my son's lived experience and trust him as the expert. So I decided to listen. And this is what I heard. Can I get help from my friends to play this video?
And then take your right hand right here and put it on the side of your bottom right here. And then you're going to save all those molecules for the last burst. So you're going to burst like this. Watch.
Okay. Tell me what you do at the end.
At the end, you're going to save your molecules inside your body. Save all, you're going to run a little bit soft. Save all the molecules in your body. You have to save all those molecules in your body. And when you get close to the finish line, you're going to, all those molecules are going to stick together in your heart. And then when you get even closer, you're going to burst. And all those molecules are going to burst out through your skin. They're like so tiny you can't even see them. So they're going to burst out your skin. And then you might come in second place or first, doesn't matter.
Nice. Appreciate the tips.
Do I have any runners in the house today? Raise your hand. Did y'all learn something new from that? I hope so. So what does all this mean? In addition to being one of the most adorable videos, if I do say so myself, there are some golden nuggets of advice that relate directly to advocacy that he sprinkled throughout. Can I get help with, oh, there, oh. Yes, lesson number 1. Take your right hand and put it at the side of your bottom. I mean, clearly what he meant is train and be prepared. So for my son, this looked like practices after school with his friends to build up his endurance and weekend jogs with my husband in our neighborhood. As advocates, we have work to do to ensure that we are in the absolute best shape possible to do the hard work of advocating for children. At TQE, before we dive into any project or campaign or initiative, we consider these things to best prepare ourselves for what's ahead. Arm yourself with information and data. It's so important that before you go into any campaign or initiative that you know the landscape, that you understand the why and the need so that you can then plan out the rest of your goals. Oh, no. Set measurable goals. Know what success looks like for you at the end. Once you've done that, define your target audiences, and those can be varied depending on what you're working on. I'll tell you a little bit about some of these for us in a campaign that we're doing right now, as well as outlining your key messages. And the messages are often different for each of your different target audiences. Once you've done those things, we map out very specifically what our core tactics are and our timeline for achieving them. So I told you I'd tell you a little bit about what we're up to this legislative session, and we went through all of these steps as we mapped out our support for this piece of legislation. Also meant to say, we're gonna have some opportunities for action today because advocacy also takes action. So have your phones out, I'll have some QR codes if you're interested in taking part. How many of you, there we go. How many of you are familiar with Tennessee Promise, higher education scholarships? Yes, most of you, because Tennessee Promise has literally transformed higher education access and affordability in our state. It's outstanding. So think of Promising Futures as what Tennessee Promise is to higher education. Promising Futures is to early literacy and to early learning. It is House Bill 750, Senate Bill 785, and it would provide early learning scholarships for parents to send their children to high-quality childcare. When we were embarking and thinking about our support of this legislation, it was really important for us to understand the need. We knew well before the pandemic that childcare was in crisis, that our children were in crisis because parents didn't have childcare, safe places that they felt like they could send their children, and the pandemic really laid all of that bare again. So as we thought about this summer, we were like, we really need to know what parents are truly experiencing. We've heard about it anecdotally, there's been news article after news article. So we did a study. We surveyed about 1,300 parents across our state with children under the age of 6, and they told us overwhelmingly that childcare and early learning are a challenge for them. That 80% of them have had workforce disruptions. They've had to go from full-time to part-time. They have been fired or had to quit altogether because they couldn't find a safe place of quality for their child. Additionally, 87% of Tennessee voters in an annual voter poll we did told us that they believe that there should be more state investment to help low to middle income families afford to send their child to childcare. So, as Kylie mentioned earlier, childcare costs more on average than college tuition in Tennessee. And some people pay more for childcare than they do for their mortgage. So, Tennessee Promise, think Tennessee Promise, then think of the bookend of Promising Futures. That's what we are fighting for this legislative session. So, if you're interested in learning more, I invite you to visit this website and to take that QR code there. Okay, on to the next lesson. Advocacy is a team sport. And this is where you get to meet my second son, Isaiah. Isaiah is much like me. He doesn't really like to run. Now, he'll run if there's like something he's running for, like bases and baseball or going towards the basketball. But running for the sake of running is not his thing. But what he is an amazing cheerleader and supporter for his brother. Isaiah reminds me that advocacy is a team sport and that we all play a really important role in that. I'm sure you've all heard the African proverb that says, if you want to go fast, go alone. If you want to go far, go together. And I truly believe that Children's Advocacy Days is a testament to that, to the power of what we can do when we all come together in support of little kids. At TQEE, we know that all good things that happen for Tennessee kids are because of partnership. So that's why last summer, we launched a campaign called Loud Voices for Little Kids. And this is really an opportunity for individuals, organizations, business leaders, parents, concerned citizens, basically anyone who cares about kids from birth to age 8 to come together and raise awareness about policy priorities that help children. We currently have about 70 organizational partners across the state, some of whom are in this room, and I'd like to say thank you. And we'd love to have many more. So if you have interest in joining us as a loud voice for little kids, because I know you all are loud voices for little kids, you can check that out at the website or by visiting that QR code. Okay, we've taken some action, so now let's get back to our lessons. Save the molecules inside your body and run a little bit soft. Translation, pace yourself and practice self-care. As advocates, we fight so hard every day for such noble causes. And if you're anything like me, even though you know that advocacy is a marathon, you really wish it was more like a sprint, that we could do things really quickly, that change could happen quickly, but unfortunately, that's not always the case. The reality is some days we face triumph, and other days we face setbacks. We boast of our resilience and our ability to bounce back, and while that's really, really great, I recently read a piece by an advocate out of Louisiana, Ashley Shelton, who runs the Power Coalition. And she reminds us that resilience is not supposed to be a permanent state. Resilience is a short-term condition where one stretches themselves until problems can be solved. You all know, as human beings, we can only be stretched so far before we break. So, please, as advocates, practice self-care. Take the time to rejuvenate, find joy in unexpected things, eat some ice cream, save the molecules and run a little bit soft, as George would say. Your work will be better for it. Lesson 4, there we go. It builds on lesson number 3. George said that all those molecules, of course, are going to stick together in your heart, and then when you get even closer, you're going to burst. So this is my favorite. The translation for that is to have heart. I really do believe that it's heart and passion that makes the difference. Let's be honest, few people get involved in our industry solely for a paycheck, and those who do are not going to stay long. Like a marathon, staying the course takes heart. And true change for children and families is a result of having so much heart that you feel like you could burst. I, for one, can't wait to see what happens when all the molecules of all the hearts in this room burst. Last but not least, lesson number 5. I learned from my son is to celebrate the wins, but to also learn from the losses. Or in his words, you might get second or first, it doesn't matter. So this is a hard one for me personally because I am really competitive by nature, even though I'm not athletic at all. I'm competitive. I really want to win, especially when what's at stake is the well-being of children and families in our state. But when it comes to a lot of things, especially changing state policies, sometimes you don't get the win, or you don't get it exactly when you want it. There are those setbacks we talked about. But the good news is, we're all in it for the long haul. The good news is it is a marathon and not a sprint, which means that if we fall, if we have setbacks, there's time to pick ourselves back up and course correct. There's time to rehydrate, because the truth is, we aren't perfect. None of us are. So my husband took on the incredible task, here he is right here, giving them their game plan for winning their cross-country meet. He took on the incredible task of coaching 5-year-olds in cross-country. He's here in the audience today, and I'm sure if you would ask him afterwards, he would tell you that practice felt a little bit more like herding cats than actually running. But if there's one thing they learned from him, and one thing I learned from him, is something that he would tell them at the beginning of every practice and at the end of every practice. Practice makes improvement. I don't know about you all, but growing up, I was always told practice makes perfect. In fact, I've had several parents in my son's class come up to me and be like, why is my kid correcting me when I tell them that practice makes perfect? They're like, well, Coach George says it means you get improvement. I like my husband's adage better, because no matter whether we win or we experience setbacks, as long as we're improving and ultimately using those setbacks to get closer to our end goal, I think there's cause for celebration. So I've talked a lot today about lessons that I've learned from my children about how to be a better advocate for children. And to be honest with you, they are teaching me absolutely every day. For those of you who are around small children a lot in particular, you know what I mean. It's such a blessing to work in this space and then also personally get to take some of what I learn from them and from my advocacy back to them. I'd like to leave you today with a lesson that I learned early on in life from my grandfather, Dr. Otis L. Floyd Jr., who, even though he is deceased, continues to be my role model. And he's the reason that I've dedicated my life to professionally trying to help children and families through education. This is my grandfather. He's here with somebody else you might recognize. He had the great honor of giving Miss Oprah Winfrey her college degree. He started out as a teacher in a one-room schoolhouse in rural West Tennessee. He was a black man born in the 1920s. He was poor. His family had little to no formal education. So if you were to look at where he came from, you would be like, that is definitely not the recipe for success. He grew up in a segregated South on top of that. Yet, he did become a success. He served as commissioner of the Tennessee Department of Education for a short time before going on to become president of Tennessee State University, and later the very first African American to be chancellor of the Tennessee Board of Regents. If he were here today, speaking with you, I think he'd probably quote something by Booker T. Washington when he said, "I have learned that success is to be measured not so much by the position that one has reached in life as by the obstacles which one has overcome while trying to succeed." I can't mention all the obstacles he overcame. Only he could do that. But he often told my dad, and I continue to tell my children today, if you do the right thing and you work hard, the rewards will come. I think the same is true for us as advocates. So today, I would like to encourage you to keep doing the right thing, keep working hard. And I know that whether it's today, tomorrow, 20 years from now, the rewards for children and families in Tennessee will come. Thank you for having me here today.
Nicole, thank you so much for sharing the work of Tennesseans for Quality. She'll come back. Tennesseans for Quality Early Education, and even more, thank you for sharing part of your family with us today. So we appreciate you very, very much. So it is time for us to present our first award. As many of you know, we use this opportunity at the Commission on Children and Youth to present numerous awards throughout our time together. One of the philosophies that we have is we want to reward reward what we want to see more of. So the first award that we are going to be presenting today is the Jim Pryor Child Advocacy Award. The Jim Pryor Child Advocacy Award was first presented posthumously, I can never say that word, to Jim Pryor in March of 1995. Pryor, who passed away in May of 1994, was a member of the Tennessee Commission on Children and Youth and an outstanding advocate for children. He was an attorney, a former assistant district attorney, a member of the State Child Sexual Abuse Task Force, and an active member of the Northeast Regional Council on Children and Youth. This year's recipient founded Tennesseans for Quality Early Education in 2016 and 17 and served as executive director until assuming the CEO role in 2020. Since its founding, TQEE has been instrumental in state policy wins, including Pre-K Quality Act, the defeat of legislation that would have siphoned funds from the Tennessee Voluntary Pre-K program, the doubling of Tennessee's evidence-based home visiting program budget, and a strategic reset of the state's TANF, Temporary Assistance to Needy Families program, among others. Additionally, under her leadership, TQEE published the first of its kind in Tennessee Child Care Economics Impact Report series, Want to Grow Tennessee's Economy, Fix the Child Care Crisis, and has published an annual Tennessee voter survey on early education policy proposals and established the first and only PAC dedicated to early childhood education, birth to third grade in Tennessee. She holds a second job as president and CEO of Memphis Tomorrow, an association of CEOs of Memphis's largest businesses, which partners with government and civic leadership to advance prosperity and quality of life in the Memphis community. In that role, she has founded and helped build 4 successful social purpose organizations, steered the turnaround of 2 others, and launched a university institute. She has led numerous successful collective impact initiatives, public-private partnerships, and spearheaded local and state policy advocacy in domains including cradle-to-career education, economic development, health, broadband, and public safety, among others. She is especially passionate about ensuring all children get the quality early childhood education necessary for future success in school and life. Prior to her work with Memphis Tomorrow, she was the founder and president of The Workplace, a nonprofit organization that married custom training and hiring solutions for businesses with programming for people making a transition from government dependency to family-sustaining employment. Prior to that, she held various roles in nonprofit organizations that supported people transitioning from government dependency to self-sufficiency. She holds master's degrees in business administration and social work from Columbia University in New York City and a Bachelor of Arts degree in political and social theory from Connecticut College. She was born, raised, and currently resides in Memphis. Please join me in recognizing Blair Taylor as the 2023 Jim Pryor Child Advocacy Award recipient. Unfortunately, Blair cannot be with us because of some family medical issues, but accepting on her behalf and making comments will be Nicole Smith.
Thank you. Thank you so much, everyone. On behalf of Blair, I wanted you to know that she sends such deep gratitude to TCCY and to all of you here today. She was really hoping to be here, but her husband had to have emergency surgery this weekend. So she is rightfully spending time with him and wanted me to let you know he is on the mend. I would like to read just a few words she sent, so pretend that I am Blair Taylor, although I still have a lot to live up to fill her shoes. I'm deeply honored and humbled by this recognition of TQE's work on behalf of Tennessee's youngest children. I always like to say that advocacy is a team sport. To that end, I've been incredibly fortunate to work with amazing team members, our very talented staff team and contract partners, our amazing board of directors, and the many dedicated partner organizations and men and women who lock arms and hearts with us every day in this critical mission to ensure all Tennessee children get a strong start in life. One of the things that makes me optimistic is that the overwhelming number of Tennesseans, Republicans and Democrats alike, support our agenda. We do an annual voter survey every year, and every year, consistently, year over year, our survey shows that the people of Tennessee support what we support. Things like making high-quality pre-K and childcare accessible and affordable for Tennessee families, providing voluntary evidence-based home visiting to support parents as their children's first and most important teachers, health and mental health supports for children and their families, and investing in our early educators. Of course, this group, more than most, knows that Tennessee has our work cut out for us. With 2/3 of Tennessee third graders not proficient in reading and math by that crucial third grade benchmark year, we've got to grow the Army, and we've got to step up the fight for the support of young children and their families. To Richard and the TCCY team, and to all of you out there working to make life better for Tennessee children and families, I'm proud to be a part of this strong and growing Army. This award is a tribute to all of you fighting the good fight with us. Thank you so much for recognizing this important work. And as Blair often says, onward and upward.
Good morning again. It is now my honor to introduce our first performing students of Children's Advocacy Days 2023. Founded in 2008, Southern Word was based on a successful spoken word youth development and education strategies. Educators, youth development professionals, writers, and poets built Southern Word from the ground up without substantial institution or investor backing at the start. They have grown to be a national nonprofit leader in the spoken word education field, serving more than 7,500 students at 40 schools in 8 Tennessee counties each and every single year. I don't want to actually, I'm going to give Benjamin Smith, who is the leader of these wonderful and very talented students. I'd love him to come up here and be able to actually talk just a little bit more about his students while I get the mic set up.
Hello, thanks for having me again. This is a highlight of our year. We appreciate you creating this platform, Tennessee Commission on Children and Youth, for young people. I deliver the same message every year. These are not exceptional young people, or they're only exceptional to the extent all our young people are exceptional, and they've learned how to represent their exceptional gifts. And we're putting this up there so we can help millions of young people get the resources and tools to do similar stuff and have a voice and be able to represent themselves. Yeah, so it's hard for me to have this tool that's effective for literacy, yes, but also for mental health and social emotional needs. It's hard for me to know this tool is so effective and be up in similar places year after year and not have more people coming to help get this resource to our young people who are definitely need tools to process the world right now. So thanks again for having us. Southern Word, southernword.org, Benjamin at southernword.org. For the poet. So you're going to see Alan Brooks, who we met through a partnership at Martin Luther King Academic Magnet. He's now a junior at the Tennessee State University. And then you're going to see Mimi Proctor, who's performing through our partnership with Harpeth Hall High School. Thanks again. Give them love. Give them love. Go up, up 3, up 3. All right, Alan, come on up.
Hey, how are you guys doing tonight? I mean today, I'm sorry, good morning. Hot boy, fresh out the pot boy, make the world stop boy. Why? Cause I'm mad at the world. Got the speaker knocking, but they play me like I'm nothing. Hey man, proceed with caution, I'm mad at the world. I'm done with all the talking. Wonder who they watching. Man, watch where you're walking. I'm mad at the world. I hate these expectations. I hate this legislation. I hate this generation, man. I'm just mad at the world. Golden like a Laker, run the game like Adam Silver, though. I thought I had a rose, she's playing too much. Tom Thibodeau. See a lot of red until the bull on my matador. Anti-problematic, but I still am a problem, though. Me versus any other weapon is the easy dub. I'm just being honest, probably why they all hate me, though. Man, I shot another person in the song. They didn't even show me no love. Man, the fake love is stupid. That's why I'm exclusive. And I'm just dancing in the fire, making wounds up in my chest. I be dancing with the fire, hula dancing with death. I don't want your peace of mind because I'm losing in myself. I just want some peace of quiet so I can finally get some rest. I feel like I'll be wasting time. I just want my money set. And my whole life together like I'm building Lego sets. And all the haters yelling from the bleachers can't get ejected. Man, I feel like DJ Khaled because my features is the best. Man, I just feel like I'll be wasting time. I just feel like I'll be wasting time. And I just want my money set. I'm sorry. Miscarriage my emotions and my head is feeling bloated. God, keep away the locusts. And I'm lower than my lotus. I could never keep my focus. Had me toppling my totem. Recalibrate my motives. No capacity for grudges. No capacity for venom. No Celsius, I'm frozen. I ain't stainless, still golden. Magic killer hocus pocus and my hopes it gets erosion. Since legit I've been a loner. It's difficult to get closer. And like I said before, I don't want your peace of mind because I'm losing in myself. I just want some peace of quiet so I can finally get some rest.
If only I didn't hate my body. The way I look in pictures, or in the mirror, or when I look down at my figure. Maybe then I wouldn't starve myself and convince everyone that I'm okay. Well, it's not hard convincing when no one bothers to ask. In short, I did what I thought would make everyone love me. If only I could have learned to love me too. I wished I could have changed certain parts about myself so that these parts of me that I hated could have real purpose. And that left me with a bunch of if-onlys. If only the hollows of my ribs could play the rhythms of sweet melodies, making use of the emptiness that they hold and becoming more beautiful than I see them. I'd have my very own windpipes, cloned inside my slender chest, an instrument of my own frame, making music that aids my dull eardrums. If only my disturbed retinas could be blurred by the darkness in my heart, I'd lose my sight, becoming a stranger to who I see in the mirror. And in my blindness, there'd be a cloud around my being, and I'd be unable to see my own indecencies, unable to see that in which makes me so opaque. If only the pointiness of my hip bones, sharper than blades, could crack the mirrors that hold my twisted ideas of worthiness, and too many of my tears, sitting cross-legged and broken-hearted in front of my 4-foot stand-up mirror, just wishing I looked like the models do on Instagram. Shattered glass would be all that's left of those memories. And I say, bad luck, it's merely limited. If only the emptiness of my stomach could be transferred to my aching heart. I want nothing in my heart, no one to love and no one to disappoint. Maybe this would make it easier to not hate myself. If I can't feel anything at all, with only emotionless bliss and tranquil indemnities, no piece of myself I have to replace when I throw it up. If only the plentiness of my tears could be captured and poured over me, rebirth, renewal, washing away the fears that keep me from saving myself from these days I go eating a banana and peanut butter and calling it dinner. If only peonies bloomed from my fallen teardrops, maybe elegance would become of my aura. Others would view me and fill up with jealousy of my grace, my beauty. Maybe life itself would flourish at my mere presence, like the world became shiny and new again, just by my touch. Maybe I'd associate less animosity to who I see in the mirror, and instead see the excellence of the girl I wish to be staring back at me. And just maybe, finally, I'd feel pretty.
Good morning. I'm not sure if I got the cool job or the really tough job following those guys. Can we say thank you again to Southern Word for coming out to see us today? We are blessed every year to have them join us at our Children's Advocacy Days, and we can't say thank you enough or really tell you how cool you are and how great they are in the work that they do. So my name is Melissa McGee. I get to be part of the staff of the Tennessee Commission on Children and Youth. I also get the privilege of announcing and introducing our next speaker. Dr. Wallace Dixon Jr. has served as chair and professor of psychology at East Tennessee State University for nearly 21 years. He also serves as the founding director of the ETSU Ballad Health Strong Brain Institute. And BRAIN stands for Building Resilience Through ACEs-Informed Networking. Great. He's going to tell you all about that, I'm confident, but really cool place. While at ETSU, Dr. Dixon established PhD programs in clinical and experimental psychology. He has received funding through the National Institutes of Health, the state of Ohio, the state of Tennessee, and Ballad Health Systems, and has authored 3 books and dozens of scientific journal articles. He is well-versed in ACEs science and the communication of ACEs messaging. Dr. Dixon has served on the board of directors for the Council of Graduate Departments of Psychology multiple times, and he has served 2 terms on the Commission on Accreditation of American Psychological Association. And aside from that, just a really great guy. So help me in welcoming Dr. Wallace Dixon Jr.
All right. Thank you for having me here. This is Child Advocacy Days. Never been. My work right now mostly isn't even having to do with children, and so I would never expect to be here in front of y'all. But my wife, many of you know my wife, Michelle Moser, said that this is a great event and I should check it out. So I'm a developmental psychologist by nature. I specialize in studying language acquisition in infants and toddlers. But I'm also a founding director of the ETSU Ballad Health Strong Brain Institute, what we call locally the SBI. We exist in East Tennessee State University in Johnson City, Tennessee, in a relatively remote region, of Upper East Tennessee. And I say that like where I live isn't particularly rural, but I noticed that there's not a lot of East Tennessee represented here that I know of. And so a lot of times I also am aware at East Tennessee State University, we sometimes have a chip on our shoulder that people forget that there is a part of Tennessee that exists past Knoxville. And we are there, but you can still go another hour after you get to Johnson City up through Mountain City. And so we're not even the most eastern region. Okay. So in the SBI, we're approaching the end of year 3 of a 5-year, $1 million gift from Ballad Health. We are comprised of about 25 faculty, 2 full-time employees, and a variety of graduate students. Among our full-time employees are Ben Schoenberg, our research services coordinator, and Lisa Clark, my executive aide within the Institute. And if you ever reach out to us or email us, you'll probably get a response from one of those folks. Our administration, I guess I should track what I'm doing here with my slides. Let's move forward. Yeah, and one more. Yeah, there we are. Thank you. Our administration comprises a director's team of four associate directors and about 12 steering committee members, what we call locally the steering wheel. And both of these leadership bodies are responsible for responding to opportunities that come across our desk and for directing and prioritizing SBI resources. Okay, what do we do? I would never have expected to be here 6 years ago, 7 years, I guess it was 8 years ago now in 2015 when the Building Strong Brains Tennessee initiative took off. Surprising to see where we are, but let's see. What does the SBI do? We do a lot of things. Here's the blurb from our website. The Strong Brain Institute, founded through a 5-year gift from Ballad Health, strives to be the preferred resource for promoting the awareness and empirical study of adverse childhood experiences, for promoting the development and dissemination of evidence-based practices that prevent, reduce, or mitigate the negative effects of ACEs on health and health disparities, and for promoting a trauma-informed citizenry and workforce in the Appalachian Highlands region and beyond. The SBI is the brainchild of a now very large group of faculty and staff at East Tennessee State University. And what I want to do is show you here, this was, and I'll reference this later, this was June 26, what you're looking at now. This was a picture that when we did a press release with Alan Levine and the members of the Strong Brain Institute, President Nolan from ETSU were there. And I'm just thinking back of that day. I remember that day. It was right at 3 months after the pandemic started. People didn't know when they were going to die. We lived our lives around that. And in that event, I think now this, like the virus is still out there. But in that day, we were outside. We were masking. We were fortunate enough to identify, I think it was my sister-in-law who produced all those ETSU masks that we wore that day, but it was one of those ones that you had to pull tight, and so nobody knew how to put them on. This is back before KN95s were available. And so a lot of people's masks weren't tight-fitting at all, but that's us. The next slide is the one that I think really better describes us. I can say that because I'm an Avengers person, and also the power that that group had in putting together the SBI is insurmountable. Okay, so the seeds of the SBI were planted in 2015. And when we attended, okay, I already read that. Let me see what's the next slide. Okay, how we came to be, being in the right place at the wrong time. So, just a little background. I had mentioned, Melissa had mentioned that I was a chair at ETSU for 21 years. I'm completing my 21st year, but I was a department chair before I was at East Tennessee State University, and I was a department chair 8 years there. And so I've been a department chair for 29 years, which is crazy, and I've only been a professional for 33 years. And so I've really never not been a department chair. And I don't even know, people say you're going to step back into the faculty. I'm like, I don't know what I'm going to do because I don't know what it's like to be a faculty. I know more like what it's to be a department chair. So I went to President Nolan at East Tennessee State University, and I said, basically, I'm kind of bored. I want to do something different. And he said, well, he was thinking at that moment of developing a presidential fellowship opportunity for on-campus leaders like myself who were interested in getting additional skills in the area of leadership, and I was welcome to apply for that. And so I applied for that, and I and 3 others applied for it, and we became the first cohort of the ETSU Presidential Fellows Initiative. And and President Nolan was sending me to all kinds of things. I heard reference earlier to the Tennessee Board of Regents. Well, he sent me to those meetings. He sent me to the Tennessee Higher Education Commission and other national events. And one of the things that happened in that moment, it was a year long, it wasn't just a moment, was that he forwarded an email that he had received to attend the inaugural 2015 Building Strong Brains Tennessee kickoff event. And would I go to that, as his designee? And I'm like, no. Like, I have zero interest in, child advocacy. I'm a department chair. I study. I'm a scientist. I study how children learn to talk. And I took it back home, and I said, Nolan wants me to go to this thing. And my wife, Michelle, is going to it already because if you know her, she's highly engaged in these efforts. And she said that I should go, and I lost track of my time. Okay, 1 second. there we go. I should go. And so, all right, I'll go. Plus, it was a really cool paid-for trip that we could come to Nashville and hang out together. Even if I didn't like the event, we could go out and check out the sites in downtown Nashville. And when I attended Nashville at that time. I believe Mary Rolando was the leader of a lot of that, and the Three Branches Institute. Richard Kennedy and others were there in putting it together. I generally do not like events that you go to where you have touchy-feely things like mindfulness moments, exercises, meditation, and the very first thing that they brought out was a game. And I'm like, oh my God, like I have to sit through this, it's a game. And it turns out it was the brain architecture game. And if you've ever played the brain architecture game, for me it was life-changing. And the power that it gave me to think about this work and moving forward was, well, still with me today. Now, as the leader of the Strong Brain Institute, I really want an opportunity, and then the pandemic happened after that. I really wanted the opportunity to get the brain architecture game and lead people through that curmudgeonry that comes with playing games if you don't like playing games, but then the after effect, the power of the game that comes with it. And we still haven't had that chance, but we have some money, and I can buy some games, and I hope pretty soon we can be the purveyor of that experience for others. Okay. At the same time that I came here in 2015, though, I was also the co-chair of the ETSU Strategic Planning Committee. I don't know why my stopwatch keeps going off. I hate that. And we were meeting, and I was co-chairing it. We're like, what are we going to do for the next 10 years? One of the things that that many of us thought that we needed to do was to figure out a way to make ETSU more attractive. I mean, we're a directional school, which means that we have a direction in the title of our name. Other schools don't have that. There's Western Kentucky, and then there's East Carolina, and we're East Tennessee, but we're not Memphis, and we're not Vanderbilt, we're not University of Tennessee. And so what could we do to stand out? And, there were several of us said, we don't need to stand out. We already stand out. People know about us. We have a med school. We have a nursing school. We have a pharmacy school. And I'm thinking undergraduate enrollment. We need to do something to be attractive. And having been at this 2015 inaugural kickoff, it occurred to me that one of the things that we could try to do was become a trauma-informed institution. And if we did that, we would be the first one in the nation. And actually, if we did it, we would still be the first one in the nation because there are none. There might be trauma-informed departments or offices or units, but there is no university or college that is fully trauma-informed. It's not even clear what that means. Okay, and meanwhile, it wasn't the part of our country because Appalachian State, which is only an hour and a half away from us, their enrollment was skyrocketing, and they went from something like 12,000 to 18,000 enrollment, and we were kind of stuck at 13 to 14,000. And one of our charges in the Strategic Planning Committee was to figure out a way to grow enrollment to 18,000. And I thought, what better way to do it than trauma-informing stuff? I didn't have any clue how hard that would be at that time because I was just a scientist learning about new things, and I'm like, let's just do this. I'm sure we can figure out a way to do it. So I went back to campus. One of the principal points that I learned at the inaugural kickoff event was Mary Rolando made this point, all sectors need to be involved. And I'm higher ed. I'm from the higher ed sector, and it never made sense to me why you wanted higher ed involved because it's not a child-serving thing. Well, it turns out that as adults, we were children once. In fact, some of my best friends were children once. And what had occurred to me was, as a department chair, one of the struggles I have administratively is keeping my faculty happy. Because there's all these rules, administration creates rules, the state creates rules, the SACS, the accrediting body, creates rules, and there's a lot of things that make life on a campus frustrating and annoying and challenging. And it occurred to me that the principles of a trauma-informed entity could apply to adult serving agencies or institutions. And it's just a matter of let's just do the work. Okay, cut to the chase. There were other people on ETSU campus that were interested in ACEs, and they were studying ACEs. They were publishing papers on ACEs. I wasn't. I just learned the concept. I was telling the story last night. I realized that what ACEs were when I went to that inaugural kickoff, and then I realized that I had 7 of them. And then I realized that, whoa, you die 20 years earlier if you have 6 or more. And I'm like, okay, that's kind of a bummer. You know, I wasn't really devastated. It was kind of funny, but it's like, it figures. And you know, growing up, I engaged in all the risky health behaviors, and I still do, and my wife will tell you that I do, I'm sure, in some of those risky health behaviors. And I have all the things that you might have if you have the history that I had, smoking and drinking and racing cars when I was 18. I don't think it probably was a risky health behavior, but I didn't crash, so that was good. But just an attitude of invulnerability, or in lack of caring, really, thinking back on it. But I had all those things. And so it's like, okay, well, I have an interest in this. And there are probably other people around me who have ACEs. In fact, then I learned, the data show, that about 2/3 of all Americans have at least one ACE. And something like 25% of Americans have like 3 or more ACEs. I'm like, wow, like I'm living in a world where people grew up with some ACE history, not necessarily trauma history, but ACE history. And some of them probably certainly were trauma history. So I got together a group of us, some of them who had funding from the Building Strong Brains Tennessee Innovation Grant Program. And it turns out, and I'm just learning about ACEs in Tennessee. My wife had been doing this work with trauma-informed TFCBT work, learning collaboratives throughout the state for a while. And I learned that there was about 8 or 9 other people, faculty on my campus, who were doing work on ACEs. And I said, well, if there's anything I can bring to this, it's not going to be content expertise of ACEs, but it's going to be management experience and leadership experience. So I started bringing people together. We started meeting monthly, and one of the telling signs, if any of you are in a world where you have meetings, one of the telling signs of the quality of a meeting is when people don't want to stop meeting. And in this group, people kept coming to the meeting, and we were meeting every month for a couple of years, if I recall. And at some point, we decided we need a center. So we called in President Nolan. We presented our ideas, becoming a trauma-informed institution. He said, you need a center. And we said, we thought that same thing. And then he said, well, send me a proposal. And we're like for how much? And he said, about, I would say probably around 100. So we sent him a proposal for about $175,000 for 1 year, and wondered what happened. We didn't know what happened for about 8 to 10 months. We hadn't heard from President Noland, but you know, maybe things will happen. Then one day during our first annual Equity and Inclusion Conference, I ran into President Noland, and he says, I got that money for you. I'm like, what money? I'm like, oh, that money. Like, really? That's awesome. And he said, basically, Ballad Health in East Tennessee was really interested in trauma-informed and ACEs prevention and mitigation throughout the region. Anyway, and they had the right conversation at the right time. Everything came together, and Ballad, I learned from President Nolan, agreed to give us a gift of $1 million at $200,000 a year, and we are now expecting the 4th check within a couple of months for our 4th year. Okay, let me see. What's the next slide say? All right, next slide after that. Okay, he said, all right, so it's cute. He said, well, I don't want to do anything without the Board of Trustees' approval. So would you do your presentation of the idea for the Strong Brain Institute to the Board of Trustees? And I'm like, yes, of course I will. And that's really scary, the Board of Trustees. I don't know if you've ever presented to a board before, but it's pretty challenging. And I did, and they said, yes, go for it, do it, make it happen. So we went through it, we got the money. Of course, we were in the middle of a pandemic. We got the first check, and I'm still a department chair. None of that went away, but I'm adding on all this other stuff, the Building Strong Brains initiative. And we spent about the first year, I'm going to have to wrap it up I'm already over time. Well, I guess I have 3.5 minutes. I'm going to go forward. We spent the first year figuring out how to lead. We developed a leadership structure. In the year 2, we started developing products that we released in the community, including various presentations. We developed a series of town halls. When people were coming back to campus during the pandemic, everybody was scared. We were doing a lot of remote teaching for that when we first started coming back, and then there was like, no, we're done remote. We're going to be in the classroom. Well, that scared everybody. And as a leader, I have no idea what I'm supposed to be doing because the faculty are afraid to go into the classroom to teach. The university's telling us, no, we're an on-campus classroom, so you need to figure something out. So we started dealing with that, and we developed a series of town halls to help people work through their feelings. We're not doing therapy, but we are creating safe spaces for people to be themselves, to be their authentic selves and bring their whole selves into work. Next slide, please. Okay, and then we started doing bigger things. We applied for an innovation grant in about 2020 was probably. We didn't get the innovation grant, but we did get an internally funded grant. And our first effort, we thought if we're going to try to trauma-inform a whole institution, we better start with something small like a college, which is pretty big, actually. And so we did a trauma-informed implementation project with the Gatton College of Pharmacy. It was funded internally. We trained a lot of folks. We did coaching calls with administration, students, faculty, and staff. We collected before and after data. We're still working on that. Many of you may know Diana Moreland, who's in Ames High, Tennessee. She's the lead on that. Then we did get an innovation grant. We got 2 of them for the second project, taking lessons learned from the Gatton College and the Clemmer College of Education. We're still working on that. Turns out College of Education is a bigger deal than a pharmacy college because they're training teachers who go out into the community who then have mentors. And so there's a lot more to the extension of the reach besides just training people in one place. You got to train the students, and then they're going out into places. You got to train the mentors to work with the students. We have outreach. We have a newsletter. We have a speaker series. If you're interested in becoming notified about our Resilient Speaker Series, please send an email to sbi@etsu.edu, and we'll add you to our listserv. I wish I would have one of those cool QR codes. Turns out you got to pay money for that subscription. And if you don't, you can get one for free, but it expires after your 30-day trial. And so I think what we're going to do is probably pay for a QR code subscription. I guess, next slide, please. We do offer a free level training, level 1 training on the fundamentals of ACEs for anybody. Anybody in the world can take this. Becky Haas is one of the leads on this training, and Annie Clements. Many of you may know those folks. If you complete that training, you answer 5 or 10 questions, and you get a digital badge. Some people describe that as a micro-credential. We have one level 2 training in higher education, and Diana Moreland, did a training on that for folks who are in higher ed. And now, I guess the biggest thing that we've landed so far is a state contract with the Tennessee Department of Health Office of Injury Prevention to deliver a trauma-informed workplace platform to workplaces throughout Tennessee. And I am actually the PI of that. I went from studying how babies learn to talk to going to business places to train workplaces how to be trauma-informed. We are ready to launch. We have been in the planning stages for probably a little over a year, ready to launch. We have training videos ready to go. We have some orientation presentations that are almost ready to go, but we should be launching probably within 1 month. The contract requires us to train 15 workplaces per year. Contract for year 1 ends on July the 31st. I don't think we're going to get 15 places this year, but we might get 15 started this year, so hopefully that will happen. And the coolest thing, although ironically, it took us 6 years from the original 8 years, sorry, from the original 2015 Building Strong Brains Tennessee initiative. We finally trained ETSU President Nolan and his cabinet in trauma-informed practices and principles last month. So it takes a while, but you can persevere. Nobody would ever expect us to have gotten as far as we did. I mean, I didn't have a lot of power. I certainly didn't have the power to affect our community in TSU, but I understand it's a common phrase in TCCY to lead from where you are. I did what I could with what I could, and we're doing pretty good. And so thank you for your time. I hope to hear from you, and have a great rest of your CAD.
Thank you, Dr. Dixon, for your work with ACES and the knowledge you have provided to TCCY's Resilient Tennessee campaign. I think he deserves another round of applause for all his great work. I have the privilege of getting to introduce the next speaker, and she's near and dear to my heart and the work that she does. When children are removed from their homes out of concern for their safety, they are usually brought to a Child Welfare Services office to await placement. This wait can be a few hours to several days. These children often have nothing with them and are scared, lonely, hungry, and in dirty clothing. Our next speaker, Rhonda Paulson, founded Isaiah 117 House to give children and youth a safe place to reside while they await foster care placement. Isaiah 117 House provides a comforting home where these children can be brought to wait, a place that is safe with friendly and loving volunteers who provide clean clothes, smiles, toys, and snuggly blankets. This space allows children to receive the comfort and care they need while child welfare staff can do the necessary paperwork and identify a good placement. We support Rhonda's mission to advocate for foster kids in need and hope you'll join me in giving her a warm welcome of applause.
Well, hello. I'm so excited to be here with you today. My favorite thing is to tell the story of Isaiah 117 House. Because Isaiah 117 House came out of lived experience. In 2014, I knew nothing about foster care. I knew nothing about child welfare. I knew nothing about DCS or CPS or the 1,000 acronyms I was about to learn. I knew nothing of the world that you all live in. But I knew that I wanted to be a foster parent, and so I signed my husband and I up for classes. He thought we were going on a date. It was a rough first class. But through those classes, we began to learn of the need. And we began to learn that the need wasn't in some far-off land. The need was on my son's soccer team. The need was in my daughter's second period. And we had no idea. And it was week 7 of that study, of that class, of that training, that we were sitting in a conference room in Johnson City, Tennessee. And a gentleman stood up and said, when a child is removed from their home, they come here. And I want to tell you that the world doesn't know that. The world doesn't know about Removal Day. I tell people all the time that my understanding of Removal Day before that moment in time is that it was something to be celebrated. I thought, yay, the child will be safe. They'll be in class every day next week. Yay, Removal Day. But when God lets you see Removal Day through the eyes of a child, you realize there is nothing to celebrate. They have lost Mama, and they will always love Mama. They've lost their home. Doesn't matter if you wouldn't live there. They would, and they did. They've lost their possessions, except what can be grabbed quickly in a very traumatic removal process. And because large sibling groups are hard to place, there is no promise that they won't lose their brothers and sisters. And because we never have enough foster parents, there's no promise that they won't lose their school, or that teacher that's been so kind, or their friends at recess. Every aspect of this child's life comes crashing down. And I was sitting in a conference room in Johnson City, Tennessee, when a gentleman stood up and said, a little girl slept on this floor last night. And I was crushed. I was so broken for that little girl. And another part of my personality is when I get really upset, I go from tears to mad fighting mad. Redneck East Tennessee fighting mad. And I got mad. And I was not mad at caseworkers. I was not mad at the system. I was not mad at Mama. I was mad at God. And so I started to yell at him in my mind in that conference room. I was like, this isn't fair. That little girl is yours. Who's going to tell her? Who's going to tell her that she's loved? Who's going to tell her that she's beautiful? Who's going to tell her that she's worthy and that there's hope and that she's not in trouble? Who's going to tell her? And I heard God say, these are my children. What are you going to do? And I thought, what am I going to do? I'm a cheer and dance coach that ended up in foster care training with a mad husband. I go, what am I going to, like, I was thinking more like, Lord of all, what you could do. Like, no, what? No. This is big. This is a broken foster care system. No. And I told him no. And fast forward for almost a year, fast forward to November 5th of 2015, 3:30 in the afternoon, we received a call that a 9-month-old little boy needed a home. And I said, ma'am, I'm going to do something very uncharacteristic. And she said, what's that? I'm going to ask my husband if this is okay. And she said, it's a good idea. Yep. And I called Corey at work and I said, tell me you'll love me no matter what. And he said, you wrecked the car again? And I was like, tell me you'll love me no matter what. And he said, what's going on? I said, there's a baby. He said, I'm on my way. So we loaded up our 12-year-old daughter, Sophie, and our 9-year-old son, Mac, and we drove to the back door of the Carter County Department of Children's Services. And when they opened the doors, there was this fair-skinned, fiery redhead, chubbiest 9-month-old I'd ever seen. And his outfit was way too small, and when I asked about it, they said, well, actually, the outfit he was wearing was so filthy, we had to throw it away. And we tried to find something here in our office, and we tried to bathe him in our drug testing sink, but when you get him home, he desperately needs a bath. And then I was handed his one possession. It was a diaper bag, and I was instructed not to take it in my home for the next 12 to 24 hours so the roaches would crawl out. And that's the day I learned that in this country, our children enter the foster care system in borrowed outfits, with roach-infested diaper bags, with one shoe, with a diaper only in the middle of December, with nothing, with a black trash bag. But he smiled and he reached for me, and his name is Isaiah. Isaiah 117 House came out of lived experience. Living his foster care journey between 2015 and 2017, my eyes were opened to a world that was actually 3 minutes from my house. My eyes were open to removal day. My eyes were open to the needs of foster parents, and my eyes were open to caseworkers. This room is full of people that have been fighting for the rights of children, and I thank you. Because caseworkers are picking lice out in their break room, and they're bathing babies in their drug testing sinks, and they're scrounging around to find outfits that fit, and they're trying to do a mountain of states paperwork in a cubicle with a traumatized sibling group of 3, and it cannot be done. We do not come to town because the state is not doing their job. We come to town because the church hasn't done theirs. And so in January of 2017, that's 117, I did not plan that. God is funny. I sat in a coffee shop in Elizabethton, Tennessee, and I Googled how to start a nonprofit, because if you want God to have the glory, you put someone totally ill-equipped in charge. And we started praying and asking, and we formed a board, and we had our first board meeting on February 26th of 2017, and that's when the dream took shape. What if there was a home? What if there was a home? What if when a child is going through the most traumatic day of their life, they don't go to a cubicle or a conference room, they go to a home? And if you need a bath, we don't have a drug testing sink, we have a bathtub. An Elmo bubble bath and Mickey bath toys and a big white fluffy towel we're gonna wrap you in. A bath. Teenager, you need a shower? We got shampoo and conditioner and Axe body spray. They love the Axe body spray. We got new bra, new underwear, dignity, because you've done nothing wrong. You need a new backpack for school? Come upstairs with me. You pick out new shirts and new shoes and new pants and new backpack. Why? Because you're not in trouble. This is happening to you, not because of you. And you've never been forgotten. God built this house for you for this day because he always goes before you. What if inside that home we could have an office space? Tired caseworker. We will have everything you need. We'll have the printer, we'll have the charging station, we'll have whatever Post-it notes you want. You bring that Mountain Estates paperwork, you work on the paperwork, we'll love on the child, and together we can do this really well. And by the way, caseworker, what's your favorite coffee? What's your favorite creamer? We're ordering dinner. Don't say you don't want any. We know you haven't eaten today. What if there was a home? What about that future placement, whether that be Granny that just said yes to 5 grandkids or a traditional foster home? What if we could make that yes easier? What if we could say, whatever you need, twin bed, car seat, diapers, formula, wipes, pool alarm, fire extinguisher, smoke detector, you tell us how we can make this yes easier, because we cannot thank you enough for saying yes. What if there was a home? And so in 2017, I went into Carter County, Tennessee, and I told anybody that would listen about a day they'd never heard of. And Carter County, Tennessee lost their minds in the best way possible. The firefighters got on board. The football team did a fundraiser. The nursing home held a bake sale for the children. The car show gave us money. Every aspect of that community rallied. And in less than a year, we had a debt-free home, a fully funded first year's budget in the bank, every closet full, every cabinet full, 40 trained volunteers, the approval of the state, and we were ready to serve the children of Carter County. It was crazy. It was crazy. And I kept saying, thank you, Lord, thank you, Lord, thank you, Lord, because the God that I'd loved my whole life, I watched him build a home for children that he'd never forgotten. And I think in that moment when I kept saying thank you, I thought he was looking down and was like, look at her, all holy, giving me the credit. No. He was looking down and was like, look at her. She's cute. She thinks there's going to be one house. That is precious. Because I did. But if God is building houses for children he's never forgotten, he doesn't just do that in Carter County. And so Greene called, and Sullivan, and Washington, and Sevier, and Knox, and Jefferson, and Hamblin, and Hawkins, and Monroe, and McMinn, and Rutherford, and Coffey, and Franklin, and Grundy, and Blunt, and Sevier, and Knox, and Bradley, and Hamilton. And then Indiana called. And then we were given fake names and fake emails and fake websites, and we were told that a small documentary company was coming to film us. And on the day that that small documentary company was supposed to walk through the front door, a guy by the name of Mike Rowe from Dirty Jobs, he walked in. Well, of course he did. Our episode of Returning the Favor aired on March 9th of 2020. And on March 13th of 2020, the world shut down. But God did not. Since that time, 41 states and 4 countries have reached out, wanting an Isaiah 117 house, and we currently have 42 locations in 8 states, with Tennessee leading the charge. I know that the work is hard. I know that the church, in many ways, has dropped the ball. But I have seen a revival coming. They have not forgotten you. They have not forgotten our children, and they are coming. I do believe that there are better days ahead. And so I beg you to hold on. Continue fighting the good fight, doing the hard work. God has never forgotten you. He sees all that you do, and he has never forgotten the children of Tennessee. Thank you all for having me here today.
Rhonda, thank you so much for all of your hard work. Please know how much we appreciate you. So I told you guys about my life lessons from Scooby-Doo this morning. So another one of the life lessons was always expect the unexpected. So today we have a surprise guest with us here at Children's Advocacy Days, Miss Jana Hahn, who is Miss Franklin County and who will be competing in the Miss Tennessee pageant this June. And she is using her platform to raise awareness about mental health needs. And so she's going to be joining me to present an award. So while I grab that, would you like to say anything?
Sure. Absolutely. Well, I'm so excited to be here today. I truly believe having representation, whether you're young or old, to inspire children is so important, especially with mental health. As someone who was diagnosed with mental health issues and disorders at a very young age and didn't know how to treat that, my parents and family didn't know how to treat that. I want to provide access to children and families through education, financial support, and various forms of emotional support, as well as someone who's walked in those shoes. So I'm just here today to learn and to grow. If you want to get connected, I would love to do that in any form of aspect. I know we each have our own song to sing and our own platform that we promote, but I'm here to join with you and just spread that across the state of Tennessee. So thank you for allowing me to give this award today. I'm so thankful.
Thank you. Thanks for being here, Jana. So the second award we would like to present today is an award that's known as the Friend of Children Award. As you heard me say earlier at the commission, we very much believe that we should reward and highlight what we want to see more of in the world. Most days and weeks, we learn of an individual or hear of an organization that's working diligently, collaboratively, and creatively to make their community stronger. At their meeting in February of 2021, the members of the commission voted to create a Friend of Children Award to be presented at Children's Advocacy Days. The award is designed and intended to recognize an individual or organization who goes above and beyond to improve outcomes for children, youth, and families in their community. We would like this year to honor Rhonda Paulson with our Friend of Children Award. As you heard, Rhonda and her beautiful family have changed what it looks like for many children who are removed from their home and enter foster care. Rhonda and her staff at Isaiah House work tirelessly to provide emotional and physical support to children awaiting placement and make sure they know that they are loved and not alone. Rhonda's dedication to make a difference has taken her nationwide to advocate for the way foster care begins and reduce trauma for children waiting for placement. As you heard her say, more than 30 states and 4 countries have contacted her to learn more about starting an Isaiah House. There are not enough words to express the gratitude for all she has been doing to comfort our most vulnerable children. It's my pleasure to present our first Friend of Children Award to Rhonda Paulson.
I did not know that was happening. It feels very strange to accept any award. I'm just going to be honest, because I do believe that God is doing this, and I do believe that we are all in this together, fighting this fight. So thank you, thank you, thank you.
Good almost afternoon, everyone. It is my honor to introduce our next speaker. Breon Dixon is the outreach coordinator for the Tennessee Respite Coalition, which provides relief to families and caregivers from the extraordinary and intensive demands of providing ongoing care. Before going to TRC, Breon worked with Metro Nashville Schools to serve children with disabilities. His passions include being creative, mentoring youth, collaborating with others, and, of course, loving his family. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Breon Dixon to Children's Advocacy Days.
Hey everyone, hey everyone. Hey, I wanted to start today off with a little story. Is that fine with you all? Oh, so a couple weeks ago, I got the opportunity to meet a young African-American man in Brownsville, Tennessee. He told me he had football dreams. Him and his mom was bragging on how many touchdowns he had and how fast he was. He told me he will kill me on a football field. He was going to be the next big thing. Then one afternoon, a drunk driver collided with him in his car his senior year of football. This injury was not a temporary injury. This was an injury that he had to live with forever, mentally and physically. This spinal injury made him where he won't be able to do sports ever again. I didn't know this young man as an MVP football player. I met him doing outreach for the Tennessee Respite Coalition. I met him on a bed doing his intake for our program. This story suddenly got clear to me after talking to him. The same guy, he's the founder of an organization called Big Brothers in Brownsville, Tennessee. He became the next big thing for his community by sharing resources to other children with disabilities. That's what a true advocate for children is. Someone that has been through challenges in our community to help reshape it to a better place. Let's make some noise for him. He's not even here. All right, so I want to go to slide 2. My name is Breon Dixon. I want to thank the Tennessee Commission of Children and the Youth for having me speak today. I honestly didn't know where to start when presenting today. I'm just the outreach coordinator for Tennessee Respite Coalition. In my free time, I'm a music artist that helps change the community through creativity. Today, I won't be doing any hip hop, so don't worry. I realize how powerful intentionality is by performing on Netflix TV shows, touring and be able to perform in front of large audiences, digitally and physically. And also realize what I am able to do in front of people. I realized my influence really early on and how it can affect our community mentally and physically. My other job history is working for Centerstone as a behavior coach. I realized how many children with mental disabilities feel unheard and unseen as they age into young adults, which led them to bad situations like suspension or even jail. Yeah, jail. Picture your child in jail, juvenile. I actually got a chance to work with Southern Word these last few years with mentoring kids in juvenile. Working with these kids made me think on how many kids are going through traumatic mental illnesses and do not have the resources to heal. Families do not have the time to take a break and be there for their own child. I can understand because I came from that same community. Some of you may ask, why am I stating all this? It's because I want to let you know that you are the change that's going to change the youth. You're the walking example. Wherever you're from, you represent someone like you. Slide 3. We are the village that change our community and shape our community. How are you giving hope to the children? Working with Tennessee Respite, we have been able to provide hundreds of families with respite. Being able to give some families new smiles. Many people think that they need a break from the child, but I'm gonna tell y'all the truth, the child need a break from you. Everyone gets burnt out. Everyone gets tired. Everyone has emotions and setbacks. We all are human. We cannot disqualify children that may not be learning on the same level as other kids, or children that may not have the family or community learning support. Tennessee Respite has a voucher program that supports caregivers, families that take care of their loved ones, or the voucher program with funding up to $600 per year. Maybe parents need to take a break. Parents need to take care of a child that has autism or behavior disorder. They need a break to go to the grocery store, go on a date night, or just do something fun. Tennessee Respite has allowed many families to be able to do that. They use this reimbursement pay plan where they can go to a respite facility, friend or family member they choose. Isn't that great? And that's some pictures right there of me with the children. I love them all. I love them all. Let's go to slide 4. Tennessee Respite, they hired me a year and some change ago to advocate for children in the underserved community. And I wanted to kind of share some insight just to everyone. I had to identify the target populations. I had to go after the Black and brown community, identify the large cities and counties, develop the target areas. It was a tough conversation for my executive, and I'm happy that she had faith in me to actually listen and trust me. After that, we did the next thing on the next slide. We had to set clear goals. I did outreach, start meeting with different nonprofit leaders, did 4 to 6 outreach events a month, started meeting people that's just represent our community for disabilities that probably are going unseen because a lot of people don't see the hard work that many community leaders do. Next. Getting out there to do the work with a smile on your face. Connections lead to connections. Go to where the people are, email, call, knock, keep going back, build relationships. I learned early on a lot of people are overwhelmed, so you may not get that email back, so you got to pull up sometimes. So I tell everybody at the meetings, I say, hey, just pull up. They don't want to look at the email, just pull up. So that's just a reminder out there. Just go to the community. Next slide. Educate and address the biases. Need to educate. Often people don't know what respite is. A lot of people don't know the resources that we all provide in a room. I realized early on, I was like, do you need respite? People were like, huh? Okay, let me break it down to you. It's a break. It's a break. And it's a cultural bias, you know. A lot of people, just like me, I didn't know too much about therapy or anything like that coming up. Happily that I got introduced to it in college, and now I'm able to be resourceful to my community and tell them about it and be an advocate. So, yes, next slide. Understanding the family needs. Often families are feeling overwhelmed. Like, that's number one. A lot of us, we want to give out free resources. We want to, we have funding. We have support. But we have to realize these families don't even have the time to answer the phone sometimes. A lot of these families working 24 hours, some of them, just to provide for the family, put food on the table. Many families work at least 2 jobs on top of caregiving duties. So we have to be that support system in their family. Some of these people don't have family support. Next slide. Reach out. Go to them. Don't expect them to come to you. Go to the neighborhood. And outreach can look like many things. It don't have to look like tabling. Sometimes it looks like going to the Dollar General and just sitting outside and saying hello. It's many different things. And it doesn't have to be dressed up either. Next slide. Partnerships. Partner with the local trusted facilities. Learn the community that you're going to. This is a picture of me last week going to Trenton, Tennessee, talking to some kids with some behavioral issues. But they invited me into their local community. And all I did was speak to them and talk to them in a trusted environment that they know. Sometimes you got to get out of your environment to go to another one so people can hear you. Next slide. Make it easy. Bring the tools, easy information, website signups. I heard the theme is a QR code, so we all going to get QR codes after this. Yes, next slide. And let them be your walking billboard. Swag is everything. Swag, you know, little drip. I'll be wrong if I didn't share my story with you guys, and I'm just talking about our children. I was once a child that needed somebody to advocate for me. I was in a community where it was tough for me, traumatic experiences, and music was my therapy sessions. I didn't know about therapy. I didn't know about mental health, and my family, we pushed away from it. So it was a young man that educated me and shined a light on me and gave me a chance to be a performing artist. So is it cool with y'all that I do a little small song? That's cool. Well, to add to that, next week I am actually performing at City Winery for my nonprofit, Tennessee Respite. We're donating every dollar to children with disabilities so the families can have a break. So if you guys got time, please pull up. We only got 20 tickets left, so I cannot promise all you guys to come. I'm sorry. Well, let's do this thing. Let's have fun. Okay. I didn't think I was going to do this today, so got to get in character. Do we have the beat? It's probably on the flash drive. Also, I want to show some love to the 2 talented young artists that came up here earlier. They did so awesome. I was inspired. Butterfly Home. Yeah. Okay. Can y'all hear me clear? Okay. Let's go. Yeah. Gotta move like a butterfly. Fly. Can't caterpillar your whole life. Fly. Yeah. Who say humans can't fly? Fly. Off the airplane, I'm fly. Fly. Yeah. You gotta move like a butterfly. Fly. Can't caterpillar your whole life. Fly. Yeah. Who say humans can't fly? Fly. Off the airplane, I'm fly. Fly. Yeah. Tryna get high till I see my friends, and it's lonely down here when it's low gon' end. If I keep getting high, I'm gonna lose my balance. I got lost in a dream, and death I found it. And it's hard to realize these thoughts ain't real. A couple therapy sessions try to express my feels. Feeling crazy cause I'm crazy, and I know it, don't worry. I'd rather be crazy than trying to feel important. Stop doing it for people, man. The people don't love you. They got a life too, man. They got their own journey. Focus on your journey cause trees fall too. I know I'm a seed trying to see my flower bloom. Too many people in the room, so I had to slow down. They smushing my ears, man, I couldn't hear a sound. Need a little Kanye when things fall down. Was only worth the penny, now I'm making pennies proud. Gotta move like a butterfly. Fly. Yeah. Can't caterpillar your whole life. Fly. Yeah. Who say humans can't fly? Fly. Off the airplane, I'm fly. Fly. Yeah. You gotta move like a butterfly. Fly. Yeah. Can't caterpillar your whole life. Fly. Yeah. Who say humans can't fly? Off the airplane, I'm fly. Yeah. I was lost in the moment, it was all for the moment. I was moving too open, my thoughts move oceans. I'm doing it for bros, I ain't talking about zones. It's a better feeling when you know that you own it. Knowledge in my head start to feel like coaches. I'm feeling like POTUS, I'm feeling like I'm chosen. My vibe lift noses. I know it sounds crazy, it's more heart in a woman. Yeah, you gotta love a girl that's gonna feed you back. That body banging but that fit don't last. The soul that you bring make you feel like drugs. Everything better when you moving with love, like a butterfly. Yeah, you can't caterpillar your whole life. Yeah, who say humans can't fly? Yeah, off the airplane I'm fly. Yeah, you gotta move like a butterfly. Can't caterpillar your whole life. Yeah, who say humans can't fly? Off the airplane I'm fly. Can y'all sing this with me? Let's fly. Let's fly, let's fly, let's fly. Sing it with me, let's fly. Don't be scared. Let's fly, let's fly, let's fly. Sing it with me, let's fly. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Yes.
Yeah, Jesse just asked if I was gonna wrap my next comments, and I can promise you all I am not. So as I told you about expect the unexpected, I do want to take just a couple minutes. I know we're running up against lunch, but I do want to have some folks join me, and I want them to talk a little bit about some partnership work that we are doing at the Commission on Children and Youth. So you all know that as we are moving more in the direction of the Resilient Tennessee Collaborative, and as you heard Dr. Dixon say in his comments, that I very much have a philosophy that every person in this room is a leader, and you lead from where you sit. And so I think that when I started thinking about that a little bit more, I realized that it's very easy for me to tell folks to be a leader from where you are. And then when I compare that to my personal story, you know, I kind of think that I should not have the opportunity to serve in the role that I do. And the only reason that I do are because of amazing people who believed in me more than I believed in myself and allowed me to participate in leadership opportunities. And so I increasingly kept thinking that with Resilient Tennessee, we needed to be able to support and empower leaders to become better leaders to lead the work in the community. And so I had the opportunity to have a conversation with two folks that are going to join me on stage, Judge Steve Hornsby and Heather Taylor Griffith, and was able to say to them, I'm imagining something. I'm imagining some type of leadership development for children's advocates, and I don't exactly know kind of how we get there. And so in their wisdom, they were great, and they said, we can help you. So we are going to tackle this with you. So I'd like to allow them a couple of minutes to talk about a leadership academy that we're doing, and then talk with any of you all about any questions you may have during lunch. Steve, Heather.
Hi, everybody. It is so good to be here amongst a lot of old friends and new friends and friends that I have not yet met, and I look forward to doing that today. And so when Richard told me that we were going to have CAD this year at Ray Stevens' Cabaret, and he said something about speaking, at first I thought he said streaking. And I said, man, that's the wrong guy for that. I'm sorry. You younger folks in here will have to ask the older people what I'm referring to. But so Richard, thanks for that introduction, and thanks for the opportunity. I want to bring Heather up here. Heather and I both have served in leadership positions, both in private sector as well as government. And you know, and it's so interesting, anybody here ever taken like Strengths Finder, the strengths assessment, Clifton Strengths, that sort of thing? We've got several of those strengths in common, and one of those is a futuristic mindset. So we're constantly looking out on the horizon as to what we can do to improve things, what can be done better, what's the direction that things are heading in. And something that had become apparent to me for a number of years is that what I felt like was needed is a model of leadership development that is really geared toward human service organizations, and particularly child-serving organizations. It's a little bit different than when you're at a production facility making widgets. Now, some things apply across the board. We're all human beings. But certainly when we're talking about the work that's being done is affecting and directly dealing with direct service for people, for human beings, there's maybe a little different paradigm that we need to implement. And so I had been playing with something for a number of years, some ideas. So had Heather. And we'd started brainstorming on some of these things and then started having conversations with Richard. You know, y'all, where we have come in the last 30 years with what we know about who we are as human beings, what makes us tick, how the brain works, neuroscience, things like neuroplasticity, and yes, even the effect, Dr. Dixon, that meditation and mindfulness can have on neuroplasticity in the brain, and how that can shift our whole state of being. And we also know now like about mirror neurons, how we are hardwired for compassion, and also in the power dynamic of an organization, how those mirror neurons can have an impact on how we perceive the person that is our superior, and how we are automatically looking to what that superior does, and how that creates an effect within the organization. So as a leader, we have to be very aware. You know, when I was young, starting in leadership back 30 years ago, you know, there was a lot of different qualities. You had to be dedicated, perseverant, and a lot of those things still apply. One thing that you never heard was that the most desired, the most needed quality of a leader is to be self-aware. Nowadays, that is accepted across the board. That is the number one trait necessary to be an effective leader. And I think that is particularly true in human service and child-serving organizations. So Heather and I put together this Leadership Academy, the Resilient Tennessee Leadership Academy, and I'm going to let her speak a few words about it now. And we are into the 5th month of it. We started in October, and April's going to talk about her experience. She's one of our folks in our group. Everybody that's here that is in our academy, if you would stand up or raise your hand or something. We got several of our members here, so you can ask them about it when you're here. We're hopeful that we're going to see funding again in the future, but Heather, share your thoughts.
Thanks, Steve. So I know we are standing between you and lunch, so we'll keep it brief. But yes, our hope is to create a space for leaders to be together, and I mean be together. Leaders are so busy. There's so much happening right now, and so our hope is to create a space to be together, to learn from each other and the collective wisdom, and also to be able to carry that forward back into the organizations, because we know there's a ripple effect to leadership. And this way of being and doing does trickle down even into communities, into the families and children that are served. So yes, I want to turn it over so that you don't hear us talking the whole time, but turn it over to April Scott. She is Centerstone's Infant and Early Childhood Program Manager. She wants to share just a few minutes of her experience.
Thank you, guys. It's good to be here today. A little bit nervous because they just grabbed me in the hallway after I got here and asked me to do this, so I wrote some notes down. When Richard Kennedy first sent the email out last year about this opportunity to participate in the Resilient Tennessee Collaborative's Leadership Academy, it caught my attention right away because of all the resiliency work that we had been doing. And once I looked through all the training and the consultation and everything that was going to be provided, I was all in about how I could work to develop as a 21st century leader with this group. What I didn't know is that just how much these two awesome and insightful coaches here and our circle of fellow Academy leaders would really transform my life, not just professionally, but personally. They created a safe place for me to turn inward to become the authentic leader that I hope to inspire in others. And I cannot express how grateful I am for this gift that was given to me by TCCY and my fellow Academy leaders and Heather Taylor Griffith and Judge Steve Hornsby. It's meant the world to me, and it has been a life-changing experience. Thank you.
So thank y'all again. We're not going to keep you any longer. Lunch is being served, I think, and thank y'all so much for the opportunity.
On that note, hold on. Wait just a second. I know everyone's smelling it and they're seeing the food come in, so everyone wants to get up and rush all together, but when you do that, there's going to be no room in the lobby. So if you're not already have a plate, or if you can stand for like 5 more minutes, please just allow some of our other folks to get through. There are 2 buffets, 1 barbecue and 1 fajita. So there are 2 different lines that you can go through for different types of food. So, in being that, lunch is now served by Bacon and Caviar. Thank you so much. But if you can, have a little patience, just sit in your seat for a few more minutes and allow those to get up and just avoid a bottleneck. Thank you, guys. See you again at 1.
Hello, everybody. I just want you to know that if you are still hungry, there is plenty of food. So please feel free, go back and get seconds. And listen, no judgment here. If you've already had seconds, feel free to go get thirds. Plenty of food.
Welcome back, everyone. We hope you had a good lunch and enjoyed it as much as we did. Bacon caviar is beyond talented, and my taste buds can tell. Now that we're all back together and settled, it's time to hear from our representatives of our child-serving departments. I'll introduce the first speaker to get us started, and then they'll each come up in turn after one another and introduce themselves and give us a brief update on their department's priorities. Please help me welcome our first speaker to the stage, Dr. Ralph Alvarado, the Commissioner of the Tennessee Department of Health.
Well, good afternoon, everybody. First of all, I want to say thank you. Thank you to Richard, our director. A thank you to the TCCY staff and all the assembled leaders who are dedicating your lives and careers to our shared work to improve the lives of children and families here in Tennessee. Thank you all very much. I am Dr. Ralph Alvarado. I tell people when you see that name or you hear it, the first thing I know people think of is avocado, and that's okay. Or Desperado or Silverado, it all works. Just please don't call me Alvarado. That is the worst. And in Spanish, that RDO ending always has a lot of negative connotations, a lot of negative words. But I am proud to serve as your new commissioner of the Department of Health here in the state of Tennessee. And sometimes when you're new, people want to know a little bit about the new guy and about my background. So I'm a Christian father of 2 kids, both adults now, 24 and 22 years of age. I've been married to my wife, Dawn, for the past 28 years, who's by far my better half. I'm a physician. I do internal medicine and pediatrics and trained. People often wonder where I came from. I came from California originally in the Bay Area. I went to college and med school down in Loma Linda, small school in San Bernardino area. Met my wife, got married, came to residency at the University of Kentucky. And once we got there, I tell people we got kind of Kentucky-fied, fell in love with the people, really of Appalachia, and stuck around and started to practice. In that practice, did a lot of different kinds of work, did a lot of jail work, insurance work, was administration in hospitals, and then just good old-fashioned kind of clinical work, hospital work, and took care of kids and did a lot of nursery work. And as you can imagine, you see a lot of things that are very satisfying in medicine and a lot of things that are very sad. And in that role also, you find out how much impact government has on the practice of medicine. And so in that role, I wound up getting asked to run for state office. Ran 4 times in 10 years. And in my 4th attempt, a really nasty race, but we got in and got an opportunity to pass a lot of legislation really for the practice of medicine to protect patients and in a lot of different venues. And I got exposed to a lot of things. Served 8 years in that capacity, had a lot of neat things happen. Among those, I got to run for lieutenant governor in 2019 in Kentucky and got to meet Governor Lee at that time. Did not win the race, but again, God puts paths before you sometimes that work out. And Governor reached out this past summer and said, I'd like you to consider coming and being a commissioner of health. Talked to some mentors, talked to friends, prayed about it quite a bit, and went ahead and accepted the role. And so here I am before you. I've been 7.5 weeks on the job. And I stand before you today to honor your service to the children and the families of this great state and the lifelong benefits that these early interventions bestow. And as Frederick Douglass once said, it is easier to build strong children than to repair broken men. And that is more true today than ever before. If you can see not only in the cost socially, but then also the financial costs within our prison system and within so many things that are occurring in our society. So I thank you, not just as a physician who does internal medicine and pediatrics and a recovering politician now, but also as a son of immigrants and a proud husband and father. Now, we all come from somewhere, and so everything that I am and everything that I've achieved, I really owe to God and to my parents. My father was a very proud legal immigrant from Costa Rica, my mother from Argentina, and being the son of immigrants, I saw firsthand their sacrifices to provide our family a better life. I watched them struggle to master a second language and their strong commitment to hard work and personal responsibility. And we didn't have luxuries like other families, but what my parents did give me was family structure, discipline, support, high personal expectations, unconditional love, and a faith in God. And they were Hispanic, they were American, and they were very proud of being both. And immigrants have simple dreams that might seem mundane to the average American, but would sound very familiar to our founding fathers and their core principles. Some would flee corrupt government leaders for the dream of liberty and freedom. Some flee crime and anarchy for the dream of safer communities for their families. Some flee hunger and despair for the dream of opportunity, entrepreneurship, and abundance. But all of them leave their homelands for the dream of America, the place where if you work hard, you study hard, you obey our laws, you can accomplish anything. And some of these dreams are shared by the people and families in our underprivileged communities as well. And sometimes, however, they may need some help or assistance in realizing those dreams. Now, Tennessee's motto is America at its finest. And needless to say, Tennessee is a great place to live and to raise a family because of the work of folks like you, of the Tennessee Commission on Children and Youth, your partners, and all of you that are gathered here today. I'm very proud to be a part of continuing to grow our partnership with TCCY and other organizations working to champion the underdogs in our state and to make sure that every child in Tennessee has an opportunity to thrive. Governor Lee and I share several priorities related to health and health care, and we want to address what are frankly some very poor outcomes and disparities in maternal and infant mortality. We're working on strengthening our safety net services. As you know, we have, I think, 56 primary clinics throughout our health department, 16 federally qualified health centers that we fund. We're wanting to promote doula pilot services, about $1 million in this year's budget alone to explore grants to see if that will work. It's had some promising studies in the past. We want to see if it'll coalesce well and do well in our state. And also to continue improving on our newborn screening panels. We have a couple of new diseases that are being added on. There's funding continually, and we actually are the envy of the country. We have one of the best screening programs in the union. We want to continue to address the epidemic of substance misuse that has swept across America through increased access to both prevention and treatments such as naloxone or Narcan. There's an extra $750,000 that are in this year's budget that's being asked for to provide about 12,600 new doses. That'll provide treatment for 6,300 people. And we continue to have thousands of reported overdoses and deaths. We want families and communities in Tennessee to be supported, prepared, and resilient, moving us closer to the dream that every child in every community has the opportunity to achieve their optimal health. I'd like to acknowledge and applaud TCCY's essential work, particularly in regards to the challenges presented to us by the COVID-19 pandemic. We understand that you and your staff served at a time of unprecedented trauma for children and families, and that we continue and will continue to address the impacts the pandemic has had and is having on young people in this country. We understand that there was an incredible impact on your staff at all levels. I think often in our healthcare system, what we've always relied on is the goodwill of our providers. And that's starting to wear thin. We're seeing a lot of burnout right now. And we got to make sure that we can find the joy in what we do again to get people to find that inner peace of what they like to do and find satisfaction in their everyday interactions. We understand that there was an impact on care delivery, on finances, on planning, et cetera. And I also see our resilience, and there are positives that I think we are seeing due to the challenges presented to us. For instance, the pandemic made clear that many of our clients, especially our low-income, minority, rural, and underserved populations, do not have access to resources, information, or supports that our society can provide. Not every population bore the weight of the COVID pandemic equally. And by building those partnerships and seeing the challenges in serving hard-to-reach populations, by focusing on strong families and strong communities, by bridging those gaps, we can build a better, more resilient Tennessee to face future challenges. And as I move into this role, I want to share some of the things that I'm learning about public health. As a doctor, I was able to care for one patient at a time. And now in this role, I have one patient, and that is the state of Tennessee. And it's full of 7 million people. It's a pretty big family. But we are so proud of our healthcare partners and the services they provide, and I hope that we, as stewards of Tennessee's public health, continue to focus on the human side of care and on those meaningful relationships we build with our parents, or with our patients rather, their families, and our communities. But as we know, just like politics, health is homegrown. It's all local. It's not just work RVUs that we bill for, it's people. And health begins in each household with a strong family, and your work is essential to public health, and that you're at as upstream as it gets in that role. Health is both made and protected in our communities, our social groups, our places of worship, our neighborhoods, small towns and big cities. And if Tennessee was one body, our communities would be the muscles we need to strengthen and to function properly in order to improve health outcomes. Public health means that our communities, our environments, are strong enough to promote population health and individual health as well. We have to meet people, frankly, where they're at. And I think a lot of times in healthcare and in government, we want people to get from point A to point B. We often lay down a road or a sidewalk for them to get there, and people don't walk on that sidewalk, and we wonder why. And they may not trust point B, or they might be in a different location and find their own path. We have to help them achieve that to get them to that location. My job is to make sure that Tennessee and people in Tennessee have choices, but that the healthy choice is the easiest option that they have. And we want to promote strong families through the support of women, through pregnancy and into parenthood. We're going to support children by talking not just about ACEs that we all know about, but deploying positive childhood experiences, or PCEs. And these have been shown to have a positive correlation with good health outcomes and to have a mitigating impact on adverse childhood experiences. In 2022, the Department of Health collected data on 7 positive childhood experiences for the first time and found that 2/3 of adults reported having 6 or 7 of those positive experiences, such as feeling safe at home, supported by friends, or being engaged in their communities. And that shows me that while we have room to grow, there is a lot of work happening in Tennessee to be proud of. I often tell my staff that we don't have any customers in central office. We have to get out and meet folks where they're at through groups like our county health councils, collaboration with our prevention coalitions, and engagement with local leaders. And you all are doing very similar work, doing the persistent daily tasks of addressing the social drivers of health and supporting strong families, strong communities, and partnerships that continue to serve Tennesseans across the lifespan. So I want to encourage all of us to continue building our partnership and focusing on supporting strong families and communities. We have to begin, obviously, by listening and promoting existing services and the great work we're already doing. I saw an advertisement as I walked in about services like 988, which can be a very powerful resource if our customers and our patients know that there is somewhere for them to turn during a crisis. If any of you work in any kind of a setting where you have a phone recording that says, "Thank you for calling whatever clinic or whatever location. If this is a medical emergency, please dial 911. I would encourage you to add to that recording. And if you're having a mental health crisis, please call 988. The more people hear about that, the more they know about it, they're more likely to help someone or somebody in their family who might be suffering at that moment. And if it's not top of mind, they don't know to call, and it will delay that. Here in Tennessee, I think we've already had over 21,000 calls in the first 6 months. There's a lot of need out there, and if people know about it, they can get the help that they need right away. I'm so excited to continue building the incredible partnership between the Tennessee Department of Health, the Tennessee Commission on Children and Youth, and all of the partners that are here today. I'll say a little bit in Spanish. Saludos a todos. Gracias por todo. Vamos a construir juntos un Tennessee mejor y unido. Thanks for all that you do. We look forward to building a strong Tennessee together. Please don't hesitate to reach out to me or my team anytime that we can support you. Thank you for what you do, and God bless. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Alvarado. Welcome to Tennessee, and thank you for all of the leadership that you're providing. We look forward to continuing to partner with you and the amazing folks that you have at the department. So thank you all. All right, folks, so I've got to share some bad news. And so Craig Hargrove just came to me, and he said, "Hey, Richard, we love people that drive Hondas, but there's a bit of a problem. So if you drive a Honda and you live in Rutherford County, and your license plate happens to be 499 BJXP, please quietly go to the front before they tow your car. If one of your friends also drives a Honda that is from Sumner County, and the license plate is BKP 5729, why don't you guys walk to the parking lot together to move your cars before they get towed?" So thank you both, whoever you are, and promise not to call you out individually. So one of the things about Children's Advocacy Days is the need to continue to be flexible and nimble with the agenda. So we're going to go a little bit out of order as we're waiting on some of our other commissioners and State Department representatives to join us. So I would like to welcome to the stage Carla Aaron with the Tennessee Department of Children's Services, representing Commissioner Margie Quinn. Carla is one of my favorite people in state government, a lady I respect a great amount, who has had an incredible professional career and really worked hard to make life better for kids and families. So join me in welcoming Carla Aaron.
I'll just let you keep talking about me, Richard. That's great. Good afternoon. I'm Carla Aaron, and I'm the Deputy Commissioner for the Department of Children's Services, and I am honored to work for DCS. I know sometimes you don't hear that, but I've been with them for 38 years, and I love it. I love our commissioner, and I wish she could be here with you today, but she had another obligation, so she sent me, and I'm going to share with you some super exciting things that we're doing with the department. We're got a lot of energy and a lot of good initiatives and a lot of good things going on, so I will begin to share with you some of the stuff that she shared, she asked for in our budget request. If you watched it last week, the commissioner laid out a pretty good plan for things that we need to keep the department moving. We have several areas that we've really been working on, and as she talked in front of the House Finance Ways and Committee last week, she laid out a plan to really look at how we're retaining and recruiting our staff. If you have worked much with DCS, you know the last few years have been really, really hard for us to keep staff and to meet the caseload needs. So we really got a good plan with how we're going to hit that head on. We're also really struggling with kids in custody that are sitting in offices and placement needs. So we've got a plan to move forward with that. And then technology. If anyone has heard the word TFAX, and usually there's a cuss word or two that goes with it, I'll share that we've got a good plan to get a new SACWIS system. So, you know, again, that will help our case management really bring us up to speed in technology. And it may take a few years to get it, but we want to get a good system in place so we don't have to continue to struggle with the needs that we have around our SACWIS system. One of the exciting things, we got a mid-year appropriation that we were able to up salaries for our staff. We've been very blessed by the legislature, by the governor, and by the push from our commissioner to increase the salary for our frontline case managers, all the way from the entry-level case management one up to the team coordinator position. And I'm happy to say that the base salary now for you coming in is $50,000 as a case manager. And it keeps getting better. Case manager 2s get $54,000. Case manager 3s, and this is the entry level, $61,000. A team leader, frontline team leader, $68,000. And team coordinators are going to start in at $76,000. So we really hope that that's really going to get them in the door, but it's going to keep them in the door, we hope. It's such a fabulous thing that we can offer our staff. We're going to continue to ask for funds to keep it very competitive. That was in our budget request. And we know it's already beginning to work because just this week we heard we have over 600 people who are on our requisitions for employment. We've never had that many people want to come work at DCS. So very exciting with that. We're working to hire them and get them trained and in the field as quickly as we can. We know that our training, it's been 9 weeks for pre-service training for the longest time, and we know that's really not enough. A lot of the feedback we got from staff who left the department said, I didn't know what I was getting into. I wasn't trained. I wasn't equipped for this. So we're expanding our training opportunities starting March 1 to 24 weeks, which is 6 months. They're going to go through a rigorous training session. They're going to have OJT, mentors, simulation labs. So when they go in and experience and have the need to de-escalate, or if they go in and, have a home environment that they're not prepared for, their time through some of these simulation labs will really better prepare them for being able to assess safety, assess situations, and be, ready to do the best that they can for those children and those families, because they've been trained to do that, not just thrown into a situation and have to make, on the cuff decisions. We also have decided that, and this I have to give the credit to Commissioner Quinn, she quickly said our frontline, our new staff on the front line can't carry these high caseloads. That's the other thing that was challenging. They came in, they go through pre-service, and then they get quite a few cases that they have to manage. So we've mandated that no case manager under a year will get over 10 cases at one time. We've started that. Great. You know, we started that, and we actually did what we could to go back retroactively. Couldn't happen everywhere because we couldn't completely overload some of our senior case managers, but where it made sense, we tried to reduce cases and give them that full year to fully embed and incorporate all that they learned in training and to really understand what it means to provide case management. So when they hit that 1 year mark and they start getting more than 10 cases, and they get up to the 12 caseload limit, not 12, sorry, 20 caseload limit, I wish it was 12, that they really know how to provide the services that our children, our families need. So we're you know, really doing what's best for the frontline staff, again, to equip them and get them where they'll stay with us. And we think this is a huge effort towards retention. I talked a little bit about the simulation labs. We modeled this after a model in California. Some of us traveled there several years ago, and we actually do it on the campus of TPS. If anybody's been around a long time, they had cottages out at the Tennessee Preparatory School. It's very much like going into a home, a setting that many of our staff go into. And so we have actors, and they have different scenarios. And when new issues come up, they create another scenario. And we run staff through those simulation labs over and over again. We also offer it to some of our partners to come and observe it. And so we get a lot of good feedback from that. So we're expanding those, and we'll continue that method of training as we move forward with this new 6-month training period. We also are recognizing how important resilience and secondary trauma is to our staff. And we have partnered with Tennessee Public Safety Network, and we offer critical incident debriefings. And we've actually been doing this for a couple of years. We've trained over 150 DCS staff to be critical incident debriefers. But they go and after an incident happens, they can do a one-on-one session with a staff person. They can do a group session. They can do a whole office if that was the need. But really the critical piece is to offer that support and that opportunity to talk about the situation very quickly, within just a few days of an incident occurring or somebody reaching out and needing some assistance. We have a team there to help support that group of people. We say it's not therapy, but it's very therapeutic, and the feedback we get from that is just phenomenal. So one of our budget requests was to expand that or expand it in terms of the staff being able to provide that debriefing, but also to continue educating and continue preparing our staff and really expand the opportunity across the state for people to reach out and ask for that assistance. Again, we think addressing their secondary trauma is going to help them navigate through that particular situation, but really build resilience as they continue to work for the agency. We've also, in our budget request, if you listen to Commissioner Quinn's ask, we had $11 million that we're requesting for private providers so we can have some of our providers do actual case management assistance with us. We think giving us a 2-year pause for some of our programs by having providers provide some case management will help us build up our workforce. This will help us fill the over 400 positions that we have vacant. It will help us with that 6 month of training for all those folks, but yet we were not going to miss the opportunity to provide the services and the case management that our kids and families need. So we're asking for that money to partner with some of our provider agencies. We don't quite know what that looks like just yet. We're beginning to talk about that and see where the needs are, but that's going to be exciting. And again, it's going to work towards building up our workforce over the next 2 years. We've put in a request for about $70 million to increase our placement capacity. And of course, this speaks specifically to having the beds, the appropriate beds that we need. They're placed where they need to be placed across the state, and to get kids out of some of these temporary situations. We've had great partnerships with folks. Isaiah 117, I can't say enough. I don't know if Rhonda is still here. I was able to hear her presentation and her receive that award, and there's nobody that is better suited to get that because they've been fabulous partners with us across the state. And we also have had, the faith-based community. We have our child advocacy centers. A lot of other community agencies have basically opened their doors to help us get the kids out of the offices and into these transitional type houses. I'm happy to say we have no kids that are sleeping in the offices right now, except in one area. We have one county where we're still very close to getting a partner to help us, but all other counties, we don't have kids sleeping in the offices. They're staying in transitional houses. But we really want to go even further and get them in those permanent places where they need to be and where they can start really getting the help and the need and the supervision that they need so we can help them reach their permanency quicker. I mentioned the TFAC system. Again, that was a pretty big ask in our budget this year, but we know that's a big haul. We have a lot of people who are on the ground working to help create a system that's going to be more efficient and more effective for our staff. I think it's probably 2 to 3 years down the pike before we can actually have it created and have it going, but we're starting the work now and we're excited about that possibility. We also asked for more money to expand our safe baby courts. We're hoping to expand them by 7 more safe baby courts, 5 in rural areas and 2 in our urban areas. The safe baby courts have been going since 2018, and we are really pleased with the end results. We know that for these babies, they decrease their time to permanency by about 25%. We also know that the ones who exit the program, we've not had a single one that's come back to the attention of the system. So we know something about that program is really working, and we want to continue to spread that, expand it, and really enhance that across the state. We've asked for more money to help with our foster and adoptive homes, really to support those families even further through different types of assistance, through foster parent incentives and board rates. So we're continuing to ask for more money to increase those. We also got some in a mid-year appropriation, which was fabulous, but we know that there's more work and there's more enhancements that we need to do to really shore up that group, as well as try and recruit more of them and retain the foster parent pool that we have. We have also increasing partnerships with our juvenile justice population, working to provide an enhanced version of intensive family-based treatment, and continuing some of the community partnerships that we have across the state in more meaningful ways. We did get some supplemental funding, they call it mid-year appropriations, that we were able to use to do some private provider rate increases. It also helped us to expand some of our beds. We're also able to, and the commissioner and folks in our placement team have really been working with some of the providers across the state and in other states to really gauge the needs of our kids and provide the services that they need. We're trying to keep more of our kids in Tennessee instead of sending them out of the state. That was what we had to do for the longest, but now we think we've got some great opportunities to bring them back into Tennessee and to work with the providers here to help meet their needs. So there's funding that we're going to continue to ask for and to enhance some of the rates that we're paying some of our providers. We also think that some of this increased funding, particularly for our relative caregiver program, which we got last year and we just started this in January, that and some of the adoption assistance money is going to help us with kids reaching permanency quicker. It's also going to help reduce the number of kids that we have in foster care and really give us a minute to find the best home, the best placement for those kids instead of them languishing in inappropriate or placements that go on for way too long. So for the CPS program, we're continuing to see a lot of complex cases. Our numbers, they dipped a little bit during the pandemic, but they are right back up where they were pre-pandemic. Unfortunately, the cases are more severe. We're seeing a lot of drugs, a lot of mental health issues, A lot of severe abuse are coming out of some of these cases, which I'm sure is not surprising to many of you. But it makes it more difficult to do safety planning. It makes it more difficult to assess exactly what the kids need. So we're always looking to expand the resources that we have in all of our communities for their families. We're also doing a lot of work with relatives and partnering with our relative caregiver programs to make that a very viable option and to support those families. If we don't support those families in the relative realm, then they're going to come back to us through the CPS door again, or maybe through the foster care system. So we definitely have to figure out a way to secure that and make those connections and make them meaningful. We also, on the CPS side, know that the training for our staff was not completely adequate. So we've reinstituted the CPS Academy. We had that going for many, many years before the pandemic. We stopped it because it's in person. Then we had so many vacancies, we really couldn't get people out of the field to come and spend a whole week in an academy, but we just started it back this January. We're going to have 6 graduating classes over this next year, so we really feel like that is going to prepare our CPS staff, the frontline staff who are doing the investigations and the assessment cases in a more meaningful way. The partnerships we have there are just phenomenal. They represent, different community partners. They represent law enforcement. They're just a wealth of knowledge and expertise that we've been able to bring in and really train our frontline CPS staff to be better prepared. And I can tell you that the CPS staff are really excited about that, and we have a waiting list of folks who want to participate in this exciting opportunity. We've also realized the need that specialty teams are what are going to meet the needs in some of our areas. We have drug teams. We call those our specialty teams. We've had those for several years in the Northeast area, eastern part of the state, and Shelby County. We're now able to expand them to Northwest. So we've identified staff, we've trained staff, and they're going to be doing some special work just with infants and young children who are impacted by, whose parents are impacted by substance abuse. We hope to expand those further into the Middle Tennessee area, but that's going to take a minute for our staffing to kind of normalize and stabilize itself before we can introduce that in, but that's coming, I hope very soon. The other thing that we realized with our workforce is the need to have different shifts to offer to staff. So we've created second shifts. In Davidson County, in Montgomery County, and Rutherford County, we have a second shift that starts mid-afternoon, and they work up until about midnight. They are able to take the on-call responsibilities from some of our frontline CPS staff, and that's very appealing to hiring people, and it's such a relief to our existing staff. We've been doing that in Shelby County for several years, and it worked fabulous. It actually worked so well, we have a 100% retention rate on that second shift in Shelby County. None of them have left the department, and they've been going for about 8 years. So we're really hoping as we expand that across the state, we have that same type of retention rate. And in Shelby, we've expanded to a weekend shift. So not only do they have a regular day shift, they have a night shift, and now we have a weekend shift. So again, those are just ways that we're being flexible and nimble in the department to meet the needs of our workforce, as well as the children and families that we're serving. And then finally, on our specialty teams, we have what we call our special assistance team, and this is kind of a rapid response team that drops into different parts of the state, different counties where they're struggling with vacancies, or they may be struggling with high caseloads due to an influx of referrals. But they're able to travel across the state and really go in and support the CPS folks when the need is there, and the need is great. We've been able to, they started in January, and we've already deployed them to about 3 or 4 of our areas, one of them being here in Nashville and Davidson, to one of our, who had the highest amount of vacancies, but they've done some really great work to provide relief, but also to provide that ongoing services that we have in CPS for our families. And I can't not talk about the strong partnerships that we have with our SIPIT teams, with our child advocacy centers, our community providers, and definitely with our courts. we continue to seek opportunities and ways to do initiatives and to collaborate at different levels. And we continue to push our staff to be in that collaborative mode and really challenge them to think outside of the box and to try things that might be new and inventive to help, as we, just seek different ways to engage not only the workforce, but to continue to provide the services to our families. So, as you can see, we've been very busy preparing this roadmap. With Commissioner Quinn coming in, she has somewhat of a high energy level and a sense of urgency, but she's laid out a vision for us. And, I just provided a few points that she had on her budget presentation. We'll have another one next week. I would encourage you, if you've not seen Commissioner Quinn talk in front of the legislature, that's an excellent opportunity to see what she did last week or next Wednesday. She'll be doing the same presentation, and I think you'll get excited. I think you'll be energized with where the department's going. We're hopeful with all of the priorities that have been laid out that we're going to be able to recruit and retain really good quality staff, that we can train them well, we can support them, and really I think our main goal is to shift the focus from being such a crisis-driven agency to really being intentional, having strategies, having goals, and actually be able to meet those that are going to lead to some really substantial improvements that impact what we're all here for, is to really help these children and families across the state that we're providing services for. So I leave you with all that, and I just say stay tuned. We are just getting started.
Thank you, Carla. We appreciate all the work that you and your colleagues at the Department of Children's Services are doing. It's a hard work and an important work. So I think you guys are going to start to see a pattern as I introduce the commissioners. So I told you that Dr. Alvarado was my favorite commissioner. Told you that Carla was my favorite deputy commissioner. Now it's time for me to introduce my favorite commissioner in state government, Commissioner Marie Williams with the Department of Mental Health and Substance Abuse Services.
Good afternoon, everybody. It's time to wake up, isn't it? It is time to wake up. I was so excited when I saw that today's title is Musical Movements. Those of you that have been coming to these know I love music. I think music really gets to the heart of what matters with all of us, and it touches different pieces of us. So I'm going to ask you to please stand up, because if you were in school right now, you'd be taking a nap, but we're not taking a nap. We're not taking a nap. I want you to listen to the words of this song for a moment. Here we go.
Feeling good, like I should. When in dark, walk around the neighborhood. Feeling blessed, never stressed. Got the sunshine on my Sunday best. Hey, every day can be a better day despite the challenge. All you gotta do is leave it better than you found it. It's gonna get difficult to stand, but hold your balance. I just say whatever, cause there is no way you're around it. Everyone falls down sometime, but you just gotta know it'll all be fine. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. Feeling good, like I should. When in dark, walk around the neighborhood. Feeling blessed, never stressed. Got that sunshine on my Sunday best.
Hey.
Some days you wake up in the...
Hey, guys. All right. I know that has awakened us, right? All that bacon and caviar catering that y'all just had. If you need to go to the restroom, I understand because you've been all joggled up. All joggled up. So just a couple of things. Number one, I want to say that I love my colleagues that are speaking before and after me. Carla, you did awesome talking about how incredible DCS is moving forward. Obviously, Brad Turner, who's with the Department of Intellectual Developmental Disabilities, he is so incredible with what he does. And then my dear friend Stephen Smith, who has been an incredible colleague as we address mental health and substance use challenges across this state when we're dealing with kids. So there's so much to be grateful for. We have a safety net in this state thanks to the governor and thanks to the legislature that serves your kids that are uninsured. How many of you even know about this program? Can you raise your hand if you know about the safety net for uninsured kids? Well, for those that don't know about this, Richard, we got copies because I want to make sure that y'all are aware and know that if you got a kid that you're dealing with that is not insured, which right now that's less than 4% in our state, but for that 4%, having services in real time is vital, and y'all know that. So I do not want you to leave today thinking that you don't have an answer for a kid that's uninsured, and it would mean so much to me if you would tell your school teachers in your district, if you would tell your principals in your district, and if you would tell anyone else in your district that you can go and get the safety net for these kids, and it is real time. It's a one-page application. If we do that assessment, that person meets the requirements, which is just being uninsured, then we're able to get them on TennCare in most cases. So we get to pull it over there, which I'm really grateful for. The second thing that I want you to be aware of are our school-based behavioral health liaisons. How many of you are aware that there's a school-based behavioral health liaison in each of your counties? Can you raise your hand? All right, again, orange sheet. You're going to get this on your orange sheet. You're going to not feel stressed. That's the whole purpose of this song. We're feeling blessed. We're not feeling stressed, right? So I'm also grateful to the legislature and to the governor for putting in the budget to have one school-based behavioral health liaison in every county. We've got that as we sit here today. But for those of you that are in higher populated counties, you're probably sitting there going, well, thank you so much, but one doesn't go around as much as we need. For those of you that are saying that, I can assure you that once we get the interest rate on the on the Mental Health Trust Fund, those dollars will go out to expand school-based behavioral health liaisons in counties that are higher populated. Why? Because the latest stats that have come out show that 1 out of how many high school students are thinking of suicide? Anybody want to tell me what the latest stats are? 1 out of 5. What about girls? How many in the girl group? 3. Now I want you to sit here and think a minute. I'm looking at this table right here. If you were high school girls, one of you is thinking of taking your life. That's sobering. That is sobering. And together we have got to do more. And how do we do more? You hire the people that can help do the intervention and talk to kids that are struggling. So we know that that is very, very vital to what we're trying to do. Now, in the audience are my team members who oversee the school-based behavioral health program as well as our juvenile recovery courts and other school programs. I'm going to ask you guys to stand up if you don't mind, and please recognize them because they're amazing. Elizabeth Carey, everyone else, please stand up. They will be carrying around a feeling good, in the neighborhood, not feeling stressed, feeling blessed. So if you want to talk with them, y'all got your placards, right? Yes, there you go. Yeah, the feeling. So anyway, again, that's really, really important to know that we are doing all we can in this department in partnership with our fellow colleagues in other departments to make a difference. The other thing I wanted to talk to you about is a new phone number that you can dial if there's a crisis with a kid. Anybody know what that number is? 988. Isn't that easier to remember than the 800 bop, 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 bop? Because I'd have to look that up all the time on my phone, and I've been doing this for years. 988. Again, thanks to an incredible partnership with TennCare, we're able to jointly fund 24/7 mobile teams in this state. So if there's a crisis with a kid, they're funded and they're able to be there 24/7. Dial 988 and someone will answer. Now, the next thing that you probably have thought about is, well, we've been dialing that number and sometimes it takes a little while, right? Well, let me tell you why it takes a little while, and DCS has just seen the impact of adding dollars to hire people at real wages and rates. We have a horrible workforce shortage. How many of you are aware of that in the social service field? Raise your hand. So for those of you that are continuing to work when you don't have the staff that you need, please don't give up the fight. Please don't go work somewhere else, because what you're doing is changing and saving lives. And at the end of the day, when you can look at yourself in the mirror and go, we are changing and saving lives, what an incredible thing to do. But we also know that if we don't have good wages, it's really hard to stay in the game. 650 new applicants, with DCS saying that we're raising our wages to 50,000. Is that it, Carla? A little bit over 50,000. So I want you to be extremely supportive of our budget request this year, which is asking for an additional $9 million to go out to our nonprofit providers to be able to raise wages. Last year, we asked for $18 million. We got that. We've gotten all kinds of emails about how that has helped both recruit and retain great staff. So we know that we want to get to a place where you guys want to come into the field and stay in the field and to make a difference. So when you're looking at our budget this year and you're talking to legislators, if you would please, please support that, it would mean so much. The other item that we've asked for that intersects with what you're doing is the juvenile court, Safe Baby Court program that we oversee, and Elizabeth does a fantastic job with that, as does Carrie with those wraparound services. That program has over a 90% success rate because we track the youth. A 90% success rate of keeping youth, Carla, out of the system, right? And then for the educators, keeping them in education and in school. I can't say enough about that. Please support that in our budget. Those are our two main things that really intersect with you all. Again, it's wonderful to be here. I hope that you leave here feeling very, very blessed. And again, I always love talking to you guys, and we'll leave these orange sheets for you to get this information. Have a great rest of your day.
Thank you, Commissioner Williams. We appreciate you and all that you and your team do every single day. So thank you. So now it is my pleasure to introduce you guys to my favorite commissioner in state government, and that's Commissioner Brad Turner with the Department of Intellectual and Developmental Disabilities.
Well, I don't sing, guys. I'm sorry. This is going to be way less exciting than what Marie did, but she's a great partner, and she kind of spoke at very high levels about what we're doing in the state. I'm really excited about what we're doing to partner not only with mental health, but with Director Smith and TennCare and a lot of different state agencies to try to serve children. So I want to give you a very brief background on what we're doing inside the Department of Intellectual and Developmental Disabilities to actually serve children. And there are some really new spaces that we're starting to penetrate that I think are unbelievably important. So I'll start with a lot of what you're already familiar with. So we have the Tennessee Early Intervention System inside our department, and last year we were fortunate enough to expand services from birth to 3 to birth to 4, and we've seen an immediate return on that investment from the state, which we're very grateful for the legislature and the governor's office to help us fund that to age 4. We've got north of 10,000 families and children that are involved right now in that program that are helping children with developmental delays actually reach outcomes at a clip of almost 80% of what their peers do by grade 3, which is unbelievably beneficial. But one of the kind of the subsets of that data piece that a lot of folks are not aware of is our second biggest referral group is actually children that are inside state custody, inside DCS. And that is unbelievably important and impactful for what we're doing right now. You heard a little bit earlier about the passion that Commissioner Quinn has now brought to DCS, which I've seen firsthand. She's been a great partner for us. I think one of the things that we're most excited about, which a lot of folks have heard about now because it's in our budget request and it's moving through the legislature right now, is a 3-tiered approach that we're going to be working very closely with the Department of Children's Services on in helping foster children with disabilities and making sure that they're going to be receiving the right care, the necessary level of care, but most importantly, hopefully help our partners at DCS find permanent homes for these children that are inside foster care. So Tier 1 is the earliest one that we're working on right now. That is a program that we're developing to serve very vulnerable children right now that find themselves maybe in hospitals or in emergency rooms, and working very closely with DCS to make sure that we can find a place for those children. That is at the very top of our list right now in priority and what we're trying to do both inside our department, but also working very closely with our friends at TennCare and at DCS and mental health and other state agencies across all 95 counties to make sure that we're ready to do that. Tier 2 of that, the second portion of that plan that we're going to be rolling out later this year if it receives the appropriate funding from the legislature and passes through the committees and then through the final votes, would basically be a program that's geared very similar to what we have inside the Katie Beckett program. I think most of you in here are familiar with the Katie Beckett program that serves families of children with disabilities. There are 2 layers to that, a Part A that is housed inside TennCare, a Part B that is housed inside the Department of Intellectual Development of Disabilities that has been very, very successful. I think we've got north of 2,500 families that are currently enrolled in that program that is allowing them to have extra dollars that are then allocated to what those parents see as a need for those children. They can be used for home modifications. They can be used for additional therapies. Most importantly that we've seen, they can be used for respite because a lot of these parents just kind of want to get away and need to have a date night or something that they can kind of recharge their batteries. We are creating a very similar model inside the Department of Children's Services that will look like that for foster care families as they help move into foster care and potentially adoption for these children with disabilities, something that's going to hopefully change the lives of children. I think that's why we're all here today, is because we believe in that. And I know that there are other folks here that have spoken that have that same level of passion that you have and that we have inside our department to make sure that we get this right. Because frankly speaking, it's about time that we focus our efforts on those areas. I'm really excited and very proud to be part of that. And then the big one is going to be the Tier 3 approach, where there's going to be a network that we're actually going to work to develop that's going to be built around the needs of children that right now don't have anywhere to go. You heard Department of Children's Services speak earlier that right now we have to send a lot of these children out of state to receive services because we're still really building the infrastructure and really the foundation inside the state of Tennessee to make sure that we can deliver those services at a very high level, but that's coming. And we have had a lot of feedback since that's been made public from different providers, but specifically from parents and stakeholders to say, hey, we really need something like this. One of the things that Commissioner Williams just talked about that's really important, in fact, we just had a visit yesterday with the Franklin Special School District. Some of you that are in Middle Tennessee area might be familiar with that. I am working on a statewide tour with a lot of the superintendents and school administrators and school board members all across the state to make sure that they understand what's available inside the Department of Intellectual Developmental Disabilities to serve children. And without a doubt, the number one thing that they come back to us and tell us that it is not just an emerging problem, but actually at a crisis, is co-occurring diagnosis, behavioral challenges for students with disabilities that they have no resources or very little resources to devote to serving those children inside the classroom, whether there's behavioral crisis or disruptions, whatever that might look like. One of the things that we started developing over the last few years under the leadership of Dr. Bruce Davis, my Deputy Director for Clinical Services, is a START team. And they are strategic teams that are responsible for assessment and stabilization of individuals that have developmental and intellectual disabilities all across the state. We're going to be working to continue to expand that into not just communities, but also working very closely, hopefully with the Department of Education, in creating the opportunities for schools to start utilizing those emergency numbers that they can call, that we can have a professional immediately be there with the child, either on the phone, over FaceTime or something like that on a mobile app, but eventually getting there to meet the child in crisis in person, because we're hearing more and more about that. So we're working very closely with our partners and hopefully developing some really specific and intentional strategic plans on how do we penetrate the schools better and how do we make sure that we're meeting the needs of students and children inside foster care that historically might not have had the opportunity to have these programs and these resources available to them. But there's a lot of good things that are happening. A lot of that can't be done without our partners. I want to thank Stephen. Obviously, he's here. Stephen Smith is the director of TennCare, but Commissioner Quinn, Commissioner Williams, Commissioner Branscombe, Governor Lee is unbelievably passionate about this. I think Commissioner Williams spoke about the investment that's been very intentional by the governor's office in making sure that we are putting forward appropriate funding to serve children at every level, and regardless of where they are and where their zip code might find them, we have to get to these children. So we're grateful to be partners with you. As Marie touched on, what you're doing is changing lives. And there are very few words as powerful to hear from an adult to a child as "I believe in you." And I think everybody in here at some point has had that opportunity to look a child in the face to say, not only do I believe in you, I'm going to be there for you. I'm going to make sure that you know that I'm on this journey with you, and we're going to make sure that you're going to be successful. And I think that's, at the end of the day, that's all we're wanting to do, is make sure that these children have every single opportunity to be as successful as they can, regardless of circumstances, and making sure that we're investing dollars in areas that are going to be the most impactful for children. So we're happy to be of service to you guys. We're on social media. We are very active on LinkedIn. You have our website. It's tn.gov/DIDD. If you see any programs that you're interested to learn more in, please reach out to us. Kara Kumari is my Assistant Commissioner for Communications and External Affairs. We have PowerPoints. We have one-page documents. We're happy to do WebEx. We're happy to do Teams meetings. We're happy to do Zoom meetings. We want to get in front of as many people as we can to make sure that they're aware of everything that's happening inside our department that we can give to you guys as resources, and make sure that we lift every single boat that we can that has a child in the state of Tennessee. Thank you for what you guys are doing. I appreciate you giving me the chance to be here. Have a great rest of your afternoon.
Thank you, Commissioner Turner. Again, like the other commissioners, we appreciate all you and your team are doing every single day. So thank you. So now I want to introduce you to my favorite director in state government, Director Stephen Smith, Director of TennCare.
Thank you all very much. It's an honor to be here. Thank you for the invitation. Thank you for the work that you all do, whether that's your vocation or just all the work that you do on your own personal time. It does make a difference, and so I just urge you to continue the fight. I appreciate being here with my state colleagues and my friends. I learn from them every day. You all got Commissioner Turner to wear a tie today, which is impressive. Our mission at TennCare is to improve lives through high-quality, cost-effective care. And considering that we cover half of all the births in this state, we have a major focus on children. And so we share that with this group. And when we think about our mission, we really think about it as being bigger than just the TennCare population. And you may hear me say that and think, well, how is that? It's probably a bit of a stretch. But when you consider that TennCare makes up a third of the state budget, we're at about $14 billion now. So we're a third of the state budget. What that means then is that we really impact everything that the state is able to do from a policy perspective, particularly those things that will positively impact all children across the state. So if we are not successful with that cost-effective piece of our mission, then that means there are no dollars available to do all the other things that we need to do in state government, whether that's education or criminal justice or transportation or children's services, you name it. If we're not successful at TennCare, then there won't be any dollars left to do all of those things. And so we take that responsibility very seriously. That's why a lot of times I'll talk about both pieces of our mission, that high-quality piece, that high-quality care piece, but also that cost-effective piece, because the two really do go hand in hand, and we have to be successful at both. And one of the reasons why is because if we're not, then we're not going to be able to make the types of improvements that we've seen in TennCare over the last couple of years, which have been unprecedented. But also we won't be able to have the type of improvements that we're proposing in this year's budget. It really is an exciting time for TennCare and our state due to the collective work of many, many people over the past 2 decades. TennCare is in a really good position today. And I would argue that we are in our most successful position that we've been in TennCare's history. And so what that means is that we are able to come forward with some proposals that will have a tremendous impact, positive impact on the people that we serve. You may have heard the governor talk about his Strong Families initiative. TennCare is a big piece of that. And we are actually proposing in this budget to serve an additional 25,000 people in our TennCare program, and we will focus on children, pregnant women, mothers, and caretakers of our children. And so that's something that we're really excited about, and we're really looking forward to being able to serve that population, that additional population. And as I wrap up, I do have an ask for everybody in this room. We have a huge undertaking that is about to occur, and that is we are restarting our TennCare renewals. Over the past 3 years, because of the pandemic, we have maintained enrollment for anyone in TennCare. So typically, every year, TennCare members are required by federal law and state law to go through a renewal process. It's called redetermination. And that's, by law, that's required to ensure that these individuals are still eligible to receive TennCare benefits. During the pandemic, the public health emergency, that has been paused. But Congress recently acted, and they decoupled that continuous enrollment provision from the public health emergency. So what that means then is that starting around April 1st, we will be going through that redetermination process for our entire membership. Prior to the pandemic, we were at about 1.4 million people that we were serving. Today, we're at about 1.75 million. And so for the first time in 3 years, our members are going to be going through that process. And for some of our members, they will be going through that process for the very first time. So the good news is we've made this process as easy and user-friendly as possible. It's never been easier to renew your TennCare coverage. We have a new online system that people can utilize 24 hours a day. We have different communication methods that we can now use. Individuals can receive information through email, through text messages. They can submit information through their smartphones. They can call. They can go to the DHS offices. So there are multiple ways for our members to renew coverage. But what we need, and what I want to ask you all to help with, is we need all of our TennCare members to make sure that we have their most up-to-date contact information. Because the only way legally that we can renew membership for most of our members is if they respond to the information that we send to them. So there'll be a large percentage of our population that we will be able to renew automatically through other data sources. But for a significant percentage of our population, we will have to get that information back from them, where they will have to verify their income information and also their status. So we've been working really hard to get the word out. Our providers and our stakeholders have been great partners in that, and it would really be helpful to us and to our members if you all could be a part of that as well. And I know many of you already are. But that's going to be a big undertaking. It's going to be a big challenge for not only our state staff, but also the members and the families that we serve. Again, thank you all very much. It's an honor to be here. I really do appreciate the invitation, and look forward to talking to you all soon.
Thanks, Director Smith. As always, thank you for what you and your team do as well. So my last favorite deputy commissioner to join us on stage is Jude White with the Department of Human Services. So please join me in welcoming Jude.
Thank you. I am delighted to be with you all. I asked to go last because I knew I would learn from each of the folks ahead of me, and I certainly did. So I'm Jude White. Richard just gave me a promotion. I'm actually the Assistant Commissioner for Child Care and Community Services at the Department of Human Services. And so I think our team really felt like it would be a great opportunity for me to come and visit with you all for a few minutes about what's going on in child care. Of course, the Department of Human Services touches a lot more than child care. Our work with families, particularly with the TANF Opportunity Act, and our work in workforce development is really critical. And so I am just going to talk to you for a little bit about the transformation we've been having, particularly over the last year, in child care services. And so I just wanted to start by saying we really began this journey almost 4 or 5 years ago when we stepped back and we thought about, what is our vision? What is our why? And our why statement is that every family should have access to quality care. And so that drives everything we do. And over these last few years, we have really been doing significant transformation, both in our technology services, in our staff structure, and in our program design. And part of that vision for transformation is we've got particular areas that we talk about. And so we really want to help transform the child care workforce from being seen as babysitters to being seen as educators, which is really what they are. We want our staff to be seen as, I'm going to have to put my glasses on because I didn't make this large enough. But we want our staff to be seen as partners, not enforcers, or the child care police. We want our quality rating process, our report card process, to be seen truly as about quality improvement, not about just quality rating. And we want our administrative tasks to be empowering, not cumbersome. When it comes to child care capacity, we want to be seen as child care creators, not child care obstructors. And for our child care payment assistance program, which is our subsidy program, we want access to care to become access to quality. And so those are just some of our high level, when we vision the future of child care and transformation, that's part of our vision, is moving forward to this new status. And so just over the last year, I want to talk about a few of the things we've done to actually carry this transformation vision forward. So in February of last year, we launched a provider portal. So we are really trying to move forward in partnership with our providers. So we really are taking full advantage of technology so that their administrative burdens are less. So while we have a provider portal and an easier way for them to electronically submit attendance every week so they can get paid every week for child care payment assistance, we're excited to provide that more regular cadence of payments for them. And then we also launched a customer portal. So 4 years ago, we were heavily paper-based in our child care payment assistance applications. Now over 90% of our applications come in online. And so we want to make that easier for our customers. And as we call it, we're breaking up with paper. We don't want to be in relationship with paper. We want to be in a relationship with our customers. So along those same lines, last June, we launched our e-licensing system, which is both our internal database for tracking all of our interactions with childcare providers, but again, also that interface with the agencies themselves. And one of the neat things that providers can do on our website now, and that we're encouraging them to do, that it's got to become a new habit, but we really want them, when they have vacancies in their childcare agencies, they can put that in their provider portal profile, and then that will post to our Find Childcare site. So it's just one small way that we're trying to make it easier for parents to recognize when childcare is available. So, and we say regularly when we go through our technology modernization projects that we're in launch, learn, and tweak mode. So we've launched, we're learning, and we're tweaking. But that is one thing that I want you all to be aware of, and any providers you interact with, encourage them to keep that information current on our website so parents can more easily find care. Also, last year, in July, we raised our child care reimbursement rates by 20% across the board. And so that is just one way, again, that we can support providers and families by raising the amount we're able to pay providers for serving low-income families. So we've also completely redesigned our quality rating improvement system. Have any of you heard about that? It's called QRIS, the Quality Rating Improvement System redesign. And so for about 20 years, we have had the 3-star program, so an agency could be rated 1, 2, or 3 stars. And that has served us well for those first 20 years in terms of overall really lifting the quality of childcare across the state. But after 20 years, it was time to refresh and really transform our quality rating system. So we used to have folks who would come in from our licensing team, and they were looking for licensing rules compliance, and then we would have folks from our assessment team, and they would come in to look at the quality of the program using some very rigorous assessment instruments. And we really engaged providers, and we heard from them that they felt like that the two weren't always in sync, and they felt like with our licensing team coming regularly 4 times a year and the assessment team coming once a year, that we weren't getting the full picture of truly the quality that they were offering. And so we took all of that to heart. We looked at other states and worked with our quality partners like Child Care Resource and Referral to really come up with a whole new approach. Like I said, it launched last October. And it's really, we use a new tool now to go out and 4 times a year to look at the full picture of health and safety standards and teacher-child interactions, which is critical to that vision of quality. And then based upon those 4 visits, each time they'll get a score, sort of an internal score that we can discuss with them and they can work on from one quarter to the next. And then we will, at the end of those 4 visits, at the end of the year, they'll get an annual score out of 100. So we feel like this is going to be not only more useful for the providers because we have more regular interaction with them about what they're doing well, where they might want to improve, but also for parents, ultimately to be able to see the score. Now, the scores are not public yet. We're in year 1, and so scores won't be available yet for the public, but the providers, of course, have been working towards this score, which will be more recognizable, I think, to parents in the long run. And another item we're proud of that I was thinking about as I listened to some of the other commissioners is we've also deliberately invested in what we call inclusion coaches through Child Care Resource and Referral, and that is specifically to support providers if they have a child attending who maybe has special needs or some behavioral issues, which can be hard to manage in any setting and just as well in a child care agency. And so we are investing in those supports for providers so they can help to navigate those behaviors and help that child stay in care. We also have added a 15% incentive bonus differential to our child care subsidy rates for a child with special needs, recognizing there may be some additional costs associated with that. We've also been very excited about our pre-licensure unit. It started in August of 2021. We didn't have this before, but we have a team which is actually growing, and they are present across the state to help anyone who is interested in becoming a licensed child care provider. We know families depend on this care. We know it is critical to communities and employers that child care be available, and so we created this specific unit. They have a very passionate director, and they engage with anyone who's just maybe thinking about opening childcare, whether as small as a family home provider or as large as a center serving hundreds of kids. And so they will bring that potential provider through an orientation just to explain some of the basics of licensure, the basics of subsidy assistance. They will visit their potential sites, provide technical assistance. They help them access small business academies because, of course, running a child care agency is a business, and we want to help them be successful as a business with marketing and hiring and budgeting. So they help them access that small business academy resource, and then they can help them all the way through getting what's called a provisional license, and they visit every month for the first 4 months just to really help those agencies get off to a strong start before they're handed off for their continuous license. So that pre-licensure team has made a huge difference in our state just in recognizing where we are able to grow capacity and where we still want to grow capacity. In their first year and a half, they've helped support creation of over 11,000 slots of newly licensed capacity, which we're really proud of. And we've grown that team so they can help grow that capacity even more. The other thing to be aware of is that that pre-licensure team really is also the referral step into what we call establishment grants. And those are for those agencies that are becoming newly licensed for full-time child care, and they can get up to $1,000 for each slot of new licensed capacity that they're creating. And so the idea is that we don't want them to start out in debt. We want them to have every chance to be successful. Childcare is not a high-profit business, as you all well know, and so that money can be used to pay for furniture, supplies, curriculum, equipment, some of just those basic needs to open the agency as a quality program. And so in, again, just about that year and a half, they've awarded over $3.5 million in establishment grant money. So we are very excited about these investments, these very deliberate investments that we're making in quality childcare and in our families across the state. And I'll just close with, again, in this time of COVID, which we've heard so much about, these extraordinary times, we were able to award over $500 million in child care stabilization grants. And so those are for existing child care providers just to help them, as it says, these are federal dollars to help stabilize and sustain the industry so that as we move from COVID response to COVID recovery, so that our providers are there when families need them, so they can work. So that's the state, if you will, of childcare over this last year. As I said, this is an aggressive journey of transformation. And so I'm just grateful to be able to share some of it with you. We appreciate the partnership from so many of you. We have such a great team of quality partners who do everything from technical assistance and coaching to literacy resources to infant mental health resources, and of course to the Commission on Children and Youth for allowing me to come here today and share this with all of you. So thank you for your work and appreciate your time.
All righty, let's give another hand overall to all of our child representatives. Our progress in Tennessee wouldn't be made without them, so we're very thankful that they're here today. We are going to take just a teensy tiny break, very, very quick, and reconvene around 2:30 for an exciting performance, but we're also going to have a special guest appearance, so stick around.
Hey, ladies, this mic is hot. Be careful what you say. You know what I mean. Be careful what you say. It is on. Be careful what you say.
Can you help me out, Tim? Tim. Thank you, Tim. And good afternoon, everybody. I know that was a quick break, and I definitely told my colleague Rachel to reiterate quick, because before we have a wonderful performance by a performing group from Sumner County, a student group, we have a very special guest here in the building that I wanted to introduce you guys, or at least allow him to speak to you guys, because his name is everywhere. We've talked about him a lot this morning. Ray Stevens, this is his venue, and he is here, and he wants to come say hello right now. So ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Ray Stevens to Children's Advocacy Days.
Thank you. Thank you. I'll be brief. I just wanted to come out and say welcome to the Cabaret, and I hope your meeting is going well. And, now that you know where it is, we're starting back shows this season. First show will be this coming Saturday on March the 11th. So now that you know where we are, come see us when you can. I think you'll enjoy it. We have a 20-piece orchestra on stage for these shows, and of course we serve food if you like. You don't have to eat to see the show, but it sort of works out pretty good time-wise anyway for most people. So anyway, thanks for coming, and good to see you, and come see us again.
Tim. Here we go.
All right, good afternoon, everyone. Friends, I hope that you brought your energy with you from the break. You are going to need it for our next group of student performers. This is the First Step team in Sumner County. They routinely perform at the Beach High School basketball games. Y'all please give a warm CAD welcome to Miss Stephanie Stevens and the Beach High School Step team.
Thanks, Rob. Goodness gracious, I wish I had that much energy. So please join me again in thanking the Beach High School STEP team. Our next guest and presenter may not be a musical artist, but her organization sure does share its art in the delicious food they create. Cafe Momentum's executive director, Rokisha Bryant, is a passionate advocate for youth and families. She believes in the transformative power of amplifying the voice of marginalized populations to advance well-being and inspire action. Before joining Cafe Momentum Nashville as the inaugural executive director, Ms. Bryant worked at the Oasis Center for 14 years. She received her Bachelor of Science from Tennessee State University and her Master's in Education from Vanderbilt University Peabody College. She is a recipient of the Tennessee State University Community Partner of the Year Award, the Oasis Center Roy Hutton Vision in Action Award, and was nominated for the Nashville Emerging Leader Award. Please join me in welcoming Rokisha Bryant to the stage.
Richard, I really appreciate the warm introduction. I've been doing this work for a long time, and it's always nice to be reminded before I get on stage, like I'm here for a reason, right? And so I wanted to talk to you all a little bit about what we're doing and making sure that our young people know that they're here for a reason, and we are a part of their path. And so Cafe Momentum is I don't have the clicker. Where's my clicker person? I just realized it. Okay, we're going to try to do this. Okay, and so Cafe Momentum is a nonprofit restaurant, culinary art training facility, and community service center. We started in Dallas, Texas in 2015 with the vision of a chef. He worked with young people in a juvenile justice setting, and he realized when he left that those young people may not feel like they have a lot of opportunities afforded to them. They needed someone to help them carve out their path. And so that was the genesis of the idea for Cafe Momentum. The founder and CEO, Chad Hauser, sold his stake in the restaurant that he had at the time and created a whole new restaurant with young people in mind. The goal was for the young people to reach their full potential, which is our vision and mission. This is going to be fun. And so we provide a paid internship for young people ages 15 to 19 who have been impacted by the juvenile justice system, recognizing that Nashville's juvenile justice system is a little bit ahead of Dallas. We don't have as many young people in the detention center as Dallas, and so we immediately, when we decided to launch in Nashville, shifted that a bit for it to say justice involved. So we serve young people who are getting repeated ISS in school, diversion, all the way to I just got out of the detention center. Our goal is, again, for them to reach their full potential, and we do this a few ways. We have our momentum model of juvenile justice, and we provide paid workforce development training for our young people, life skills, social skills, financial literacy, and educational literacy. We really want to unlock their potential. We want them to know that they have all of the potential in the world. We're just here to help guide them and create experiences for them to be their best self. In Dallas, it is a 12-month paid internship. They're operating the front of the house, they're operating the back of the house, and we are on track to do that in Nashville. We hope to open our brick and mortar restaurant in 2024. In the meantime, we are running a mini internship. And again, this is a microcosm of what they're doing in Dallas. We are gaining momentum daily and figuring out what that looks like in Nashville's landscape. Our young people in our paid internship receive $10 an hour, and then they are essentially promoted to the next phase, which is where they can participate in our pop-up dinners and our catering services. Our pop-up dinners is where we go in, we take over a restaurant, we have the chef at that restaurant come up with the menu, and they teach our young people how to cook the meal and serve the meal. They're ticketed events. We've partnered with people like Marsh House, Henrietta Red, Dinner with Friends, Answer Restaurant, and we're looking to do some partnerships this year. And again, it's about exposure, them seeing that this chef is different than that chef, that restaurant is different than that restaurant, getting them to step into a space where they're uncomfortable, and for them to just use those skills that we've taught them in the training to apply it in different situations. When we have our catering, which we did last night for some people with Child Advocacy Day yesterday, so hopefully you all enjoyed the meal. Those are opportunities for our chef to serve our meal with our young people. They're also paid $15 an hour. They're doing everything from serving, we could do past apps, we could do plated for up to 30, and we're building momentum around our catering offering as well. Hopefully we'll have our catering van soon and you'll see us riding around Nashville. And they're paid $15 for that as well. Simultaneously, we're providing case management. Whatever we see that the young people need, we're tapping our partners in the community to help provide it to them. Once we have our restaurant, we will try to provide as many of those opportunities in-house, but recognizing that we can't do it alone. And so really sharing young people is what we want to do, and making sure that they understand that we are the advocates that are circling around them to make sure that we unlock their potential. One of our mottos is, thrive over survive. And so pointing out to them the difference, figuring out a way to use the restaurant analogy for them to transfer it to any skill set, any industry that they're interested in. And so while we're interested in the restaurant, we're using it as a caveat for them to transfer those skill sets to something else in their lives that they feel like is important. And figuring out what that is starts with the relationship. Next slide. During the program, we are doing, again, life skills. It's there, goal planning, first impressions, business behaviors, making sure young people know how to advocate for themselves, communication, which is huge, things that could take them anywhere in the world. We leave with a Serve Safe Food Handler certification, so they know temperature abuse, they understand the nuances of safety, OSHA standards, all of that as a baseline. We also make sure that our young people are connected to other individuals, and so from mentorship to volunteers, we're just trying to get them to expand their horizons with the people that are immediately around them so that they can feel comfortable in this community. Some of our outcomes is, again, all of our young people are invited to participate in our pop-up dinners and our catering events. We are trying to get as much business as possible so we can create that consistency for them, because we know that consistency is huge when it comes to young people. So the more catering jobs we have, the more pop-ups we have, the more consistent we can provide employment for them. But all of them are invited to participate. 90% of our interns are improving in their academic success in some capacity. Of course, everyone's path looks different. And then we provide young people with the pre-assessment of Casey life skills. That's just the standard for me. I told the people yesterday, I've worked with Foster Care Review Board, Tennessee Youth Advisory Council, Youth Villages, and when I started this position, I was like, I want to make sure that we're improving on those Casey life skills. And so we give that at the beginning, and we also do a general self-efficacy scale just to make sure that the young people are getting those baseline things that we can help them improve upon over time. We have some other things that we're tracking, and just making sure that they are getting what they're needing, but trying to move away from so many measurements and really look at the quality. Next slide. Some of the long-term outcomes is we're moving away from the narrative that was once had. Young people should be given a second chance. If I stop right now and ask you all, what was the worst mistake you ever made as a young person between 15 and 19? Keep it to yourself. Okay, and then think about the adults that advocated for you, and just picture them out in your mind: a teacher, a coach, a next door neighbor, your parents, grandparents. And then what did they do? What did that advocacy look like? If you had more than one, it may have looked different. And so that's where we're doing. And someone changed the narrative for your life, and that's what we're doing for these young people. And again, we're using the restaurant to do it. We always say it's not your normal restaurant, and if you just come eat with us and drink with us, you're changing lives. And so eat, drink, change lives is our motto. If we help this particular generation and we know all of the things that they're faced with, we'll be helping the future generations. We'll be helping the community. And so the outcomes are endless, especially when you're talking about working with the young people that we traditionally see that are being incarcerated that are Black and brown. And so we put a special attention to those things that may be barriers for them, which includes advocacy on our national level. And I kind of jumped ahead, but we're part of a national collective. And so when Dallas saw that it was successful, a woman named Sheila Calloway went to Dallas, and she said, I love this restaurant, I love this concept. If you ever expand, come to Nashville. And the founder and CEO said, okay. And so that's where the idea to expand came from. And I was working at Oasis Center at the time. I said, this is a great opportunity. Let's see what it's about. And they expanded to Nashville first. And so we are the first in the nation outside of Dallas, Texas, to have a Cafe Momentum. I'm very proud of that. It just speaks to, again, the progress of our community. And then right now we're opening up, we have a restaurant in Pittsburgh. And so you can, if you get to Pittsburgh or Dallas, you can taste the food right now, or you can use our catering services. In addition, we have Atlanta, Houston, and Denver to open up soon. And so the goal is to have 30 Cafe Momentums across the United States. And so again, changing the narrative, making sure that people see the potential of these young people, remove the barriers for these young people, and figure out creative ways to help these young people thrive. And that's what we're doing. We'll impact future generations with your support. Again, community impact, juvenile justice reform. I know we talk about that a lot, but we're doing the work. We're doing the work now. We'll do the work when we have the restaurant. And all you have to do is just refer young people to us and come eat. Bring your families, and you wouldn't know the difference until you ask, and they're ready to share their stories. Again, the ecosystem of support is so important. The next slide will show the things that we need, so we need continuous funding. We need continuous volunteers. We need to be invited to come and cater for you guys. We need referral partners. Currently, our referral partners start with juvenile court, again, the diversion efforts, the school system, CASA, Epic Girl, Rafi Institute, and we're looking for more partners, people who have contact with the young people who are impacted in any way by the juvenile justice system. And then we need employment partners. Once these young people complete our 12-month program, we need to find other places for them to go. Even now, I have some young people who are very transparent. I'm not interested in working in a restaurant. I don't like this. They'll complete that internship. I need to find the next place for them to go that fits their needs. That's part of their interests and passions. And so that's where we are. And again, we need your support to do that. The next slide, I think, is a video. So we need your help to build momentum. And when I say build momentum, I say it with a sense of pride, because a lot of times you say something and say pun intended, no pun intended, but in this case, building momentum, the pun is intended. This is a community effort. That's what I signed on for, and the job is for us to make it our own, and so you all are a part of this as well. And so the next slide, I was like, I just want to add some seeing is believing. So last night, the guests at the executive preview was able to experience for themselves the cuisine of Cafe Momentum. And it was amazing. That's the feedback that I've received. And so they got to see it in action. And I know seeing is believing. And so I have a video that it's okay. It's a video I created, and that's not my strong suit. He didn't introduce me as a graphic designer, and so that's my disclaimer. But I do want to share it with you all so you can see the look on these young people's faces, and you can see where, we start with catering, but it'll take you all the way back to the actual first day of these young people, speaking with one of our board members, Cameron Carver, who was once a part of Tennessee Commission on Children and Youth, and he's now a board member for Cafe Momentum. And so just the power of all of that. And so enjoy the 3-minute video or so. Where did it go back?
Hi, I'm Josh Reaver.
That's not my
Thank
video.
you for giving me this award, and I'm sorry.
Wrong video. Josh seems great, but that's not my video. Well, we may not get it. I know I'm running out of time. And it's totally okay. We could. There's a lot. I mean, I don't want to sound pretentious, but just Google, you'll see the smiling faces. That's what I wanted you all to see, the smiling faces, the hands-on, them being in the kitchen, working with one chef, making pasta from scratch, working with another chef, plating food, being very meticulous. You'll see those skill sets in those pictures. And so we do have a website. You can check this out, Cafe Momentum /Nashville. It's really important to keep in mind the Nashville part. And I think of it as, Harley Davidson, South Carolina, Myrtle Beach. It's make sure you say Nashville, and then you'll be able to see in real time exactly what we're doing. And we'll continue to do these things. And so when you go to our website, please sign up for our newsletter. That's how you'll be in the know for our pop-up dinners. You can also send us catering inquiries at hello@Cafe Momentum, letter NSH, little Nash on there, NSH.org. And so hello@CafeMomentumNSH.org. Follow us on social media, and you'll be a part of what we're building. And so I thank you all for your time, and have a great rest of your afternoon.
Thanks so much, Rokisha. We appreciate you telling us about what Cafe Momentum does for children in Nashville. And if she didn't make the case strong enough, follow them and go eat there. Their food is amazing, I promise. So I have lots of favorite parts of Children's Advocacy Days. And so this next section is definitely one of my absolute favorites. So as you all have heard and as you've seen, we use this as an opportunity to present numerous awards. And so there is a category of an award that is a Youth Excellence Award. And that award has been so hit or miss over the years. Sometimes we'll have one nomination. Many years we won't have a single nomination for this award. So the stars aligned this year, and there were 3 nominees for the Youth Excellence Award. So the objective of the Tennessee Commission on Children and Youth through the Youth Excellence Award is to recognize and honor a young adult who has made great strides in his or her life from past involvement with the youth justice system. This person will have overcome great obstacles and is currently making positive contributions to society. The award was modeled on the Coalition for Juvenile Justice Spirit of Youth Award. So as I said in years past, it's been kind of hit or miss with the nominations. And this year we had 3. And so the members of the commission looked at the nominations and said, hey, why don't we give all 3 of these amazing young folks an award? So it makes my heart very, very happy to be able to present these awards. So I could read from this scripted kind of nomination, but I think that it would be more meaningful and come across much better and sincere if I introduced the first recipient, the person who nominated the first recipient. So it's my pleasure to introduce you guys to Stacia Freeman, who is the executive director of an organization called Epic Girl. Stacia.
Wow. Good afternoon. I didn't know I was going to get to speak really, but and I don't have my glasses, so I can't even see what I wrote. But it's really easy for me to present Kania Pullen with this award for Youth Excellence. She is a young person that came to us through the detention program that we do in Davidson County as a 12-year-old. And I will never forget, she'll say something to me about telling this story, but I always loved my girls so much. And when I would leave, I would say, bye, I love y'all. And she would look at me like, you are crazy. Why are you saying that? And we did a lot of life together, and I was visiting her at a facility she was at, and I remember the doors were shutting. I'd taken her lunch, and she stuck her head out the doors, and she said, bye, Miss Stacia, I love you. And I was like, you love me now? And she said, yeah, because I know when you said it, you really meant it. So I just want to say, like, those of us in this work can never underestimate the power of relationship, how important it is to the kids we serve. And Kania is a rock star. She has taken every experience she's ever been through and turned it into something beautiful and good, looking how she can use her life and her journey to impact other young people and how she can do things that matter for our community. So she is a senior at Pearl Cone. She has a 4.0. And she's going to college in the fall at Austin Peay. And she's still trying to decide what she wants to study, but sometimes she says she might be a lawyer because she knows kids like her need lawyers that really care and want to help kids. So it is my great privilege to award the Youth Excellent Award to Kania Pullen with Richard. Thank you so much.
Coming here today, I didn't know what I was going to say or if I was going to say anything at all. But now that I'm here, I just want to say to anybody out there, kids, grown, old, it don't matter. Anything you're going through, it's not going to be like that forever. Things change. Everything happens for a reason, and God is on everybody's side. So you got to believe to receive. Thank you.
Thank you, Kania, and very, very well deserved. Our next recipient, I'm going to ask Teresa Sipes to join me on stage to talk about a young man that she nominated that is not with us, but we do have a video, a young man by the name of Josh Weaver. Teresa?
Despite waves of obstacles and adversity, Josh moved from Knoxville here to Nashville. He went from DCS removal to leveled facilities to almost being incarcerated to being homeless. And today he's at Ball State Community College. He's sheltered. He has a license. He has a job. He has a passport. He has a birth certificate. Amen. Josh participates in our Adopt a Road roadside cleanup in Goodlettsville. He's been referred to Tennessee Voices Youth Move program. He's interested in using the things that he's been through to help others.
Thank you for giving me this award, and I'm sorry
I think you
I
hear
can't
a
be
little
there
bit
with
of what
you
he's
today.
about to say to you all now. And I just wanted to use this opportunity to say that one of the things that was really important for Josh in making a difference in what he was going through and where he is now is just when you have a child in your life, just telling them, I love you, I'm proud of you, I'm always happy to see you, just speaking life into those kids because you get those improvements when people know that people care. Thank you.
I'll give you this.
Hi, I'm Josh Weaver.
And
Thank you
I
for
understand
giving me
there's a
this
video
award, and I'm
of
sorry I can't be there with you today in person. I was asked to share my experience and about what people who've been in the system would want to know. What I want people to know is that the programs I was in really need to focus on preparing young adults to live independently, successfully, and how to sustain that on their own. I want people to know that young adults from situations like mine deserve to be treated like everyone else, and that I'm doing the best I can do, so please be patient with me. Finally, that one person who believes in you can make a difference, and that everyone deserves to have someone who believes in them and sticks up for them. Lots of kids have parents that do this, but for those who don't, I hope they find that person in you. Thank you.
Congratulations. Teresa, thank you. So our final recipient of our Youth Excellence Award was nominated by Stacy O'Neill, an attorney in South Central Tennessee. I'm sure many of you know Stacy, and she is unfortunately not able to be with us today. So I am going to go with our script to introduce our final Youth Excellence Award winner. Preston Yoakley Owens is the final recipient of our Youth Excellence Award. Preston had every opportunity to abandon those who love him, but he endured. He could have remained involved in a life of crime that was instilled in him as a child, but he knew he wanted better for himself. Since then, he has faced the demons of his past with kindness and love. He is navigating young adulthood with confidence and commitment. He has overcome not only the past, but its legacy to be a productive, contributing member of their community. Preston's experiences fostered his passion for the culinary arts. He now manages the kitchen of a local steakhouse. He continues to mentor fellow employees at a restaurant dedicated to offering second chances. He uses his culinary skills at a Christmas morning breakfast open to the community and at an annual free community Christmas event that offers free toys to all attending children. He donates his time to serve members of the recovery community and the providers that serve the recovery community. Preston is kind. He is the first to check on the people he loves and shows up when and where he is needed most. It's a privilege to honor Preston with the final Youth Excellence Award this year. Preston?
Thank you, thank you. Well, I won't say that I almost teared up listening to that. It was very sweet to hear. I've been through a lot, and, I've seen a lot of my friends, in the Juvenile Detention Center, and they've come out like me. There's a lot of good stories, and there's a lot of bad, and my story's good, and, I can sit up here and talk about it, but I would probably start tearing up in front of y'all. I was a lucky guy. I was working with a family in a restaurant, and, they would take their shirt off their back for me, I was in a very deep, dark area in my life, and they brought light to it, and Stacy O'Neill is another one. She was there, and I appreciate them more than they will ever know, and that's another thing that y'all were talking about with the restaurants. I do the same thing at my restaurant. I want kids to come in, have a second chance, learn how to cook, because, regardless of anything, you should know how to cook. That's the survival thing, so that's what I tell any kid that I hire, regardless if you're going to do this as a career, you need to know, so, and, I appreciate the award, and I'm thankful, and that's about it. So, thank y'all. Thank y'all. Thank you.
Congratulations, Preston, and all Youth Excellence Award winners this year. And Preston, it is completely okay to cry. I'm surprised I've made it this far in the event without crying yet. It's coming before it's over, I promise. So on to our next award. In June of 2018, and on the occasion of her retirement, the 21 members of the Tennessee Commission on Children and Youth voted to create the Linda O'Neill Lifetime Achievement Award, perpetually honoring her 30-year service as executive director of the agency. This award is presented every year to an outstanding Tennessean who has dedicated their life to improving outcomes for the state's children, youth, and families. It is always my pleasure to welcome my former boss, mentor, role model, friend, and the person who taught me everything I know about children's advocacy to the stage to present this award. We are so glad she is here with us today, and please welcome Linda O'Neill.
Thank you, Richard. It's wonderful to be with all of you on Children's Advocacy Days. What a wonderful group, a new location, and lots of energy and great presentations here. But you're not here to hear me talk about that, or you, even though you all are wonderful. I am here because it is my honor to be able to present the Lifetime Achievement Award for 2023. This year's recipient began her social work journey more than 45 years ago. She has been, since 2002, the executive director of the National Association of Social Workers Tennessee chapter. And there, where there are about 2,000 members, she has done an outstanding job bringing along the social work community to be not only outstanding service providers with the training and other assistance she provides, but also she has one of the larger Hill Days in Tennessee where she will have between 500 and 700 social workers come together. How many of you are social workers? Are any of you? Lots of social workers. So you all know well my friend Karen Franklin, who has been the executive director there and is so deserving of this recognition. She, in 2000, which year is it, 22, received the National NASW the Chapter on Council Executives Executive Director of the Year Award. And she did that not only because of the outstanding work she does in Tennessee with the training, with the leadership, with the Hill Day, but also because of the incredible work she does helping the executive directors of other chapters across the country be everything they can be to make such a difference for the people that they serve, that you all serve. She has been a wonderful partner for the Tennessee Commission on Children and Youth throughout her career. She works very diligently, and her staff work very diligently with the commission staff who are planning training sessions to be sure all the bases are covered so they will be eligible for CEUs. She has been an advocate for children and families across a whole range of issues and has received a number of other awards for which she is very well deserving. In 2018, she's a graduate of the University of Tennessee College of Social Work, and in 2018, she received the UT College of Social Work Senator Douglas Henry Award for service to children and families at risk. In 21, she received the NAMI Professional Award. She received the Coalition of Black Social Workers Ally Award in 2023. She has spent a lifetime providing incredible assistance, leadership, services for children and families and for all Tennesseans who are at risk. So it is really my pleasure today to present this award to Karen Franklin, who is incredibly deserving of this recognition.
I was blown away when Richard called me. I remain blown away. Those of you who have ever worked with Linda O'Neill knows she's a nationally recognized advocate. She is an amazing advocate and has been privileged to work with as a colleague in so many settings. You also hopefully know that Richard Kennedy is an incredible leader for the commission at this point. It's an honor for me to receive this award both from Children's Advocacy Days, but also from Linda O'Neill. I'm not retiring yet, so I'm gonna have 2 more years where I try to live up to the name of the award. But I want to start by acknowledging you. I do not think of myself as a leader, as an advocate, as a spokesperson. I like to think of myself as a facilitator of other advocates and as someone who helps empower others to be involved in advocacy. And it's a privilege for me to sit in a room or to stand in a room with other advocates. I just want to share a few reminders with you that have been important for me. One of those is simply the reminder to know your personal strengths, skills, and challenges, to believe in the possible, to think outside the box, to bloom where you are planted, to commit for the long haul. But committing for the long haul also means practicing good self-care. So take care of yourself. To have friends, family, and colleagues who share your values and that support you in the work you do. To know you can make a difference. Everyone does not believe that, but you have to believe that. You can make a difference, and you are making a difference. And the other thing that I would close with is don't take yourself too seriously. But really do. I appreciate standing in this room with everyone doing the service that you all are doing in the community. I've had the privilege of being in employment where I can do that, but just have an incredible respect and admiration for the work that you all do.
This has been a long day, yes? But we have one more keynote speaker left, and it is my honor to be able to introduce you to her. And thank you, Linda, and congratulations to Karen for what a wonderful Lifetime Achievement Award. Our next speaker, Centoya Brown Long, is an author, consultant, and advocate for criminal justice reform and victims of trafficking. Centoya had a very difficult start in life. After being trafficked during her early teenage years at the age of 16, she was arrested for killing the man who solicited her for sex. She was tried as an adult and was sentenced to life in prison without the chance of parole for 51 years. Her trafficker was never arrested. In prison, Centoya's life took a very dramatic turn when the prison education principal took her under her wing and introduced her to a spiritual path. She encouraged her to build positive life in prison and to reset the negative influences that led to despair. The journey that followed was a roller coaster, which included a documentary about Centoya's life, a profound encounter with God, an unlikely romance, and eventually a commuted sentence by former Tennessee Governor Bill Haslam. She received unprecedented national and international support from social media, advocates, pastors, and celebrities, and was released from prison in Nashville on August 7th of 2019. Centoya hopes her story will not only inspire others, but also shine a light on the injustice many people still face, especially the injustice to women and children in American prisons. So please, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Centoya Long Brown.
Thank you. And thank you for inviting me here to share my story with you. So it was so moving to me to see so many young people getting these awards, one of which I had the pleasure of working with while she was in juvenile court through Epic Girl, my partner, Stacia Freeman up here. So really honored to be here sharing my own story today. My being here is also a testament to what can happen when we set aside retributive ideals and opt to empower people with the tools that they need to navigate difficult circumstances. First, I would like to tell you a bit about my background for those of you who hadn't read the book, don't know much about my story, encountering the system at such a young age. And next, I'll spend some time talking about what helped me to build resilience I needed to overcome the early trauma that I endured. Finally, I'll leave you with some of my thoughts on empowering justice-involved individuals and how that's an important component to their rehabilitation and necessary to create a safe society for everyone. I'm sure that many of you in your work are accustomed to hearing all of these stories about how broken childhoods contributed to encounters with the justice system, but if you were to go back and really look into my early years, you wouldn't find any of the common indicators suggesting that I would somehow end up being shuffled through the juvenile justice system and ultimately living on the streets as a 16-year-old runaway. I grew up in a middle-class military family with two parents who had never run afoul of the law. My dad still talks about how he has never had a speeding ticket. There was never a time that I went to bed hungry or didn't have shoes on my feet, and my mother made sure that I went to church every Sunday morning and Wednesday night, whether I wanted to or not. They did everything they could to shelter me from anything that they considered to be a negative influence. I never stepped foot in the projects, and the only gunshots I would hear outside my bedroom window were from the military base that fired off those shots every day at clockwork at 5 o'clock. If we're putting it in the context of ACEs, then my score at the time would have never raised any eyebrows. If you look at common precursors to criminal justice involvement, you would not have looked twice in my direction. But all that changes whenever you start to look at my experience in the public education system. For young people, school is where you go out and you first start to form relationships with other people outside of your family and close friends. It's your first real introduction into the community. And I grew up as an adopted biracial child in the South at a time when not many people looked like me. So from the very first day that I started school, I was treated as an outcast. Within minutes, literally minutes, of my parents walking me into the kindergarten classroom, I was blindsided by the question of why I didn't look like my two dark-skinned parents. It was never a question that I had considered myself, because no one in my family, neither of my parents, had ever made me feel that I was somehow different. But when my mother came to pick me up from school that day, I wasted no time asking her those same questions that had been posed to me. And each answer that she gave me just led to another question, and I just was left feeling more confused. I was mixed, both black and white, she told me, because her and my father had adopted me from a white woman who couldn't take care of me. She tried to reassure me that I was beautiful and that I was loved just the way that I was, but there was a small seed of doubt that took root in my spirit in that moment, and I couldn't help but see life through a different lens after that. Now I just saw how different I was from everyone around me. My family, my church members, friends. Everywhere I looked, my mom would automatically find the things that distinguished me from the people around me. So I struggled to adapt socially, and I was withdrawn in the classroom, preferred to complete my assignments alone, absolutely refused to work in groups, didn't want help from the teacher on any of my assignments. But whenever I rejected help, or when I said that I preferred not to work in groups, I was labeled as having a bad attitude. And I found myself constantly at odds with my teachers. I didn't want to make friends at school, and I definitely didn't want to be the teacher's pet either. I visited the principal's office on a fairly regular basis, and I quickly became known around the school as the bad kid. The smallest eye roll or smart remark was all the excuse the teacher needed to get me sent to ISS. And after so many trips to in-school suspension, I found myself being suspended from school altogether. Years ago, I actually had the opportunity to go back and look at some of those disciplinary reports from the school. And you would think with so many suspensions that I had some pretty severe infractions under my belt, but what I found were write-ups and suspensions for things like calling out answers without raising my hand, singing rap songs in the classroom. And there was even one suspension for shaking a stop sign while I waited for the bus. Now, maybe I'm a bit biased, but to me that didn't seem like the level of behavior that would qualify someone getting kicked out of school, kicked out of the learning environment. What it did appear to me was that once I had gained the reputation of the girl with the bad attitude, that I became a problem. And the easiest way for the school to handle problems at that time was to hide them, to get rid of them. I was too young to really understand that back then, but what was evident to me that the school had quickly branded me just like my classmates had, and they looked for any excuse they could to push me out. And by that time, I felt so defeated that I didn't want to be there anyway. My mother tried her best to work with the school on figuring out a way to help me with the problems that I was having, but most of the time she was told by the principal, just take me home for the day. I had an IEP in place, and she attended the meetings, but instead of recommendations on what could actually help me get to the heart of what was causing my problems, the most the team would offer was this sheet of paper with a series of sanctions for me not meeting specific goals. So anyways, things in my life just really began to spiral out of control when I was around 12 years old. The straw that broke the camel's back was when I brought a bottle of caffeine pills to school for show and tell. My teacher sent me to the principal's office. The school resource officer was there waiting on me and refused to let me leave the office like I was some kind of criminal. I had something that literally anybody could walk into Walmart and buy off the shelf. But after the teacher and principal talked among themselves, they determined that it actually fell under the school's zero tolerance policy for drugs. My mother had to take me down to the city bus depot in Montgomery County and ask one of the staff members there to teach me how to read the bus routes and how to ride the city bus just so I could get some form of an education. She had to send me all alone, off by myself, across the city on a bus to go to school. And honestly, the education that we received there at Greenwood Alternative School wasn't much of an education at all. The teachers just gave us a bunch of papers and told us to figure it out, gave us a syllabus for us to work through. We had to sit in the classroom facing away from their desks. The most they ever said to us was to tuck in our shirt and stop talking. I was the youngest person at the school, and most of the other kids had already been locked up in detention. Some were currently in custody of DCS, and many were on probation of some form. So needless to say, I started getting involved with things that were much more serious than bringing no-dos to school for show and tell. I started skipping school with the older kids because I felt like it didn't make a difference whether I went or not. I wasn't learning anything, and who really wants to sit in timeout for 6 hours a day? So less than 6 months from the time that I entered alternative school, I found myself standing before the juvenile court judge, charged with 3 of the older kids that I met at the school. Whenever I finally went before the judge on that charge, it seemed like just a formality. My dad had hired a private attorney, and before the hearing, she pulled us off into a corner and told us that I was going to be sent to a facility for 30 days and then placed on probation. And I remember just standing there confused as to how it was already decided that it was in my best interest to lock me up. I hadn't even opened my mouth before someone decided that I was guilty and needed to be punished. I needed to be fixed. It was like they were operating off of this recipe where incarceration was the automatic response for anybody who looks like me who came before the court. Back then, it was standard to send individuals who are getting their charges for the first time in Montgomery County for an evaluation. So I was sent to Crockett Academy, but what I couldn't understand is why I couldn't be evaluated in the safety of my own home, in my own community, if that was what the reason was. It just seemed like, again, I was being punished without anyone ever trying to hear me out. They sent me to this place. It was an hour away from my home, and it was locked down so tight that I wasn't even free to move from one room to another without the supervision of some random staff member. I couldn't even call my mom or see her unless I went through some obscure approval process that they had devised, and it just really started to make sense to me why so many of those kids that I met at alternative school seemed to walk around with a chip on their shoulder. Because to be honest with you, I was never really the same after experiencing that myself. After undergoing that 30-day evaluation inside of the facility, I was placed on probation, as the attorney had said, and allowed to return home and to public school. My mother did her best to fill in the gaps left by the school system and the court system by taking me to a local counselor and enrolling me in a recreational program. But unfortunately, nothing she did was able to combat those effects of me feeling ignored, stigmatized, and blacklisted by school officials, and further traumatized by my experience there in the facility. In public school, I was now more of an outcast than I had ever been before. They placed me in a special ed class, even though I wasn't special ed, not for the reasons they were putting me there. I wasn't allowed to come out of the classroom except for lunchtime, and they set up a wooden partition just like the ones that they had in the ISS trailer, just for me, just so they could sit me away from all the other students in the back of the class behind the teacher's desk. It felt like I was back in alternative school, spending the day in timeout. After just a few short months of being there, I was sent back to juvenile detention by my teacher, who pressed charges against me for snatching my own purse out of her hands. The purse had my yarn that I was taught by the facility to crochet as a way of self-soothing whenever I was stressed out, and she just felt like that was not appropriate in school, even though that was causing me a lot of stress. But anyways, I felt like I didn't have a voice in the matter once again, and I wound up back before the judge. I was in detention for a few days and didn't even know that I had a court hearing. I was down in Columbia, and the officers showed up to transport me. Even though the judge had decided there in court that I could go back home and be with my family to resume my probation, Since both my parents were at work and neither of them could take off to come get me quick enough for them, after sitting for about an hour in a holding cell in the back of the courtroom, the court clerk brought me the news that the judge decided to place me in DCS custody. This time I was sent to a series of facilities that were called residential treatment centers, but actually offered very little in terms of treatment. Other, of course, than the routine psychotropic meds that they would feed to all of the kids lined up in the hallways fighting about who was first. That was the only remedy that they could come up with for a child who would spend an hour in their office pouring their heart out about the trauma that they had plagued. So that was about it. There were no mentors. There were no programs. No real benefit to the treatment teams that were assembled to make recommendations on what was in the best interest of the child. Instead, if you were to walk into any of those facilities that I found myself in as a 13-year-old child, you would find a bunch of kids who didn't know how to process what they were going through, what they had gone through, and not a single adult, either willing or qualified, to help them navigate it. We dealt with our trauma by constantly fighting one another over things like who sat in what chair or who was first in the medication line. The only responses from staff members were to physically restrain us and place us in a locked cell until we were considered calm enough to be around the others. And more often than not, after every incident, we would once again find ourselves back before that same resident mental health professional and prescribed a whole new plethora of drugs to add to our regimen. In some situations, we may even be sent to a different facility. While I was in state custody here in Tennessee and before the juvenile court judge, I was constantly plagued by this feeling that my life just didn't matter. Everyone seemed to look at me like I was damaged beyond repair, and it was just easier to get rid of me or to shove a pill down my throat. No one I had encountered in the school or the juvenile justice system ever made me feel like I was worth the effort to actually help me. And what's worse is that even though I was in the custody of a system designed to rehabilitate and treat young people who were struggling, I was never actually given any of the tools that I needed to help me navigate the experiences that were putting me in positions to make such poor choices. I was never made to understand what was causing me to be angry or frustrated or how to deal with those feelings in a healthy way. And I was never made to feel that anyone really cared one way or another if I figured it out or not. So like many other young people who grow tired of the neglect and the volatility that they encounter in state custody, I ended up running away from the state facility I was placed in, and I found myself living on the streets of Nashville. That's pretty much where things took a downturn for me. The 3 years that followed that decision were hands down the most chaotic, traumatic, and reckless times of my life. In that time, I would be raped on numerous occasions. I would be assaulted, threatened daily, and sold by a man that I thought I loved. And at the close of what was certainly one of the darkest chapters of my life, a man would die at my hands. Every day that I was on the run, there was another high drama event that played out, and I slowly just became desensitized to a world where everything my mother had ever taught me about life was slowly turned on its head. I knew that my mother worried about me. I knew all about how she cried out to God, begging for my safe return. She'd spent all my life trying the best that she possibly could to provide for me, and all she had ever wanted was to give me the life that any mother would want to give their child. When I started getting into more and more trouble, she tried enrolling me in counseling. She tried taking me to church every Sunday, every Wednesday. But those feelings of being excluded, of being different in the classroom, in the courtroom, clung to me. And as hard as it was living on the streets, I found that I didn't feel like an outcast there. Even though I was just 13, all of the people that I was with while I was on the run were adults, and they had no problem allowing me to do and learn things that no 13-year-old child ever should. They taught me how to use my conversation and companionship to get money from men. The rule was in the house that no one who was living there could be having sex without paying a bill. They taught me that my body was a commodity, a God-given money-making tool. And I could either sit on it, play with it, give it away for free, or get paid for it. They made the choice of getting paid for it seem like an obvious one. Later, I would come to understand that this inappropriate understanding of sexuality would set me on a path to being more vulnerable to being exploited by predators. All of those lessons that I was learning from them completely altered my worldview whenever it came to relationships. And all the feelings of me wanting to be wanted, of me wanting to be included, would culminate into me meeting the man that I would later come to know as my trafficker. At the time, I called him my older boyfriend. His name was Cut, short for Cutthroat. And if any one of you in this room would have told me that he was my pimp, I would have laughed in your face. He was 24, and I was just 16. The time I spent with him was just this whirlwind of fear, but also intense longing. I wanted so bad for him to love me that there was nothing he could have asked me to do where I would have told him no. He found me in a place where I was so desperate to be wanted, to be accepted, to just belong somewhere to someone that there were days he would spend hours telling me how he was the only one who would ever love me, and I believed him. So I stayed, even when it felt like the life was just being sucked out of me. Whenever he said it was time, I went out, I did what I had to do, and I came back to him. And I remember just feeling so excited when I would come back to the room with money crumpled up in my pocket, thinking, Cut's going to be so proud of me and what I'm bringing to the table. But there was simply no dollar amount that would make him love me. And each time I found that although I thought I did good, my best was never really good enough. A small part of me just died. When I looked at Cut, I just had these hearts for eyes, but when he looked at me, he just saw dollar signs. And so love was never really on the table, right? On August 7th, 2004, Cut sent me out from our hotel room for the very last time. After once again walking into a situation where I found myself in way over my head as a 16-year-old child, I shot and killed the 43-year-old man who picked me up for sex that night. I went back to my last phone call with my mother thinking, why didn't I just go home? Why didn't I just go home? I was so focused on trying to find some place where I felt I belonged that I didn't even realize just how lost I'd become. 24 hours later, the police burst into the hotel room with shotguns drawn on me, and Cut didn't allow me to wear clothes when I was there in the hotel room with them, so I was naked whenever they came in. When I reached on the ground by the bed to try to get my skirt to cover myself up in front of all these grown men, I remember turning around after hearing the shotgun cock, and this man was pointing it at me, telling me not to move. I had to go out and lay naked on a concrete walkway on the hotel there. They later took me down to the police headquarters and sat me in this room lined with cubicles, and there they just started asking me questions about what had happened. One of the detectives, Detective Robinson, prefaced the conversation by saying that if I spoke to him, if I cooperated, he would in turn talk to the DA for me. He said the difference between me speaking to them or not could be the difference between me serving 9 years and 99 years. He didn't bother to explain to me the importance of having an attorney be present, and he didn't bother explaining to me that everything I said to them would be construed in the worst possible light. So after I confessed, I was taken down to juvenile detention. Even though I told them that I shot the man out of fear, I was charged with first-degree felony murder, well, criminal homicide at that time, and especially aggravated robbery. Once again, I found myself going back through the court system. I thought back to all of those times in the principal's office, ISS, suspensions, expulsions, that familiar feeling of not being heard and a feeling like the outcome was predetermined was heavy as I made my way through all of the preliminary hearings. The gravity of facing trial as an adult weighed so heavy on my shoulders. And at detention, I couldn't even be around the other girls. I was kept in segregation because of my charges, and I was forced to have them have rec together, see them have rec together through a little 3-inch window in a concrete wall. After a while, my public defender at the time had convinced them to let me spend some time with the girls, but it was clear that even when I was with them, I wasn't like them. These girls were spending days in detention, carrying on conversations about who they knew in common and what they wanted to do and eat when they got out. And with everything that I was facing and with all the things that I had just gone through, I couldn't even bring myself to have small talk with them. Every now and then they would make reference to my charges, and I would catch them giving me the pity face. So even though I hadn't been transferred yet, it was clear that I was already in a class of my own. But even though I now found myself in what was arguably the lowest point of my life, it was here that I reached my first turning point. That turning point came in the form of that public defender by the name of Kathy Evans, now Kathy Simback, the woman who is now the head of the ACLU here in Tennessee. But she taught me how, to really find my voice. And she was the first person in the system that showed me that my life did matter. She visited me almost every day while I was in detention, and I called her in her office downstairs on the days that she couldn't. She seemed fascinated with all these stories that I had about life on the run. To her, my life just seemed like something out of a movie. We would sit there in the visitation area, and she would just have this crazy, bewildered look on her face as I described, how to navigate life on the streets. And she was determined to get me to see that the way of life that I had come to know was not normal for a 16-year-old child. She was especially determined to get me to see that Cut was not my boyfriend, my older boyfriend, as I continued to proclaim. She kept telling me that the only hope that I had of not being transferred to be tried as an adult was to open up to the judge at the transfer hearing and tell her the truth about everything that had been going on leading up to my arrest. But one day, after realizing that there was nothing she could say that would convince me that Cut didn't love me, she pulled out a notepad, and she took this pad and had a piece of paper and divided it into 4 sections. Things that are good about Cut, things that are bad about Cut. Things Cut does that makes me feel good, and things Cut does that makes me feel bad. And she had me sit there and just work it out on my own. And just like that, shortly after starting, this light bulb just went off in my head when I realized that I really was struggling to fill in the section of things that Cut did to make me feel good. But I didn't have enough room on the page to put all the things he did to make me feel bad. She explained to me again that I was facing a life sentence if I was tried as an adult. And in the state of Tennessee at that time, any juvenile tried as an adult could receive the same exact amount of time as an adult who was convicted of the same crime. So that meant I would have to serve 51 calendar years before I could ever be considered for release from prison. I would be 67 years old. And it was hard to fathom spending the rest of my life as I knew it behind bars when I didn't have a driver's license, I couldn't vote, I couldn't even walk into the corner store and buy a pack of cigarettes. I'd never been to prom, never been to homecoming, but here I was in this situation, and the only hope I had of avoiding that fate was to be completely transparent before Judge Betty Adams Green at my transfer hearing, and hope that she too, like Kathy, would hear what I had to say and see that there was something in me worth saving. When the hearing came around, I took the stand, and I was completely honest about everything. I didn't stop the prosecutor from tearing apart everything I said, though. The way he talked to me just really caught me off guard, because in the previous times that I had appeared before the court, the prosecutor was just another court figure. I don't even recall ever noticing much about the DA in my previous case. But now, facing homicide charges, the prosecutor just seemed to personally hate me. In his eyes, even though I was just 16, I was incorrigible. There was nothing left to salvage of my young life, and all that was left was for the court to just throw me away. He never so much as had a conversation with me, but he was so convinced that he knew everything there was to know from the papers and the accordion file that the detectives had compiled for him. The more I spoke, the clearer it became that his only aim was to skew every detail in the worst possible light. In the state of Tennessee, as many of you know, kids who are facing transfer hearings for serious offenses don't stand much of a chance of being kept in the juvenile system. State statute's very rigid, and that the only options really that the judge has are to keep the child there in the juvenile court jurisdiction until their 19th birthday in state custody, or to send them over to adult court to face trial. In my case, that meant that the judge could send me to the same broken DCS system, pre-Margie Quinn, the same broken DCS system that had failed to rehabilitate me while I was in his custody for 2 years, or they could send me over where I would face 51 years in prison. And in the end, she came to the conclusion that her hands were tied. 2 weeks after the hearing, my public defender brought me the news that I was being transferred to adult court. In her order, she said that there simply wasn't enough time left in the juvenile court jurisdiction to help me. And she made reference to the previous failed attempts by the Department of Children's Services. The finding read that I was not amenable to treatment. I had to pack my bags immediately because I was being moved to the jail. And I remember on the TV outside of the cell there in the juvenile detention center, my DA was speaking to the news reporters, and I'll never forget what he said. He said, she's dangerous, and the public needs to be protected a whole lot more than anything that could possibly be done for her. And those words stuck with me. Since I was only 16, once I was transferred to that jail, I was placed in solitary confinement where I had to spend 23 hours a day in my cell. And for 1 hour a day, I was handcuffed and shackled and transferred to a metal shower where I was allowed to shower, and with whatever time I had left, I could be handcuffed and shackled again and allowed to use the phone. Oftentimes, the only human interaction I had was from the guard who was bringing me my food tray, or the only sunlight I saw was from this square window on a concrete wall. Occasionally, I would get visits from attorneys and church volunteers. My mother came every other weekend, but for most of that time, I was really alone with my thoughts and with God. Usually, solitary confinement is a treatment reserved for the most violent and uncontrollable individuals. You see it with death row inmates, with prisoners of war. It's deemed to be grueling on the psyche of any person who's had to spend even 2 days under those conditions. But for youth all across the country, really, it's always automatic whenever they're transferred to be tried as an adult. All across the country, legislators have held that youth and adult facilities need to be kept separate by sight and sound, but by some strange logic, it's been deemed acceptable to try them the same in terms of culpability before the court. But anyways, kids end up getting the short end of the stick, and they're sent to the type of confinement that most grown men and seasoned war veterans find it intolerable. I spent 2 years in solitary confinement in those conditions, and I was released and allowed to live among others at the jail on my 18th birthday. It would take several months for me to learn simple things like how to have conversations with other people. Whenever I finally went to trial a few months later, my defense attorneys advised me not to testify because they were worried that something from the juvenile transfer hearing testimony could come in. I had to sit there with this blank look on my face while a bunch of strangers argued about whether or not I was a monster. At one point, the DA showed the jury a naked picture that my trafficker had taken of me as proof of why they should convict me, because I was such a horrible, dirty person. To him, that was what the situation was, because the word sex trafficking didn't apply to girls like me at that time. After 4 days of testimony and about 6 hours of jury deliberation, I was convicted on all counts. And once the jury read their verdict, the judge sentenced me on the spot to life in prison. I was just 5 months shy of my 19th birthday, and I was told that I would be 67 years old before I could ever be released. For many people, this is where the story would end. But God had other plans for me. When the judge pronounced my sentence, something just woke up inside of me and rose up in protest. Although I knew that there was little that I could do to change what had been done in the courtroom that day, There were people in my life at that time who inspired me to believe that I still had the option to choose how I was going to spend that life. And I made the decision that I was going to live a meaningful life no matter what. I was not as powerless as I felt in that moment, and I still had the power to choose who I was going to be in life. I was transferred to the women's prison about 2 weeks later, and my mother continued to come and visit me every week as she had since the first week I was arrested. After a while, though, it became too expensive to come back and forth to the prison every weekend, so she started coming every other week. Phone calls from Global Tel Link became too expensive, so we had to limit our talk time to once or twice per week. She wrote me letters and sent me cards and tried to encourage me, but I could tell the toll that my incarceration was taking on her. Parts of me taking back control of my life included ridding myself of the plethora of medications that had been fed to me by facilities since I was 13 years old. It seemed like a controversial decision to some that I quit cold turkey, but I didn't want to be controlled by chemical substances. I wanted to develop the ability to control my emotions with a clear mind. A lot of people don't talk about the side effects of many of the medications prescribed to kids in these facilities, but I can tell you that in many cases, they do more harm than good. For me, it made it easier to get agitated and harder to think through my actions. I would spend half the day in bed and only drag myself out from under the covers when it was time to eat, use the phone, or get my next dose. The final straw was when I found myself in segregation after fighting with another woman over who was next in the microwave. That fight landed me in administrative segregation for 10 months, where I could only shower 3 times a week. I could only use the phone once a week, and I could only visit my family twice a month through a non-contact glass window. The next turning point in my life came on a Saturday afternoon when I was expecting to see my mother through the glass. Once the officer took off my chains and locked me into that non-contact visitation room, I turned to see my sister shrunken down in a chair on the other side of the window. Immediately, I knew something was wrong, and I started panicking and asked her what was wrong with our mom. And she just burst into tears. My heart sank, and it just seemed like all the concrete in that room was just closing in and crushing down on me while I was waiting for her to answer. And finally, she looked up at me and she said, "Mommy has cancer, Toya." To know that my mother was sick with a life-threatening illness and I couldn't be with her, I couldn't even call her. I couldn't even reach out and hold my sister's hand as we were sitting there trying to process what it all meant, all because of my own actions. Just gave me this sense of urgency to make changes in my life. Because once again, even though I couldn't change the fact that I was in prison and unable to be at home with her, there were choices I could have made at the microwave that day that would have allowed me to be there for my family in a greater capacity than I could in that moment. And it was through the understanding that my circumstances, the effect my circumstances and my actions was having on people around me, I was prompted to want to change. I didn't know how, I didn't know where to start, but I knew that I didn't want to continue living a life where I was constantly disappointing all the people who loved me, disappointing myself. A life where I was constantly sitting alone in a box thinking, I wish I would have, or I wish I could have, maybe I should have. This was the second and perhaps most impactful breakthrough, and understanding that there was a direct connection between my actions and effect on other people around me only came once I was introduced to an understanding of healthy relationship by Kathy, the public defender who was coming to visit me every week. For some of you, it may seem like a no-brainer, but for an individual who has never had a real sense of connection and community, it's a game changer. And it was the catalyst for me to completely change my life. And that newfound understanding about my role in the space of community was strengthened when 4 years into my sentence, I was welcomed into the community at Lipscomb University. a community of believers who came into the prison to show us that even though society had written us off, they saw us as worthy of love and compassion. That was powerful, considering I felt disposable all my life. I started to believe that I was worthy of love and respect and began to heal hurts within me that I had carried for over a decade. For the very first time, while in the system, I felt seen. As I look back over my life, I wonder how things may have turned out differently for me if that same compassion ruled over the school officials who found it easier to remove me from the learning environment instead of helping me develop the tools to navigate it. The juvenile court who found it more convenient to warehouse me than believe in my ability to grow beyond my worst mistakes. And the prosecutor who was only concerned with his interpretation of the facts, the ones that made the most sense in his mind, instead of seeing things from a different perspective. There's redemptive power in viewing justice through the lens of loving your neighbor, through the lens of community. I never imagined that I would go to college, since the state of Tennessee didn't provide college classes to inmates. But once I was accepted into the Lipscomb community, I just began to grow in ways that I didn't even think was possible. I earned a 4.0 for every single class that I took, and I earned an associate's and a bachelor's degree when it was all said and done. In my final class before obtaining my bachelor's, the professor had asked us to look over our life, not just the time that we spent in school, but our entire life journey, and to think of what all we had learned. We were to take that and to use it for our final capstone project. So I started looking back over my life and reflecting on all the lessons that I had learned, and fairly quickly it became clear to me that the things I learned about identity, about relationships, shaped my vulnerability in a way that by the time I met my trafficker, he didn't have to do much to get me where he wanted me. I learned about all the factors that increase the risk of young people to being exploited, hinged largely on this unhealthy understanding of relationships, community influences, and not surprisingly, I learned that DCS involvement actually increases the risk of young people being exploited. I went on to think of the time that I spent imprisoned by shame, all of the ownership that I took upon myself for the ways that adults had exploited me. And I realized just how heavily impacted I'd been by the way that my culture, my community, society as a whole devalues women and girls. The way the world around me pointed accusatory fingers at me and pushed me to the outskirts when things just got complicated. I thought about the lost little girl that I once was, just out in the world looking for the things that we all seek in life. But instead of finding fulfillment, just getting tangled up in this web of insecurity, uncertainty, misdirection. And then I sat and I thought how not much in the world has changed. Not for the better. And that somewhere out there were other lost little girls wandering down that same path. And I felt God calling me to use my testimony to help create a different path for them. I began to see purpose in all of the pain that I had lived for so many years. And through my research for that final course, I learned the term ACEs, which I'm sure everybody in here is super familiar with, and how adverse childhood experiences can cause trauma to take up residence deep in your brain and rear its head in the most inconvenient moments, often leading to poor decision-making and impulse control. And there are 10 different factors, right, we all know them, that an ACE score is based on. You got your physical, emotional, sexual abuse, incarcerated relative, mother treated violently, divorce, mental illness, and substance abuse. But if you look at them closely, you'll see that 8 of those 10 criteria, 8 of them all have something to do with disruption or dysfunction in relationship. From what I've seen and from what I've experienced, any effort to build resilience in ACEs impacted youth has to be centered on cultivating healthy relationships and inviting them to share space and community. In my own story, this was evidenced by the role of the Lipscomb community and the healthy relationships I built with my family and with people like Kathy and Stacia Freeman through Epic Girl, a few others that I met while incarcerated. Their belief in me helped me to reach potential and nurture talents that I didn't even know I had. And just like that, in the space of 6 years, I went from wandering the streets of Nashville aimlessly, consumed by trauma and unsure of how I'd make it from day to day, to serving as a role model to others and having meetings with government officials, advising them on ways to improve the system and the law for other young girls in my predicament. And it was being empowered in this way that has set the stage for everything that I've accomplished to this day. It was the people around me who took note of a young girl who thought the world was against her and no one cared. It was a family who never gave up on her. And it was a group of community members who pulled together resources, invested their time so that me and so many others like myself could develop the tools that we needed to live a meaningful life. They taught me that even though we messed up, every day that we wake up, every single day, is another opportunity for God to do things in your life that you never imagined possible. They encouraged me to go from that little girl standing in the courtroom who felt like she didn't matter and who didn't have a voice to being the woman here today who now gets paid to sit and tell judges how they should run their courts. So, and on that note, toward the end of my incarceration, I was actually given an opportunity to serve as a consultant with the Davidson County Juvenile Courts by the amazing Judge Sheila Calloway when they were developing their plans for a new youth facility. And I was also given an opportunity to voice my opinion on some of the changes they could make immediately to make its operations less punitive and more restorative. I worked with Kathy and Judge Calloway on this design for a multidisciplinary assessment team that not only worked with the kids before the court, but with their families out in the community and worked to connect them with the services and resources they needed to help foster a supportive home environment so more kids could receive services in the community instead of being locked up in a facility. The opportunity for me to actually lend my voice to design changes to a system I felt so powerless against at one point was such a full circle moment for me. For years, I spoke about how it was impossible for the system to know what individuals needed if those individuals never had a voice, if they never had a seat at the table. And now there was this hope that this long-erected barrier had been broken. And the beauty of it is that by incorporating the voice of an impacted individual in the structuring of this new facility, this new administration, the court was actually able to see a huge difference in their effectiveness at making an impact on the young people that come into their care. And since implementing some of those recommendations I made, along with some of the other changes to the court, under Judge Calloway's leadership, they were able to contribute to a decline in juvenile crime. May not look like it all the time, but if you look at the numbers, it is. They focused on prevention and collaboration instead of standards and guides for meting out punishment. Instead of going about business as usual, they made the decision to build relationships with youth, much like Epic Girl does, which is why I love them. So yeah, now that I'm free, I've committed myself to working with other officials in the justice system, whether it be the adult justice system or the juvenile justice system, to bring the voice of impacted individuals to the table. I run an organization alongside my husband, who helped me build the faith that eventually freed me, Jamie, where we work to uplift the voices of the oppressed and empower people the same way that Jesus did to everyone he encountered. We launched the Glitter Project in partnership with Epic Girl last year, and have introduced the Silver Glitter Awareness Ribbon as the symbol for child sex trafficking specifically, and we hope to one day designate January 29th as Child Sex Trafficking Awareness Day. What started out as a dream one day in a prison classroom is now a fully functioning organization called the JFAM Foundation, short for the Foundation for Justice, Freedom, and Mercy. But as I close, I just want to reiterate to you guys and just leave you with this. Many times we look at the mistakes people make, especially young people, and convince ourselves that it's indicative of who they're going to be for the rest of their lives. But I'm living proof that people can't be judged by one decision they make or even one moment in time. That's not exclusive to youth. I know of many people who are incarcerated as adults who have turned their lives around after developing the tools they needed to navigate those difficult circumstances that lead to making poor decisions and are now out here just killing it, doing amazing things. But earlier when I told you I'll never forget what the DA said, it's because when he said there was nothing else that could be done for me, now I get to remember it every time I stand up here, talking about how once I was written off, labeled a lost cause, but I'm living proof that God can turn any life around. You know. So if you leave out of here, if you're thinking in the back of your mind, some of you may be that it's not in your job description to show compassion, to make friends in the court. I just want you to look at it from a perspective of keeping the community safe, because I think everybody should agree that that is what all our jobs are, right? My own rehabilitation began when I realized the connection between me and others. Today, I don't make decisions without first weighing out the impact that it'll have on other people. That's what keeps me and many of the other formerly incarcerated people I know being free, right? If you think about it, it's what keeps all of you on the other side of those walls. Society is an interconnected organism. A safe society is one where its citizen respects the rights, the safety, and the humanity of other members. We all know this. But an individual can only get to that point if they are taught how to live in relationship, how to live in community, and if they're empowered to believe that they can have a role and they can make a positive impact on the community around them. Many of the people that you see day in and day out have stories similar to my own, and at some level, at some point, they experienced being disconnected from society, from the community. What happens in your interactions with them has the potential to shape the rest of their lives. I was blessed to meet people who would take the time to speak words of encouragement, words of empowerment to me every time I went into the courtroom, every time I went to meet with my caseworker, my public defender. So I want you to know that every single person who has showed me the smallest compassion, those were building blocks to where I am today, and you can be that for other people. From the court officers there at Davidson County, Big O, Tim Fox, Tim Dickerson, I still remember him, who allowed me a moment to just be a 16-year-old kid in the midst of all the crazy stuff I was facing, to the court reporter who would sit there and shoot me a smile in the middle of hearing some of the worst things that I had ever heard in a courtroom. Judge Wyatt, who sentenced me to life in prison, oddly enough. He didn't bother to hide the pain on his face that comes with having your hands tied by state statute. It may not seem like much to you, but all those small acts of compassion, it helps you to see that someone out there sees you. They want to help you, even when they can't. It eases that feeling that no one really cares. I say all that to say that, again, if you think you don't have the ability to create an impact on the lives of people you come into contact with through your work, you're mistaken. The smallest gestures can have that impact, and there's healing power in feeling seen and feeling heard, and everyone can do that. I can't speak for you, but I want to know that I live in a community where people have the opportunity and resources to navigate difficult situations in their life. They have that ability to become their best selves. I personally believe that, again, a safe society is one that actually invests in working to combat root causes and developing effective strategies instead of just going about the same old, same old. It's one that asks questions and actually listens instead of going about business as usual, checking off boxes. That consideration cannot and should not just be thrown out when things get a little messy, as they do. It gets a little difficult. At the end of the day, people before the court, people on your caseloads are just people. They're just people. And they require healthy relationships and a sense of community that's there to support them at every stage, even the messy ones. to help them build the resilience they need to overcome life. So thank you again for helping me to share that. I'm burning up. So I'll be glad to go out here and sit down. My books are out here with some of the many great vendors. I passed by some really amazing ones. So I'm honored to sit beside them. If you would like to know more about my story, I'll be signing books and we'll be glad to meet you face to face. So thank you again.
All right. Thank you so much, Centoya, for sharing your experience with us and making a difference in our lives and the lives in Nashville and across the country. You've inspired so many advocates and continue to do so. And so we are going to give out another award. The John Siegenthaler Making Kids Count Media Award recognizes journalists, newspaper, radio, and television stations, new media producers, and other members of the media whose outstanding contributions have educated and enlightened Tennesseans about the problems and issues of children in Tennessee. It was first awarded to longtime Tennessean editor John Siegenthaler in 2014 for his internationally recognized tireless work telling the stories of Tennessee families and holding its institutions accountable. It includes individuals and organizations whose efforts have resulted in improvements in state or local policy and have significantly increased public awareness of the conditions of children. Our award recipient today has been a presence in Nashville media for decades. His work has run the gamut from presidential campaigns to updates on foreign wars to an expose about someone squatting in a cabin in Mount Juliet who chased him and his crew off property wielding an axe. He is comfortable being a thorn in the side of the state legislature and announcing at a basketball game at J.T. Moore. One of his personal favorites was covering an orphanage set up in Africa by a Nashville Church for children whose parents were victims of AIDS. And it's not surprising because when a light needs to be shown on an issue about children, our recipient is there to illuminate. He has won more local, regional, and national awards than we can count. He is an investigative reporter, columnist, and the host of both Open Line, where Richard and I have joined him before, and Issues of Faith. He is always a friend of Tennessee children and families. TCCY is pleased to present the John Siegenthaler Making Kids Count Media Award to Ben Hall. This is John Quill, not Ben Hall, but they worked together.
Obviously, I'm not Ben Hall, but as a former colleague, I have been in touch with Ben Hall, and he's on assignment in Knoxville today, and he's really, really unfortunate that he can't be here because he would love to have been here to accept this award in person, but he did have a few words he'd like to say. So, I'm quoting Ben Hall. I'm extremely honored to be recognized with this award. This is a critical time for children in Tennessee and across the country. I appreciate organizations that fight for vulnerable children, and I appreciate that Channel 5 has given me the time to properly pursue these important stories. I thank the Tennessee Commission on Children and Youth for the work they do and for this honor. Ben Hall. On behalf, thank you so much. On behalf of Ben Hall, thank you so much.
As you all have heard me say numerous times, we love using Children's Advocacy Days as a platform to recognize folks who do amazing work. And so we were asked a couple of years ago by our partners and your partners with Nurture the Next if they could use this as an opportunity to present awards as well. And so, of course, our answer was an immediate yes. So please join me in welcoming folks from Nurture the Next.
Thank you so much for having us and allowing us to use this platform to recognize 3 unsung heroes. My name is Leslie Perry, and I'm the Parent Leadership Coordinator for Nurture the Next. What does music and parent leaders have in common? Music has the power to inspire and motivate people. Music touches hearts and moves them emotionally. A good parent leader does the same thing. Parent leaders inspire and motivate not only parents around them, but their communities to come together for change. I don't have all the facts, but I'm pretty sure a lot of us tuned into Super Bowl to see Rihanna perform. And what about Cody Lee, a blind autistic musical genius who received the Golden Buzzer on America's Got Talent recently? And let us not forget Michael Jackson's We Are the World brought 45 of the era's best known musicians together and became the fastest selling U.S. pop single in history. The Tennessee statewide parent leadership team has parents advocating for children from all levels of society and from all types of lived experiences.
Good afternoon. My name is Danielle McMurray, and I am a parent leadership coordinator for Nurture the Next. And today I'm excited to recognize the winners of our 2023 Unsung Hero Awards. The winners were chosen by a committee of our partners, and they were asked to select a winner from each grand region, East, Middle, and West. So we wish to thank our committee for their selections this year, and without further ado, I'd like to introduce our Unsung Hero Award winners. This year, we are so excited that some of the winners are here in the room with us, but I'll first present our East Tennessee Award as she was unable to make it today. Our winner for the East Tennessee Unsung Hero Award is Miss Tara Bray. We are all inspired by her story of love and resilience. After the tragic loss of both her husband and her son in the same year, Tara found strength in God and her family. And she concluded in her email when we reached out to congratulate her that she is not a hero, but the keeper of heroes. You can read her story on our website at nurturethenext.org, and I think that once you do, we will all agree that she's certainly a hero to all that her story touches. Next, it is my honor to invite our Middle Tennessee winners to the stage, Mr. Brady and Chelsea Lutton. Brady and Chelsea encouraged all of us with their story of love, service, and resilience. The family is forged by service to others, both spending time as volunteer firefighters and then adopting Chelsea's nieces in December. Congratulations again, Brady and Chelsea.
Yeah, and last but not least, our wonderful winner from West Tennessee, Miss Kimberly Bugs.
Thank you. First, let me say thank you to God. I have to warn you that I am a crier, and I cry at everything, and today won't be an exception. I think about what He's done for me. Having said that, allow me to say that my grandchildren are my most important people in my life, and the Child Advocacy Center of Memphis has been a great help to us. You guys are here because you are the professionals. And I, on the other hand, have no idea why I'm here or why I was accepted for this award. But I'm grateful and thankful that everyone has made this possible. I'm not an overly religious person, but I thank God every day for what He's done for me and for my family. There's someone in this audience that needs to listen and follow their doctor's orders. Uncontrolled hypertension, high blood pressure, the silent killer, runs in my family. My father died in the early 70s before much research was given to this disease, and at the age of 44, in his sleep on my parents' 22nd wedding anniversary. My sister died from an aneurysm at the age of 44. I was diagnosed with end-stage renal disease, kidney failure, at the age of 44. Each of us afflicted with the most deadliest outcome, only I was given the chance to live. That first year, I sat around waiting to die, replaying in my head what I had heard others say over the years, how people are just living on a machine. That's the furthest thing from the truth. I've done really well on dialysis. 12 years later, and after having sepsis, COVID, and the flu at the same time, I decided I want to get on the kidney transplant list, which is only another form of treatment and not a cure. I had lost so much weight that I figured I couldn't take another hit of anything. I had no more weight to lose. Almost 2 years ago, I began having issues with what I thought was my asthma. Nothing eased my symptoms. In order for me to get on the transplant list, there are tests and procedures that must be done. I had an echocardiogram performed, and it detailed fluid around my heart, which was the reason for my difficulty breathing. It was determined that the medication minoxidil had caused the fluid buildup. That explained my respiratory distress. That was on a Wednesday. On Sunday, May the 15th, my granddaughter and I wanted to attend church, but I wasn't feeling up to it. I was home alone. I had to sleep in my recliner due to not being able to lay down and breathe. My dog was pestering me to go out, so I got up from the chair. For whatever reason, I grabbed my phone. I literally took 2 steps and took a big cough, and everything shut down. I couldn't get any air into my lungs. At the same time, I started dialing 911. The Lord literally left me with enough air in my lungs to tell the operator my address, what was wrong, and the last thing I said was to tell them to hurry. I'm not going to make it. I left the door open, and I went to my room. I sat in my chair to give myself a breathing treatment. I don't remember anything else after that. The next thing I do remember is waking up in the ER, literally almost jumping off the stretcher, screaming, "Thank you, Jesus. He had saved me." I was gone, but he saved me. The next thing I remember is waking up and looking at everyone around my stretcher, and my lungs filled up with the air God gave me. Thank you, Jesus, over and over. I had no pulse or heartbeat when they arrived. We had just buried my mother the month prior, and my grandkids would not have been able to handle losing the both of us. I tell this story because someone needs to hear this. Someone needs you just like they need me. Whether it's personally or professionally, there are children that need each and every one of you. You need to take care of yourselves just for them. I've gone by the fire station that was dispatched to my home that day, and I've spoken to the men that worked there. I asked if they remember me or the call that day. And when I mentioned the Chihuahua that got out of the gate, that I was the lady that was unresponsive, they always are surprised and they always hug one of them. And I thank them. Those first responders really don't get the recognition they deserve. There was no bright light for me. But I will say I felt that someone literally just took me, set me over here, and said, just be still and stay out of the way. They're coming. But I don't remember any of that. But that's how I feel it happened. I just want to tell you guys to take care of yourselves, because people do need you. And there are kids out there, whether they're in your family or someone down the street, that you have touched, and they need you to take care of yourselves. You can't take care of no one else until you take care of yourselves. Again, I don't know why I'm here, and I don't know why the Lord showed me grace and mercy, but I pray I don't disappoint him. I don't know why I'm receiving this award, but I do know that this is awesome and the biggest thing that has ever happened to me. I want again to thank the Memphis Children's Advocacy Center and the Nurture the Nest organization for nominating me for this year's award.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Tennessee Commission Children on Youth, for your support and celebration of parent leadership. And to each organization represented here today, thank you for the work that you're doing to promote happy and healthy childhoods in the state of Tennessee.
So as we close out day one of Children's Advocacy Days, some of you who have been here before have heard me tell this story that I absolutely love. Many of you will remember our former Deputy Governor, Jim Henry, who is a former Commissioner of the Department of Children's Services, former Commissioner of the Department of Intellectual and Developmental Disabilities, former legislator, just an all-around amazing man. So there are many folks that I hold on a pedestal, and Jim Henry is definitely one of those. And so he tells the story that when he became the commissioner of the Department of Children's Services, he was a commissioner after a particularly rocky time for the department. And so he said, as a new leader going into that organization, he said, I knew I had to immediately and quickly develop relationships with leadership and with the staff. And so he said that at his very first staff meeting, he told each of the people that were there, he said, starting now and going forward, every staff meeting that we have, I'm going to ask someone to tell me a joke. And so he said that the first meeting that he was at, true to his word, that he kept that. And he said, I looked around the room and I found the lady that I thought was the most nervous and was looking down. And he said, I purposefully called on her. And he said, I was not prepared for the joke. And so he said that she looked at him and she said, Commissioner, what is working in an office and Christmas have in common? And so Deputy Governor Henry said he thought about it and he didn't have an answer. And so he said, I don't know. What does working in an office and Christmas have in common? And her response was, we do all the work and the fat guy in the suit gets the credit. So all of the folks who are on stage with me right now are all of our team at the Commission on Children and Youth. And there's no way that I can thank each of them enough for all of the work and the hours and the thought and the planning that they put in to make this first day what it was. However, I am going to single out one staff person and ask Jonquil Newland to come with me. Come stand beside me. Jonquil stepped up this year and really led the work in organizing Children's Advocacy Days. So I would like for you all to stand, recognize the staff of the commission and Jonquil's leadership. Yeah, so it's all Jonquil now. So for me, thank you all.
No. This was my only. This was my first year doing it by myself, but I had a wonderful planning committee that was a part of this crew back here that really helped me. So I just want to say thank you to the planning committee that helped.
Thank you all. Thank you all for being here. We will start again in the morning at 8 a.m. Program starting at 9. Program starting at 9. Save your packets for tomorrow. Be safe, and we will see you then. Thank you all. 8 breakfast.